of many local and international scholars from across the globe. To mention a few countries that are being represented here are Nepal, India, Vietnam, Australia, Malaysia, Sri Lanka, Germany, UK, and the USA.
I would like to set up the stage first. First of all, I would like to call on stage Professor Dr. Herman Roborg, who is the conference chief organizer and head of the School of Religion and Philosophy at Minhaj University, Lahore. Please join us on stage. Now Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shahzad, the Vice Chancellor of Minhaj University, Lahore, and the conference co-chair. Please welcome on stage, sir. Professor Dr. Hussain Mohyuddin Qadiri, the conference chair and deputy chairman of the Board of Governors at Minhaj University, Lahore. Please
Our
come on
guests
stage, sir.
We're setting up the stage. A round of applause for all our international and national guests, our chief guests, our Honorable Deputy Chairman, Dr. Hussain Mohyuddin Qadri. Kindly please, a round of applause.
Professor Dr. Taranjeet Singh Bhutalia.
That was a very low applause. I want to really hear the hall. I see a lot of people here. Thank you.
Professor Dr. Taranjeet Singh Bhutalia, professor at the Ohio State University from Columbus, the USA. And I would like to call on stage finally Dr. Bhulanath Yogi,
A round of applause, please.
who is the founding principal of the Hindu Vidya Peeth School in Dung from Nepal. Please join us on stage, sir. Now, with the permission of the conference chair, Professor Dr. Hussain Mohyuddin Qadiri, the deputy chairman, we are formally going to start the two-day conference. We will start the regular proceedings of the conference with the recitations from the Holy Scriptures of the world religions. I kindly request Qari Khalid Hamid Kazimi Al-Azhari to come and recite verses from the Holy Quran.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وننزل من القرآن ما هو شفاء ورحمة للمؤمنين ولا يزيد الظالمين إلا خسارا وإذا أنعمنا على الإنسان أعرض ونأى بجانبه وإذا مسه الشر كان يئوسا قل كل يعمل على شاكلته فربكم أعلم بمن هو أهدى سبيلا ويسألونك عن الروح ويسألونك عن الروح قل الروح من أمر ربي وما أوتيتم من العلم إلا قليلا ولئن شئنا لنذهبن بالذي أوحينا إليك ثم لا تجد لك به علينا وكيلا ثم لا تجد لك به علينا وكيلا إلا رحمة من ربك إن فضله كان عليك كبيرا صدق الله العظيم.
Jazakallahu khairan. Now I politely request Reverend Kasser U. Joseph, pastor in charge of the Holy Trinity Church, Church of Pakistan, to recite verses from the Holy Bible.
Today's scripture reading has been taken from Paul's first epistle to the Corinthians, chapter 13, beginning at verse 1. It is written here, I may be able to speak the languages of human beings and even of angels, but if I have no love, my speech is no more than a noisy gong or a clanging bell. I may have the gift of inspired preaching. I may have all knowledge and understand all secrets. I may have all the faith needed to move mountains, but if I have no love, I am nothing. I may give away everything I have and even give up my body to be burnt. But if I have no love, this does me no good. Love is patient and kind. It is not jealous or conceited or proud. Love is not ill-mannered or selfish or irritable. Love does not keep a record of wrongs. Love is not happy with evil, but is happy with the truth. Love never gives up, and its faith, hope, and patience never fail. Love is eternal. There are inspired messages, but they are temporary. There are gifts of speaking in strange tongues, but they will cease. There is knowledge, but it will pass. For our gifts of knowledge and of inspired messages are only partial. But when what is perfect comes, then what is partial will disappear. When I was a child, my speech, feelings, and thinking were all those of a child. Now that I am an adult, I have no more use for childish ways. What we see now is like a dim image in a mirror. Then we shall see face to face. what I know now is only partial, what I know now is only partial, then it will be complete as God's knowledge of me. Meanwhile, these three remain: faith, hope, and love. And the greatest of all these is love. Amen.
Thank you. I humbly call Dr. Manik Ratna Shakia to recite verses from the Tipitaka.
Just a minute for sitting. Okay. Thank you very much. I am going to recite the sutra which is very popular in Vajrayana Buddhism basically. Swasti wo kurutam buddha swasti deva sasakraka swasti sarvani bhutani sarvakalam disantuva buddha punyanubhavena devatanam matena cha यो योर्थ समभिप्रेत सर्वोर्थ्योद्यो समृद्यताम स्वस्ति वो द्विपदे भवन्तु स्वस्ति वन्तु चतुष्पदे स्वस्ति वो वज्रतां मार्गे स्वस्ति प्रत्यागतेषु च स्वस्ति रात्रौ स्वस्ति दिवा स्वस्ति मध्ये दिने स्थिते सर्वत्र स्वस्ति वो वन्तु मा चैषां पापमा गतम् सर्वे सत्त्वा सर्वे प्राणा सर्वे भूताश्च केवला सर्वे वै सुखिनः सन्तु सर्वे सन्तु निरामया सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु मा कश्चित् पापमा गतम् यानि ह भूतानि समागतानि स्थितानि पुमावतरिञ्चे कुर्वन्तु मैत्री सततं प्रजासु दिवाच रात्रौ च चरन्तु धर्मं ये जङ्गमाश्चात्र तथैव स्थावरा ते सर्वसत्त्वा सुखिनो भवन्तु दिनानमग्रं नरदेव पूज्यं बुद्धं नमस्यामि इहास्तु स्वस्ति. This text is written in Sanskrit language. This text is addressing all sentient beings because all the sentient beings want to be happy, all the sentient beings want to be free from suffering. That means they are also afraid of dying. So in the postmodern context, we need to discuss about the sentient beings. And this sutra is also highlighting the preservation of environment and biodiversity. And this sutra is also focusing on the microcosm and macrocosm and the ecology. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We welcome Mr. Vasisha at this conference. Mr. Vasisha is Minister of Tourism, Chairman of PTDC, and a famous poet. We warmly welcome you at this international conference on world religions. And now I respectfully request Pandit Rakesh Chand to recite verses from the Bhagavad Gita.
हरि ओम खर्वं सतुल्तनं गजन्दरवदनं लम्बोदरं सुन्दरं पर्सन्दनमदगं लुब्धमधो होयालो गणसथलम् दन्ताघाद्विदारितारी रुद्रे सन्धुर शोभाकरं वन्दे शैलसुतासतं गणपतं सिद्धिप्रदं कामदं ध्यानार्थे ॐ सोमुक्सुपे यज्ञवंशुचि पस्यो गजकरन् कालम्बोदरशुचि विक्तो विघन् विनायज्ञे धूमर्के तो गर्ना धेकशोभाल चन्द्रो गजान्ता दशो ताने नामा या पठे अक्ष्र नो या दीपे वीरारिम्भे दिया च परमेश्वर निगिर्मे तथा संग्राते संकट्यो विधन सत्सत्ना जायस्तहे नमः ॐ सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिना Oh, may all be happy. Sarve santo niramaya. May all feel illness. Sarve bhadrani pushyanto. May all see what is auspicious. Ma kaschit dukha bhag bhavit. No more. May no one suffer. Om Shanti Shanti. Peace, peace and peace. Om Asto Ma Satkamaya. Lead us from the unreal to the real. Tamso Ma Jyotirgamaya. Lead us from darkness to light. Mrityuhuma amritam gamaya. Lead us from death to immortality. Om bhurbhavasvaha tatsaviturvareniyam bhargo devasya dhimahi देहो यो नाम प्रचोदयात् ओम देव शांति अंतरिक्ष गोविंद शांति पृथ्वी शांतिरापा शांतिरोष्वदेया शांति वनस्पतया शांति विश्वे देवा शांति ब्रह्मा शांति सर्व गोविंद शांति रेधि शांति भर्भति शांति श्यामा ओम देव शांति शांति. May all things that emit light, the sky between the two words, earth, water, air, somolate, mean beverage of God Rama, medicines, intellectual Lord Rama, who protect us from all evils. Four holy books, Rig Veda, Sham Ved, Yajur Ved, and Athar Ved, be granter of peace and bliss to me and other. Thank you.
Thank you. I kindly call Sardar Prakash Singh to recite verses from the Guru Granth Sahib.
Thank you. So I'm gonna not recite, but I'm gonna sing verses from Guru Granth Sahib Ji, because scripture in Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji are to be sung, not to be recited. So I'm gonna sing Mool Mantar, which is the first verse from Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji, and we Sikh believe is as a word of God, and it shares the attributes of God. First, I'm going to translate in English, then I'm gonna sing it. One God, eternal, the reality, the name, creator, all pervading, without fear, without enmity, unchanging, unincarnate, self existent, understood through the Guru's grace. एक ओंकार सतनाम करता पुरख निर्भय निर्वैर अकाल मूरत अजोनी सैबं अजोनी सैबं गुर प्रसाद. Thank you.
Dear audience, kindly rise for the national anthem of Pakistan. I would request our audience, our participants, our guests to kindly rise for the national anthem of Pakistan.
Please take your seats. Minhaj University is growing day by day towards a bright future under the leadership of our worthy Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shahzad. He is a philanthropist, a top political analyst, and an author of multiple books, research articles, and policy papers on international relations and blue economy. I kindly request Vice Chancellor Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shahzad to open the conference with a welcome note to all attendees and to our honorable guests and speakers.
Auzubillahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Worthy Professor Dr. Hussain Mahiuddin Qadri, Deputy Chairman Board of Governors, Honorable Mr. Wasi Shah, Provincial Minister Provincial Minister Tourism, Honorable Dr. Tarvanjit Singh Patalia, Dr. Bolanath Yogi, Mr. Samuel Shapper, Dr. Aizen bin Tali, Madam Jennifer Jagjeevan, Dr. Manik Ratna Shakia, Philip Duncan Peters, respected guests, paper presenters, panelists, worthy deans, head of the department, faculty members, my dear students, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Minhaj University, Lahore, I warmly welcome you all to the 6th International Conference on World Religion 2023. I would like to take this opportunity to inform you about the prestigious Minhaj University, which is located in the historical city of Lahore. It is committed to achieving the goals set by its renowned founder, Sheikhul Islam, Professor Dr. Muhammad Tahirul Qadri. And now, with the vision of Professor Dr. Hussain Mahiuddin Qadri, Minhaj University is set for the future. This endeavors institution is determined to provide the students the best opportunities to learn and make connections through a lot of different tools such as conferences, seminars, webinars, and other academic projects. The university is always trying to provide the students the best platforms to learn and grow. This university has over 15,000 students, 11 thriving faculties, with over 150 programs, creating an atmosphere that favors intellectual growth and academic excellence. As you can see, Minhaj University Lahore is unique. It is a unique institution because it has several highly efficient research centers, such as Hassan bin Sabit Center for Research in North Literature, the Center of Research and Innovation in Maritime Affairs. At Minhaj University Lahore, we fully understand and accept the profound significance that lies in attending professional conventions and conferences. The noble goal of Minhaj University is to conduct groundbreaking research that leads to the world ruled by the power of knowledge, not the biasness and the conflicts. Special events like one going to convene today are the foundation of which we built our knowledge of the future intellectual world. With a strong dedication to intellectual growth, Minhaj University Lahore organizes many conferences every year and convene a wide range of topics in literature, language, Islamic economics and finance, and other diverse social sciences topics. As of now, this one of its kind conference, the Global Faith, will include a lot of diverse perspective and will be a great place for the people to share their thoughts through dialogues. Spirituality is the source of strength, the spark that drives us, and a deep love for the beautiful things in the universe that make our lives worth living. When we include spirituality practices in our life, they help us to change. They help us to change ourselves, who we are. They help us go beyond the limits of just existing and make us humans who are full of life, balance, and happiness. Faith and beliefs come from the bottom of hearts. If people do not have a deep connections with the religion, their ritual will be just like their normal daily life. People have thought about religious unity over the course of history. However, it has always been just a thought. Throughout the history, people have had big hopes and desire to find the right place to plant the seed of knowledge. But unfortunately, their good intentions failed because they were not able to find the grounds where ideas that had been stuck in the realm of theory could grow and spread a deep understanding based on the different religion beliefs, could work together in peace. With great pride, Minhaj University sets out a noble goal to find the ways for our bright young minds to research in future peace and balance where the social and the religious worlds come together in perfect harmony. These conferences are the seeds that grow in the better and more peaceful and long-lasting societies. We all share these ideals because we want to create a future. We want to create a future that spans generations and include the hope and dreams of our children and then their children. The long journey we're taking to promote the ideological coherence will become a guiding light for the future generations, showing them how to build a peaceful societies free from hatred and religious extremism. It is our deepest hope that the esteemed scholars attending this important event today will be blessed with the divine power to renew their unwavering devotion and zeal for the holy journey of changing and beautifying both their physical and spiritual selves. In the end, I take this opportunity to extend my heartiest greetings to all the members of organizing committees, IT teams, volunteer students, and staff members, that without their support, this conference would not have been possible. I sincerely appreciate everyone who has come to attend, including the speakers and the visitors. Now, I declare the 6th International Conference on World Religion 2023 officially open for discussion. Thank you very much.
Now, I would like to request Professor Dr. Herman Robock, who is the Head of Religions and Philosophy Department, and he is also the conference's chief organizer. He is the co-chair, to kindly come and introduce the conference and run us through the proceedings that are planned in the next 2 days.
Dr. Mohiduddin Qadri, chairman of the conference, Dr. Sajjad, the vice chancellor of Minhaj University, all guests from different countries. Some are sitting here, some are sitting in front of me, colleagues of this university, students, and dear friends who have come to join us for these couple of days. It's my duty or my job to say something about the purpose of this conference. And I would put it this way. In the world today, there are many issues, both old and new, many problems facing us. For instance, the issue of climate change, the issue of the environment. Can we continue to live on this planet? Will we care for the planet? Then there's the issue of peace and harmony. Can we live together on this planet? Can Muslims, Christians, Hindus, Buddhists, Sikhs, and other religious traditions cooperate, share the resources of this planet, respect one another? These are all big issues which are not so new. We have been facing these issues for many decades, maybe even for many centuries. What is new is a new awareness of how to deal with these problems. The word postmodernism, I think, suggests a new way of thinking, a new paradigm, a new path to follow in order to solve these problems and issues that I have mentioned. And I think that even the religious traditions who are represented here, we have also learned how to present our teachings in a new way. The teachings are very old, are very traditional, but the way that we present them, our insight into the meaning and the importance of these teachings is new. And so we have a new way of dealing with prejudice, bigotry. We have a new way of dealing with the planet and its environment. We have a new way of looking at the relationship between women and men. We have a new way of understanding how religion can function in society, in the public forum. So this conference has been called World Religions in the Postmodern World. And it suggests that we have a new way of looking at the issues of the world. And in the panel discussions that follow, and in the keynote speeches, and in the concurrent sessions, we will be raising many different issues. There's not just one issue in this conference, many different issues, but we'll be looking at them from a new perspective. That's the postmodernist perspective. And I hope that the religious traditions present here will also share their new perspective, so that we don't come away from this conference with our old mindset, but we have a new mindset when we leave this conference tomorrow night. So I'm quite hopeful and excited about the fact that we've come together for this purpose, that we are addressing postmodern issues, that we have a new awareness of the world and how to look at the world. I welcome all my foreign speakers, guests, and all those who have come to this conference. Please come to the panel discussions on time so that you won't miss anything, because I think they are key to this conference. But the keynote speeches, the concurrent sessions are also very, very important. So thank you for your attention, and I wish you a very successful conference.
It is time to show you the progress of Minhaj University, Lahore through a video documentation.
Welcome to the journey of turning your professional dreams into reality with Minhaj University, Lahore. Founded by Sheikhul Islam Professor Dr. Muhammad Tahirul Qadri in 1986 and being led by the Deputy Chairman, Board of Governors, a very well-known educationist, philosopher and economist, Dr. Hussain Mohiuddin Qadri. MUL is a rapidly growing university under the supervision of the Vice Chancellor Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad. It is renowned for its excellence in delivering quality education and conducting innovative researches.
Minhaj University Lahore was founded by Sheikhul Islam Professor Dr. Muhammad Tahirul Qadri in 1986. with a vision to produce a generation of great intellectuals and professionals coated in Islamic moral values and love for Pakistan. Here at Minhaj University, Lahore, tens of millions of worth of scholarship is annually given to the deserving students. Minhaj University, Lahore has a unique features such as research and international collaborations. Here at university, students have access to all national and international e-resources and databases in a very well-equipped libraries and laboratories.
University comprises of 11 faculties, 36 academic schools, 15,000 students, 500 permanent and adjunct faculty, more than 300 PhD faculty members, 11 research centers, and publishes 7 research journals.
At our campus, we fully understand and accept the profound significance that lies in attending professionals, conferences, webinars, and conventions. The noble goals of Minhaj University is to conduct in-depth research that leads to a world ruled by the power of knowledge, not biasness and conflicts. Research matters in university affairs, and Minhaj University Lahore is unique. It is unique because it has highly efficient research centers such as Hassan bin Sabit Center for Research in North Literature, the Center of Research and Innovation in Maritime Affairs, and Center for Economic Planning and Development, and then many research journals which are recognized by Higher Education Commission.
We provide a distinguished educational experience for students based on real-life experiences through seminars, educational visits, and guest lectures. Community activities are also arranged to create a positive impact on society. Our legendary faculty is the heart of MUL. Highly qualified national and international faculty is available to mentor, guide, and inspire the students. With us, students enjoy the most safe and diverse culture while learning appreciation, humanity, respect, and ethical norms.
Minhaj University Lahore is wholeheartedly dedicated to provide competency-based education through practical learning and hands-on experience, even job opportunities and internships to its students. The university has been working hard for the promotion of societal norms, for the development of the society, and to contribute to the economic growth of Pakistan. For this purpose, we urge and provide facilities to our students to go for internships, to go for entrepreneurship, and to do the e-commerce related activities. Minhaj University Lahore believes that the universities are engines of advanced knowledge, thoughts, and ideas. And for that purpose, we have 11 research centers, and those research centers published different research reports, periodicals, organized conferences, seminars, and workshops. To achieve zeniths of excellence, we have accomplished a lot and will continue to do so in the coming days.
To increase the scientific, technological, and research thoughts and enhance the practical knowledge of our students, we have various advanced research laboratories, TV, and radio studios. MUL's proud distinction is its Ibn Sina Library, a resource center and modern robotic library. It is a multidisciplinary library designed to meet the reading needs and serve as a reliable source for the university's faculty, students, researchers, and staff. The library has an inquisitive infrastructure, an extensive collection of more than 50,000 printed and 150,000 electronic books, and digital access to HEC databases on various disciplines. Sports enhances social and cultural life by bringing together individuals and communities. To induce the sportsmanship in the students and groom them into good athletic personalities, yearly sports gala, inter-university annual tournaments, and cultural events are organized. Students take refreshing breaks from the studies at our cafeterias, where we serve health-consciously prepared Pakistani and continental meals. Research conferences offer the opportunity to learn from peers, leaders, and research scholars alike, and forge useful connections about the latest research work. Until now, 13 successful research conferences have been conducted by MUL addressing some very crucial topics of prominent fields. At Minhaj University, Lahore, we make education more accessible and easier to afford by offering numerous financial aids, fee concessions, and scholarships. Join us to unlock your potentials and be one of the leading professionals of your field.
That was a great introduction of Minhaj University, Lahore. Dear audience, honorable guests, students and participants, I would like to take the opportunity to invite our most honorable Deputy Chairman, Board of Governors, Minhaj University, Lahore, Professor Dr. Hussain Mohiuddin Qadri. Professor Dr. Hussain Mohiuddin Qadri is our mentor and the strength behind each and every individual associated with Minhaj University. Please a big round of applause for Professor Dr. Hussain Mohiuddin Qadri. He is amongst the leading international socio-economist scientists, a top social-aware social economist of Pakistan, and trendsetter of the International Conference on World Religions. He is the finest social change mobilizer. Sir, kindly join us to deliver the keynote address on the Islamic perspective of eco-criticism. I would like to welcome Mr. Rana Bashir to this International Conference on World Religions. He is the chairman of Security and Exchange Commission of Pakistan and chairman Cooperative Housing Society and former executive member of Chamber of Commerce Committee. And I also like to welcome to this conference Ms. Sajila Ansar Bajwa, who is a former member of Punjab Assembly from Pakistan Muslim League Qaid-e-Azam. And I also would like to welcome to this conference Allama Muhammad Ramzan Sialwi Saab.
Thank you. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Honorable Sayyid Wasi Shah, Federal Minister for Tourism, worthy Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad, Dr. Herman Robok, Chief Organizer of this very conference, honorable dignitaries, academics, representatives of various religions of the world who have joined us for this conference from all over the world, and most importantly, dear presenters and participants. I am profoundly grateful and humbled before Allah Almighty that through His boundless generosity and benevolence, we have assembled here for profoundly a noble cause, which is to discuss the religious role in a postmodern world and how religions and representatives of various religions can benefit present day society with their contributions, thoughts, and philosophies. But before I get into the topic, I would like to congratulate all the organizing team, especially the conference secretariat, under the supervision of our worthy Vice Chancellor and Registrar Dr. Khurram Shehzad, all the faculty members of a secretariat, and all relevant departments who have been engaged
in organizing this conference for last many months. And this beautiful conference is taking place with the grace of Almighty Allah, and of course with the great effort you all have put into it. So I would like to congratulate every single of you. This would have not been possible without your contribution. I would also like to thank all our respectable guests who have traveled from various countries to attend this conference, for taking the time out and blessing this occasion with your presence. Your presence has added more beautiful colors to this conference. Dear audience, in today's world, out of total population of 8 billion people, approximately 84% of people hold belief in religion. The remaining 16% can be classified as either agnostic or atheists, with a significant portion of them still acknowledging spiritual aspect of humanity. Dear audience, this indicates that a significant 84% of majority of world's population is reachable by the representatives of various religions present here. And some of the representatives even have a capacity to inspire millions around the world. Dear audience, that brings something to be noted. If we all can dedicate ourselves and decide and strive with sincerity, can't we influence people's behavior towards each other? Can't we influence people's behavior towards economy? Can't we influence people's behavior towards social life? And most importantly, can't we influence people's behavior towards this planet and environment? Of course we can. But what needs is a sincerity and a hard work, and of course unity among the fraternity which is called the people of religion. Whatever the religion they follow, whatever the religion they believe in, if they all can come together with the spirit that we have 84% majority of this whole world's population, and with their own practice, with their own ideals, with their own examples, they can influence them, they can influence their behavior to change, to help the society and come out of various issues today's world and society is indulged in. But unfortunately, in post-modern world, we have tried and we are trying to put religion aside and find solution to emerging problems purely through humanistic understandings and not benefiting from the divine wisdom which exists behind various orders and disciplines introduced by various religions of the world. And a strange incident I would like to quote here, which will give us a better understanding of what I am trying to explain here. A criminal requested British authorities in UK that I feel I am a woman. A male criminal requested British authorities in UK recently that I feel I am a woman and I should be sent to female prison according to the British recent passed law. So as per the law, authorities sent that person to female prison. And as soon that male prisoner arrived in female prison, he raped a female inmate. And now authorities are thinking hard what to do with that criminal, and of course what to do with that law. Dear audience, what I am trying to say here, that there has been a wisdom behind all those decisions, all those things which religions have been giving in the form of disciplines, in the form of philosophy, in the form of law. There might be an issue with interpretation of those disciplines, but there was a divine wisdom behind it. Once we try and get rid of that divine wisdom at all and throw the religion out of our lives and family life, and of course our public and social life, whatever is left is with a humanistic understanding to make laws for the society, and this will continue whatever we face. This may come, this will continue coming. New issues will keep on emerging in the society, and we will be just sitting together to address them and looking for the solution. Solution lies in religions, but unfortunately, in the postmodern world, we have made following of religion so controversial that we are even avoiding taking benefit from the wisdom which lies behind the decisions, orders, and discipline of those religions. Dear audience, today I have chosen a similar topic which is of very much importance today, which is eco-criticism, and I would like to provide an Islamic perspective on that. As we have been dealing with many other matters, in a similar manner, we have dealt with whatever is happening to our planet and environment today. We have not benefited from the religious wisdom behind it. We will be discussing and talking about a couple of examples. Today, our world is facing serious environmental crisis resulting from unsustainable practice, over-reliance on industrial development, and uncontrolled exploitation of natural resources. The crisis, often referred to as eco-destruction, is a result of irresponsible behavior related to relentless pursuit of progress and prosperity, often at the expense of our planet well-being. This behavior has created an alarming situation for our home and planet today. The estimated figures and facts of eco-destruction are so scary and alarming that they are difficult to believe and even more difficult to absorb today. Dear audience, since the start of this century, around 500 million hectares of forest have been lost by human activity. And today we are losing more 10 million hectares of forest every single year. 4.1 million hectares of tropical primary rainforest were lost only in 2022. Unfortunately, no company in the world was able to achieve its net zero deforestation commitment made by international community. And this havoc created by our irresponsible behavior has turned this heaven-like planet into an unbearable planet for human beings and other living beings. Dear audience, according to United Nations report, the 2 world wars accounted for 100 million deaths, whereas the man-made pollution and environmental damage has contributed to the deaths of 775 million human beings in last 1 century. This is what we have done with our planet. And all such destruction to the earth is definitely earned by the hands of its inhabitants. Let's talk about the categories of pollution we all are creating. The pollution has been divided into 5 tiers. The first tier of pollution is called the highest intensity pollutant. This involves radioactive contamination. Annually, 50,000 people are dying only because of this kind of pollution worldwide. Nuclear waste and nuclear power plants, they have been the reason for 25,000 deaths per year. It's not when the weapons are used. Whatever the material is there, that contamination and effects in the air and environment, the environment and effects are killing around 25,000 people annually. The coal-fired power plants, they are killing 12,500 people annually. This is what we have done to our pollution. Why? Because of the sense of insecurity, because of enmity for each other, enmity between the nations and countries, because we want to fight each other, we want to kill each other, we want to overwhelm, we want to control each other. That had made kill each other, and billions of lives has lost. For what? Just for sake of politics, for sake of power, for sake of overwhelming each other and controlling each other. This is what we have done to our planet. God created and gave us such a beautiful place to live, but we have destroyed it through our own strategies, through our own understanding and wisdom, because we did not want it to benefit from God's wisdom. This is our own wisdom. This is the benefit of reliance on our own wisdom and not relying on God's wisdom. This is what happens to the planet. Then there is a second tier, which is again called highest intensity pollutant, that involves greenhouse gas emission. And reports suggest annually 25,000 people are dying for these kind of gases. Industrial waste causes around 12,500 deaths annually. And then this kind of a pollutant, it also destroys through chemicals. It destroys the air quality. It destroys the water. It even destroys the soil from where we get our agriculture products for food basket. The third category of pollution, it is called the moderate intensity pollutant, which is produced by sulfur dioxide, which is killing around 6,250 people annually. Nitrogen dioxide, which is killing around 3,125 people annually. Ground level ozone, which is killing around 1,563 people annually. And different PM, the particulate matters, they like air contamination and other things, which are killing around 781 people annually. So these pollutants, they are destroying, and it affects the water evaporation process. And because of this, smog and other such damages are taking place in our environment and affecting the human life. Dear audience, do you know, only this pollution has reduced 5 years on average in Pakistan on life expectancy. Every single person living in Pakistan, their average life has reduced 5 years on average only because of this pollution. So everyone will die 5 years earlier than what was destined for him by God Almighty. So this is what we have done. Acid rain, thermal pollution, air pollution, water pollution, soil pollution, noise pollution. These all are the forms of various pollutions. This is all is man-made. For what? For uncontrolled, uncalculated progress. Race to win, race for economy, race for development, race for industrial growth without balance, without understanding of human nature, without understanding of securing the planet, without understanding what God has gifted and provided us in the form of this natural beauty. So dear audience, these were the 5 tiers, and the lowest one is carbon monoxide. Because of it, around 400 people dies annually. And sheer example of this kind of gas is in the last year when 23 people died in Murray out of suffocation in cars. So that is the sheer example of this kind of pollution, how people die of suffocation. Presently, on global scale, nearly 40% of the world population today, according to the various reports, resides in the regions where hunger is prevailing. And interestingly, now the 40% of world population lives in those areas, which areas are seriously facing food insecurity and water drought. And in near future, they will die of hunger. But unfortunately, we are not being able to look after or deal with these issues, and we will leave them to whatever is destined for them or they will die of. Dear audience, I said all the religions, they had a divine plan and wisdom in their orders and disciplines, which we did not benefited from. Similarly, Islam has spoken really well on these issues and provided a lot of wisdom and guidance through its laws, regulations, procedures, and policies. If anybody would look into them, they can benefit from them. And if anybody want to make laws in the light of those preachings, teachings, and guidances, I am sure they can provide a lot of benefit and better policies to the society than whatever we have done today to ourselves. Dear audience, whatever is provided to the Muslim communities living in the world that comes through Quranic teachings and the sayings of Sayyidina Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the Prophet of Islam. And then the Islamic and Muslim jurists, they further interpret those teachings and preachings to provide laws, rules, and regulations to the Muslims, or at least the followers of those teachings and preachings. That's how the Islamic laws and procedures work. Now look at how Islam deals with such environmental issues and kind of policies Islam has provided us to deal with. The Prophet of Islam, Sayyidina Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he once declared, created beings are the dependents of God, and the Creator, dearest unto God, is he who does most good to God's dependents. Thus all created beings are created to serve the Lord of all beings by performing their ordained role so as to benefit each other. This leads to a cosmic symbiosis, which is called takaful. The universal common good is a principle that pervades the universe and an important implication of God's unity. For one can serve the Lord of all beings only by working for common good to all. Dear audience, according to Islam, human being has three kind of relations with this universe, with the creation of God Almighty. What are those three relations? A relationship of meditation on and consideration and contemplation of the universe and what it contains. A relationship of sustainable utilization, development, and employment for humans' benefit and for the fulfillment of interests. And the third type of relation is a relationship of care and nurture for a human's good, work for not limited to the benefits of human species only, but rather extended to the benefit of all created beings. And there is a reward in doing good to every living thing and being on this planet. Dear audience, according to Islam, God's wisdom has ordained to grant human being stewardship, which is called khilafah in Islam, on the earth. Therefore, in addition to being part of earth and part of this universe, man is also executor of God's injunction and commands, and as a such, he is only a manager on this earth and not proprietor. a beneficiary and not a disposer or ordainer. Heaven and earth and all that they contain belong to God Almighty alone. Human being granted stewardship to manage this earth in accordance with the purposes created by the being, by the Lord, and for fulfillment of his interest and their interest. If this is entrusted with its maintenance and care, and must use it as a trustee within the limits dictated by his trust. That's why the Prophet of Islam, Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, once declared, "The world is beautiful and verdant, and verily God, be he exalted, has made you his steward in it, and he sees how you equate yourselves." Therefore, man should not abuse or misuse or distort the natural resources, as each generation is entitled to benefit from them, but is not entitled to own them in an absolute sense. This is the basic phenomena and concept which lies behind what has been created and the creation who is supposed to use what has been created by Lord Almighty. Dear audience, human being has no right to cause this degradation of environment and distort its intrinsic sustainability for human life and settlement. That's why the attitude of Islam towards environmental protection is based on construction and sustainable development. This integration of the development and conservation of natural resources is clear in the idea of bringing life to the land and causing it to flourish through agriculture, through cultivation, and through construction. As God Almighty says, "It is He who has produced you from the earth and settled you therein." The Prophet, peace be upon him, that's why declared, "If any Muslim plants a tree or sow a field, and a human bird or animal eats from it, if it shall be reckoned as a charity from him. And if anyone plants a tree, no human being nor any of God's creature will eat from it without its being reckoned as a charity from him." And then another hadith of Sayyidina Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam says, "If a day of resurrection comes upon any of you while he has a seedling in hand, let him plant it." So you can understand the spirit of Islam and the spirit through these traditions of Sayyidina Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, that the way Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam is motivating his believers, motivating the believers of Islam, how to plant trees, how to look after the fields, how to watch the greenery, how to plant more trees so that people can get oxygen and so that people can get rid of carbon dioxide and get a healthy lifestyle and healthy environment in the society. So this makes us understand the kind of basis Islam is providing towards protection of environment by the teachings and preachings. Dear audience, these prophetic traditions declares the aim of both the conservation and development of environment in Islam is the universal good of all created beings. That's why, according to Islam, all human beings and indeed livestock and wildlife as well enjoy rights to share in the resources of the earth. Man's abuse of any resources is forbidden in Islam, and the best use of resources, both living and lifeless, is prescribed according to the teachings and preachings of Islam. Let's talk about a couple of examples. Water. Today, the fresh water, drinkable water reserves are depleting really fast. There are places in this planet where in next 20-25 years, there won't be any water available, drinkable water for the people, for the living beings. And you look at the Islamic literature and the practices of Sayyidina Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam 1400 years ago, the kind of wisdom which prevails and lies behind those practices which were practiced 1400 years ago. Water in Islam, that is something which is considered a shareable resource provided by Allah Almighty. As Prophet of Islam once said, Muslims are to share in these three things: water, pasture, and fire. Then he said, wastage in using water is forbidden in Islam. He is saying 1400 years ago, when nobody had an idea that people can run out of water as well. 1400 years ago, he is suggesting wastage of water is forbidden in Islam. There is a story. Once he passed by his companion. The companion's name was Hazrat Sa'ad radiyallahu ta'ala anhu. And his companion was washing for prayer. He was doing wudu, the ritual ablution for prayer. And Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam asked him, "O Sa'ad, what is this wastage of water you are doing?" He replied, "O Prophet of Islam, is there a wastage of water even in doing ritual wudu? Washing for prayer?" He said, "Of course, even if you are sitting at the bank of river, if you still use more water than you actually use for something, it is the wastage and forbidden in Islam." This is the concept and preaching of Islam given by Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And not just that, dear audience, you will be astonished to know today the science and modern world is prescribing, when you travel to the West or you go to stay in various hotels, now they are providing and putting limitation on the usage of water. They have introduced various kind of gadgets they put on the showers, that the shower go off automatically in couple of minutes. But you look at what Sayyidina Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam did 1400 years ago. The historians suggest when Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam used to do ritual ablution, wudu, wash for prayer, he would only use measured water, 775 milliliter of water for the wudu. Now can we imagine how much water we waste? And he used to take bath with only 3.8 liters of water. This was a measured amount of water which he would use for the bath, and measured amount of water which he would use for the ablution. And he was doing that 1400 years ago. And this is what he used to prescribe and subscribe to his companions, that this much water only you should use. And this is the measure in which Allah Almighty has provided blessing for the humanity. So he was basically guiding us 1400 years ago then how to use all these natural resources sensibly, so that the next generation can come and enjoy same resources as you are using and enjoying today. So this is the wisdom I am talking about, which lies behind examples of the religious leaders, lies behind the teachings and preachings of religions. But unfortunately, we have made all that so controversial. We don't want to benefit from them. We understand that human intellect is better than divine wisdom. Whatever we understand, whatever we have concluded is more comprehensive than what the Creator actually provided in terms of discipline and the wisdom behind all those disciplines. And this discipline and wisdom lies behind every discipline and religion. It is just a matter of reconnecting yourself with the religions or traditions, whatever you were follow. I again say, there can be an issue with the interpretation. There are some conservative interpreters of the religion. Some are the progressive ones, some are the liberal ones. There can be a different kind of interpretations. But because of a wrong interpreter, you cannot throw away the whole discipline. If somebody is not following the traffic light rules, you would not throw away the traffic rule book altogether. You would say, the interpreter is wrong. I would look for the right interpreter. But you will still have a faith and believe in the concept which was given thousands and thousands of years ago for the betterment of humanity. If we would have stick to what God's wisdom was provided with these religions, I am sure world would have been a better place. Couple of more examples. The way we have discussed that God Almighty and Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam has suggested how to deal with the natural resources and protect all these natural resources. Similarly, Islam also suggests how to keep yourself away and how to protect your planet from the external factors of pollutions as well, like chemicals, like various pollution or pollutants which are polluting our society. If the Islam and religion and God is so much interested in protecting the planet from all these wastages, how a God would allow something which is more dangerous and affecting planet through external elements of pollution and pollutants? Dear audience, if we look at a couple of such examples, we would know that there is a principle in Islam which is precaution. According to the Islamic jurists, taking precaution is superior than having treatment after receiving the problem. So that's why when Islam suggests anything, so it goes with the basic principle. Islam would not prescribe any such action which is going to damage the society and environment at a later end and stage. So precaution, taking precaution is suggested and considered superior in Islam. Superior than later on going for the treatment. So that is what described and prescribed. Now I'm coming to the end, couple of more examples. Today we talk about reserves, forest reserves, bird reserves, creating sanctuaries for animals, wildlife, when all these animals are going instinct and going out and they're outnumbered and all. So these sanctuaries are created now by the countries. Can you imagine? 1400 years ago, Sayyidina Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam himself made the rules and introduced various kind of sanctuaries and reserves in the society for the protection of environment and various kind of resources. That was 1400 years ago. The great example is when Sayyidina Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam declared Makkatul Mukarramah and Madinatul Munawwara as reserves and harams. He said that tree cannot be cut in Makkah, animal cannot be killed in Makkah, no grass can be cut from Makkah, no even plant cannot be cut in Makkah or in Medina. So technically he actually declared those two places as reserves and as sanctuaries. So can you imagine when any place is created and declared a sanctuary, how that provide protection to the human resource, how that provide protection to the natural resources, to the water, to the green grass, to the plants, to the sanctuary, to the animals. And not just that, even the companions of Sayyidina Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the four rightly guided caliphs of Islam, even they continued that policy. And a policy was made that along with every single city or urban settlements, there would be a big piece of land declared reserve. That is 1400 years ago, that what literature suggests. Every single urban settlement would have a big piece of land as reserve for animal production, for the natural resources. Water places and wells will be considered as reserve, so that these things can dwell and future generation can benefit from the same resources as we all are benefiting today. So dear audience, last but not least, again providing and giving importance to the concept of environment, Islam has also introduced the concept of charitable endowments, which is called waqf. By how? A beautiful story of Sayyidina Umar bin al-Khattab radiyallahu ta'ala anhu. He got a big piece of land in Khaybar. He came to Sayyidina Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam and requested, O Prophet of Islam sallallahu alaihi wasallam, in my whole lifetime, this is the best piece of land I have ever got, which is in Khaybar. Please guide me, what should I do with this piece of land? So Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam said that, O Umar, if it is the dearest to you, the best piece of land, give it in the path of Allah Almighty and make it is a reserve for food production, for animals, and whatever the produce comes from this land till the day of judgment, or till this whole thing keeps itself alive, that should be dedicated for the benefit of people. And then his son tells that Sayyidina Umar bin al-Khattab radiyallahu ta'ala anhu made that piece of land waqf and reserve, and all the produce used to come and go into the benefit of the people. So technically, he created a reserve with his own money for benefit of natural resources, for the wildlife, for the agriculture, and for the all other related areas. So this is another suggested area in Islam which provides a good health to and protection to the environment in the form of reserve and creating endowment and waqf as well. Now I'm finishing my words with a couple of suggestions, with recommendation, what we should do to protect the environment, and what are the suggestions of Islam, Islamic literature, Quran, and the sayings of Sayyidina Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. In the light, it is imperative that the following environmental problems, the following principles be taken into consideration. You can also look at those on your screen. The conservation of a natural environment is a moral and ethical imperative. Environmental problems cannot be solved through knowledge and technology alone. Enlightened self-interest does not motivate people to do more than is convenient and profitable for themselves. Only moral conviction and ethical consciousness on both individual and at social level can motivate people to forego some of the short-range profits of this life and make personal sacrifices for the common good. That's why we are discussing environmental protection in the light of religion, because only the religious considerations can motivate individuals to protect the things. Otherwise, only the government watch, government rules and regulation, deterrence policies cannot keep people on the bay. So it has to be a personal conviction that can come from the religion. The second important element is ethical teachings should be backed with legislation and effective enforcement of injunctions and prohibitions. The third point is, through the institutional arrangements of society, conservation should be integrated with ecological sustainable development. Conservation divorced from sustainable development is neither socially acceptable nor economically viable. Fourth one, accurate information is indispensable to make enlightened decisions for the conservation of natural environment, to avoid acts that leads to its degradation. Developmental actions and projects undertaken in one country should not lead to any kind of damage, harm, or degradation in natural environment of any other country. Private or local progress should not be achieved through the injury of others or by any mean that leads to their injury. The natural environment and natural resources should not be subjected to any irreparable damage for the purpose of military or hostile actions. These are the suggestions in the light of Quran and Sunnah. Last but not least, religions has that kind of a potential which can provide solutions to many emerging problems. we all face today. But right interpreters of those teachings are needed in this world. And I'm sure you all can do that. It's not a wonder which cannot be done again. It cannot be made again. It can be done again. We all are here, gathered here today again, to think harder, to work out what has gone wrong. When we have 84% of following of various religions in the world, why can't our behavior, character can influence their behavior? We need to look into it harder. What we have done wrong, where we have left short, why we could not reach that society on a broad base and larger to influence their social behavior and behavior towards environment. And if we all gathered here, we should look again towards what we have done and towards future, what can be done for the society. I am sure it is not late enough. We can always change things what we have done and gone wrong towards way for the society by believing in God Almighty and by believing in those religions, whatever we all believe in, whatever we all follow. In the end, I would like to congratulate worthy Vice Chancellor and Registrar and all of his team for organizing and putting together such a beautiful event. And I would like to say a good luck to all the presenters, participants for the next 2 days. I'm sure you all will enjoy this conference and will benefit, inshallah, tremendously from this event. And I again thank all the worthy guests, participants and dignitaries who have traveled from the various parts of the world to come and attend this conference. May Allah Almighty bless us all. Whatever we have said, whatever we will say in these 2 days, Allah Almighty give us strength to believe in it, to work on it, and do something in our lifetime for this society, for others, for this universe. Thank you very much.
MashaAllah. Thank you very much, sir, for your thought-provoking presentation. Thank you very much. We would like to welcome the following guests to this international conference. Mr. Muhammad Haris Ahmed, the member of CEO of Universal Property Network, and Mr. Chaudhry Wasim Anwar, Director Academics, Unique Groups of Institutions, together with his delegation. Now I would kindly request Mr. Sayyid Wasi Shah to share his thoughts on Minhaj University Lahore and on this international conference. Mr. Sayyid Wasi Shah is a Minister of Tourism, a Chairman of PTDC, and a very famous poet.
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया ब्रदर। मैं अपनी गुफ्तगू का आगाज़ करने से पहले ये ज़रूर कहना चाहूँगा कि डॉक्टर साहब की तकरीर ने मुझे हैरान कर दिया। और फिर जब मैंने डॉक्टर साहब की जो पहला मेरा तासुर था वो बेपनाह हैरानी का था। और फिर चूँकि मैं डॉक्टर साहब के पूरे ख़ानवादे से इनके वालिद मोहतरम की जो दीन इस्लाम के लिए जो ख़िदमात हैं उससे बखूबी आगाह हूँ, तो फिर मुझे फ़ौरी तौर पे ये एहसास हुआ कि इसमें हैरानी की कोई बात नहीं है। आप प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर ताहिरुल क़ादरी साहब के साहबजादे से, उनके फ़र्जंद से और क्या एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं। यही एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं जिस कदर प्रोग्रेसिव, जिस कदर मुदल्लिल, जिस कदर शानदार तकरीर प्रोफेसर साहब ने की, मैं समझता हूँ कि उसकी जितनी भी दाद दी जाए वो कम है। और मैं बाकायदा एक चीज़ और मैं ज़रूर कहना चाहूँगा कि जो अहबाब हमारे यहाँ भी और पूरी दुनिया में भी जो ये कहते हैं कि रिलीजियस लोग जो हैं, सारे रिलीजियस लोग इंसानों को और हमें गारों के ज़माने में ले जाना चाहते हैं, मेरी ख्वाहिश होगी कि वो डॉक्टर साहब की तकरीर सुनें ताकि उन्हें अंदाज़ा हो کہ بہت سارے دین کے انٹرپریٹرز اور کانوٹیشن کرنے والے ایسے بھی ہیں جو دین کی صحیح کانوٹیشن کرتے ہیں، وہ غاروں کے زمانے میں لے جانا نہیں چاہتے، وہ آپ کو غاروں کے زمانے میں جانے سے بچانا چاہتے ہیں. محترم ڈاکٹر حسین محی الدین قادری صاحب، ڈپٹی چیئرمین بورڈ آف گورنرز منہاج یونیورسٹی لاہور. محترم ڈاکٹر ساجد محمود شہزاد، وائس چانسلر منہاج یونیورسٹی لاہور. ڈاکٹر ترنجیت سنگھ بطالیہ، ایسوسیٹ پروفیسر اوہایو اسٹیٹ یونیورسٹی کولمبیا امریکہ. ڈاکٹر بھولا ناتھ یوگی، فاؤنڈنگ پرنسپل ہیں آپ نیپال سے ایک ادارے کے. پروفیسر ڈاکٹر ہرمن روبوگ، آپ ہیڈ ہیں اسکول آف ریلیجن اینڈ فلاسفی منہاج یونیورسٹی لاہور کے آسٹریلیا کے. اور ڈسٹنگوشڈ گیسٹس جو پوری دنیا سے اس شاندار تقریب میں، جو کہ انسانوں کو جوڑتی ہے، جو کہ مذاہب کو قریب لے کر آتی ہے، اس میں آج شرکت کے لیے تشریف لائے ہیں. میں ان سب کو خوش آمدید کہتا ہوں. ہیلو، گڈ مارننگ اینڈ السلام علیکم. مجھے بالکل اندازہ نہیں تھا کہ میرا یہ خیال تھا کہ جو تقریب ہے، جو جیسا کہ آپ کے سامنے ایک واضح بھی ہے کہ مذاہب، بین المذاہب کے درمیان ہم آہنگی کے حوالے سے تقریب ہے، مگر اگین میں ابھی تک ڈاکٹر صاحب کی اسپیچ کے سحر میں ہوں، کیونکہ سیرت کے ایک طالب علم کی حیثیت سے، اور میں جو چیزیں جب ڈاکٹر صاحب نے اس ایکو فرینڈلی ماحول کے اور ایکو سسٹم کے حوالے سے گفتگو شروع کی، تو میں یہی سوچتا رہا کہ ہمارے یہاں عقائد و جہاں سرکار دو عالم صلی اللہ علیہ وآلہ وسلم نے ایک نہیں بے شمار مواقعوں پہ اس حوالے سے رہنمائی جو ہے وہ فرمائی ہے، مگر افسوس صد افسوس بقول اقبال کے بھلا دی ہم نے جو اسلاف سے میراث پائی تھی، بھلا دی ہم نے جو اسلاف سے میراث پائی تھی، سریا سے زمیں پر آسمان نے ہم کو دے مارا. تو آج جس مسائل کا ہم شکار ہیں، اس کی ایک وجہ یہی ہے کہ ہم اپنے آقا کے، اپنے دین کے اس پیغام کو بھلا چکے ہیں، اور جو کانوٹیشنز ہم کرتے ہیں، جو انٹرپریٹیشنز ہم کرتے ہیں، وہ یعنی کہ دنیا کو بھی حیران کرتی ہیں، وہ ہمیں بھی جو سیرت کے طالب علم ہیں. اگر آپ میں تو اسکالر نہیں ہوں، میں تو بالکل ایک عام سا طالب علم ہوں جو سیرت کی ایک کتاب ختم کرتا ہے، چاہے وہ کسی مسلک کے عالم کی لکھی ہو، تو پھر اس کی اشتہا بڑھ جاتی ہے کہ وہ دوسری جو سیرت کی کتاب ہے، سیرت کے جو مزید گوشے جن پر روشنی اور پڑھنی چاہیے، اس کی طرف لپکتا ہے اور اسے پڑھنے کی کوشش کرتا ہے، اسے جانچنے کی کوشش کرتا ہے. تو ڈاکٹر صاحب نے اپنی تقریر میں جن چیزوں کے حوالے دیے، جیسے ڈاکٹر صاحب نے حوالہ دیا کہ آقائے دو جہاں سرکار دو عالم صلی اللہ علیہ وسلم نے فرمایا کہ دجلہ کے کنارے بھی اگر کوئی بیٹھا ہو تب بھی وضو کے لیے اضافی پانی جو ہے وہ ضائع نہیں کرنا چاہیے. آپ ذرا تصور کیجئے 1400 سال پہلے آقائے دو جہاں سرکار دو عالم صلی اللہ علیہ وسلم کی جو احادیث ہیں، اور آپ یہ تصور کیجئے کہ اس دوران میں انسان نے اور انسانیت نے کیا کچھ نہیں کیا. ڈاکٹر صاحب جس انسانی وزڈم جہاں اب پہنچنا شروع ہوئی ہے، اس کی جو بات کر رہے ہیں، میرے خیال میں کہ وہ جو ہوٹلز میں کہ جی آپ پانی کم یوز کریں گے، یا جو آپ کو جو بھی دیگر ان کی اشیاء ہیں وہ آپ کم یوز کریں تاکہ پانی کا استعمال کم ہو، یہ ہارڈلی 10 12 15 سال پہلے ہم نے، مطلب میں 25 برس سے ٹریول کر رہا ہوں، یہ ہارڈلی 8 10 سال سے یہ اویئرنیس جو ہے یہ لوگوں کو آنا شروع ہوئی ہے. اور کلائمیٹ چینج کے حوالے سے آپ دیکھیے کہ جیسے، کیونکہ ہمارے لیے بحیثیت مسلمان بھی اور دیگر بھی مذاہب میں دیکھتا ہوں کہ کوئی اس کے لیے عقیدے کی قید نہیں ہے. مجھے کسی اسکالر کی دنیا میں سند کی ضرورت نہیں ہے اپنے آقا سے، آقائے دو جہاں سرکار دو عالم صلی اللہ علیہ وسلم سے محبت کے لیے، ان کے عشق کے لیے، یا ان کی پہچان کے لیے. مگر یقیناً مجھے خوشی ضرور ہوتی ہے کہ جب مائیکل ہارٹ جیسا اسکالر جو ہے The 100 لکھتا ہے، یا کیرن آرمسٹرانگ جو ہیں جب مذہب پر بات کرتی ہیں اور ہمارے آقا کا ذکر کرتے ہیں سب احترام سے، تو ہمیں اس سے یہ اندازہ ہوتا ہے کہ کوئی بھی شخص دنیا کا کوئی بھی کسی بھی عقیدے سے تعلق رکھتا ہو، مگر جب وہ انسانی تاریخ کی طرف آئے گا تو یہ ممکن نہیں ہے کہ وہ ہمارے آقا آقائے دو جہاں سرکار دو عالم صلی اللہ علیہ وسلم کے عشق میں مبتلا نہ ہو۔ تو جو بات ڈاکٹر صاحب نے کہی کہ ایک ایک حدیث میں، ایک ایک آپ کے عمل میں آپ کو جو ایکو سسٹم ہے اس کی پروٹیکشن کے حوالے سے آپ کو چیزیں ملتی ہیں۔ جب آقا فرماتے ہیں کہ مجھے اس دنیا میں جو چیزیں پسند ہیں ان میں سے خوشبو ہے، تو کبھی تصور کیجئے کہ خوشبو کے کیا معنی ہیں۔ خوشبو کا مطلب پھول ہے، خوشبو کا مطلب صفائی ستھرائی ہے، نیٹنس ہے، کلینلینس ہے۔ پھر جیسے کہ پانی کا ذکر ہوا، جیسا کہ درختوں کے نہ کاٹنے کا ذکر ہوا۔ سو ایک پوری ایک طویل فہرست ہے۔ ایک واقعہ مجھے یاد آتا ہے یہ سیرت کی مختلف کتب میں کہ جب یہی فتح مکہ کے موقع پہ جب فوجیں آ رہی تھیں تو ایک بلی نے اپنے بچے دیے ہوئے تھے، تو آقائے دو جہاں سرکار دو عالم صلی اللہ علیہ وسلم نے، میرا حافظہ اگر ٹھیک کام کر رہا ہے تو اس کا مفہوم یہ ہے کہ آپ نے فرمایا کہ تھوڑا سا ہٹ کے چلو کہ یہ اور اس کے بچے جو ہیں وہ ڈسٹرب نہ ہو جائیں۔ یہ 1400 سال پہلے کا پیغام ہے۔ آج ہمیں دنیا یہ بتانے اور سکھانے کی کوشش کرتی ہے کہ ویسٹ جو ہے وہ اپنے جانور سے بہت محبت کرتا ہے۔ میں نے تو اپنی جب 10 12 14 سال کی عمر میں جب ہم نے یہ سیرت کی کتابیں پڑھنا شروع کی تھیں تو ہم نے واقعہ اسی وقت پڑھ لیا تھا کہ جب ایک صحابی جب ایک جگہ آپ سفر کر رہے تھے اور سر پر کچھ چڑیاں جو ہیں ایک چڑیا منڈلانے لگی، تو آپ نے پوچھا کہ کیا معاملہ ہے، تو ایک صحابی وہ چڑیا کے بچے جو ہے اس کے گھونسلے سے لے آئے تھے، تو آپ خفا ہوئے اور آپ نے کہا کہ فوراً جا کے اس کے بچے جو ہے اس کے گھونسلے میں رکھو کیونکہ اس کی ماں کو تکلیف ہو رہی ہے۔ تو کسی بھی مسلمان کے لیے یہ سمجھنے کے لیے کہ اس کائنات کی کیا ویلیو ہے، درختوں کی کیا ویلیو ہے، پھولوں کی کیا ویلیو ہے، جانوروں کی کیا ویلیو ہے، میرے خیال میں اگر آپ سیرت کا مطالعہ کرتے ہیں، اگر آپ آقائے دو جہاں سرکار دو عالم صلی اللہ علیہ وسلم سے عشق رکھتے ہیں اور آپ یہ جاننے کی سمجھنے کی کوشش کرتے ہیں کہ آپ کی سیرت کیا تھی، آپ نے کیسی زندگی گزاری، تو کسی بھی مسلمان کے لیے ان چیزوں کو فالو کرنا جو ہے وہ مشکل نہیں ہے۔ افسوس یہی ہے جو کہ ڈاکٹر صاحب نے اپنی گفتگو میں کہا کہ ہم پتہ نہیں کس طرف چلے گئے ہیں، اور جو بنیادی چیزیں ہیں جن کا بار بار ایک موقع پر آپ دیکھیے جو ترتیب ہے، اب آپ ہمارے معاشرے کا اگر آپ حال دیکھیے اور اس میں آپ بے ترتیبی کا عالم دیکھیے، آپ دیکھیے ایک موقع پہ آپ نے ایک جگہ جب قبر تیار ہوتی ہے تو آپ جانتے ہیں کہ سرہانے ہم خاص طور پہ ایک نشانی جو ہے وہ رکھ دیتے ہیں، تو وہ نشانی ٹیڑھی رکھ دی گئی۔ تو سیرت کا ایک واقعہ میرے حافظے میں آتا ہے کہ آقائے دو جہاں سرکار دو عالم صلی اللہ علیہ وسلم اٹھے اور آپ نے اس اینٹ کو یا جو بھی پتھر تھا وہاں اس کو سیدھا رکھتے ہوئے آپ نے فرمایا کہ جتنی دیر میں تم نے اسے ٹیڑھا رکھا تھا اتنی ہی دیر میں تم اسے سیدھا بھی رکھ سکتے تھے۔ تو یہ ہے ترتیب کی خوبصورتی۔ تو یہ ساری یعنی کہ یہ گفتگو ڈاکٹر صاحب نے اصل میں مجھے جذباتی کر دیا ہے، کیونکہ عموماً یہ ہوتا ہے کہ ہم اپنے جو مسلم اسکالرز ہیں ان سے ہم اس قدر پروگریسو گفتگو جو ہے عموماً یہ ایک تاثر ہے کہ ہم ایکسپیکٹ نہیں کرتے ہیں۔ تو میں سمجھتا ہوں کہ ڈاکٹر صاحب کی جو آج کی گفتگو ہے اس کو منہاج یونیورسٹی کو چاہیے کہ کتابچے کی اس کا ٹرانسکرپٹ کروائیں اور کتابچے کی شکل میں یہ پوری دنیا میں جانی چاہیے، تاکہ ایکو سسٹم کے حوالے سے اس وقت جو پاکستان کا کردار ہے، جو ریلیجس لوگوں کا کردار ہے اور دین اسلام سے جڑے ہوئے جو چہرے ہیں وہ کس قدر پروگریسو ہیں، کس قدر ماڈرن ہیں، کس قدر جدید ہیں، جدید جو ایشوز ہیں ان کے اوپر ان کی کتنی نظر ہے، یہ پیغام بھی اس سے جائے گا۔ اور میں اب جو بنیادی تقریر جو میں لکھ کے لایا تھا جو ہم اپنے گیسٹ کو بھی فراہم کی تھی، میں چاہوں گا تھوڑی سی اس پر ہم بات ضرور کریں۔ خاص طور پہ جو ورلڈ ریلیجنس کانفرنس ہے اس میں شرکت پر یقیناً مجھے بے پناہ خوشی ہے۔ اس کانفرنس میں بلند پایہ اسکالرز، محققین اور دنیا کی نامور یونیورسٹیز کے ہیڈ آف ڈپارٹمنٹس شرکت کر رہے ہیں، اور میں تمام جو مہمان اسکالرز جو ڈسٹنگوشڈ گیسٹ تشریف لائے ہیں پوری دنیا سے، میں انہیں خوش آمدید کہتا ہوں، اور یقیناً ان کے علمی مقالہ جات سے شعور و فکر کے نئے در کھلیں گے، اور مہراج یونیورسٹی لاہور کے طلباء و طالبات اس سے مستفید ہوں گے۔ بین الاقوامی سطح کی اس بامقصد اور موضوع کے اعتبار سے انتہائی مفید کانفرنس کی میزبانی کرنے پر منہاج یونیورسٹی لاہور کی ایڈمنسٹریشن کو میں بہت مبارکباد پیش کرتا ہوں، بالخصوص یونیورسٹی کی پیٹرن چیف پاکستان اور عالم اسلام کی ممتاز علمی شخصیت محترم پروفیسر ڈاکٹر محمد طاہر القادری صاحب کو ایک شاندار اعلیٰ تعلیمی ادارہ قائم کرنے پر میں خراج تحسین پیش کرتا ہوں. اور پاکستان میں شاید ہی کوئی ایسا طالب علم ہوگا جو دین سے جڑا ہو یا ادب سے جڑا ہو یا صحافت سے جڑا ہو. میرے میڈیا کے دوست یہاں موجود ہیں جس نے ڈاکٹر صاحب کی تقاریر سے اور ان کی تصانیف سے استفادہ نہ کیا ہو. بعض اوقات تو ہم حیران رہ جاتے ہیں کہ ڈاکٹر صاحب نے, میں خاص طور پہ پروفیسر ڈاکٹر محمد طاہر القادری صاحب کی بات کر رہا ہوں, کہ جس قدر متحرک انہوں نے زندگی گزاری. پھر آپ جانتے ہیں, ہم سب اس سے آشنا ہیں کہ ان کی بہت پچھلے 10-12-15 برس میں کچھ سیاسی مصروفیات بھی رہیں, اور کس طریقے سے کس وقت وہ وقت نکالتے ہیں. کیونکہ مجھے منہاج یونیورسٹی میں پہلے بھی حفیظ صاحب مدعو کرتے رہتے ہیں, اور ڈاکٹر صاحب کی کتابیں جو ہیں وہ مجھے میری خوش قسمتی ہے کہ میرے پڑھنے میں آتی ہیں, یہاں سے بھی مجھے ملتی ہیں. خود میں بھی میری کوشش ہوتی ہے کہ جہاں سے مل سکے میں حاصل کر سکوں, کہ ان کی تعداد اور اس میں جس پائے کا کام ہوا ہوتا ہے تحقیق کا, اور جو ڈاکٹر صاحب کی نثر ہے ادبی, وہ تو خیر بالکل ایک الگ ہی ایک ان کا ایک وصف ہے. وہ حیران کر دیتی ہے کہ کوئی شخص, یعنی کہ پورا ادارہ اتنا کام نہیں کر سکتا ہے مل کے جتنا میں سمجھتا ہوں کہ ڈاکٹر صاحب نے انفرادی طور پر امت کے لیے کیا ہے. اور جہاں تک یہ مذاہب کے حوالے سے بات ہے, تو دیکھیے ہماری تو فلسفی کیا ہے, ہم کہاں سے اپنا رستہ جو ہے متعین کرتے ہیں. جہاں سے ہم اپنا رستہ متعین کرتے ہیں وہ فلسفی یہ ہے کہ ہم نے دوسرے جو مذاہب ہیں ان کے خداؤں کا بھی احترام کرنا ہے. یہ دین کی فلسفی ہے. یہاں سارے اسکالرز بیٹھے ہیں, میں ایک ایسی یونیورسٹی میں گفتگو نہیں کر رہا ہوں جہاں صرف دنیاوی تعلیم دی جاتی ہے. میں ایک ایسی یونیورسٹی میں بات کر رہا ہوں جہاں مجھے اپنی بات کو غالباً ریفرنس کوٹ کرنے کی بھی ضرورت نہیں ہے کہ میں کس آیت کا حوالہ دے رہا ہوں, کون سی بات میں قرآن سے کی روشنی میں کر رہا ہوں, کون سی بات میں حدیث کی روشنی میں آپ کے ساتھ شیئر کر رہا ہوں. تو میرے لیے اس حوالے سے گفتگو آسان ہے کہ جو بھی میں گفتگو کروں گا آپ مجھ سے بہتر سمجھتے ہیں, اسکالرز یہاں بیٹھے ہیں, کہ میں کس حوالے سے اور کس بات کا ریفرنس دے رہا ہوں. تو ہمارا تو بنیادی فلسفہ یہ ہے کہ دوسروں کے جو خدا ہیں ان کا بھی ہم نے احترام کرنا ہے, اور یہ بالکل عین یعنی کہ اسلامی فلسفہ ہے. کیونکہ آپ جانتے ہیں کہ جب کوئی چیز قرآن میں آ جاتی ہے, حدیث میں آ جاتی ہے, تو اس پر عمل کرنا جو ہے وہ ہمارے لیے فرض عین ہوتا ہے. پھر آپ یہ دیکھیے کہ جس طریقے سے جو عبادات کا جو دوسرے جو مخالف جو دوسرے عقائد ہیں ان کی جو عبادت گاہیں ہیں ان کے احترام کا جس طریقے سے اسلام میں حکم دیا گیا, اس کی مثالیں جو ہیں عقائد و جہاں سرکار دو عالم صلی اللہ علیہ وسلم کی حیات مبارکہ سے, خلفائے راشدین کی حیات مبارکہ سے جو ملتی ہیں, اگین 1400 برس پہلے, جس کے بعد بھی انسانی جو مختلف حکومتیں آئی ہیں, جو مختلف ادوار آئے دنیا میں, چاہے وہ یورپ میں ہو, چاہے وہ سینٹرل ایشیا میں ہو, چاہے وہ اس خطے میں ہو, چاہے اس خطے میں ہو, انسان کے ساتھ مختلف دوسرے عقائد کے ساتھ, دوسروں کی عبادت گاہوں کے ساتھ کیا کچھ نہیں کرتا رہا ہے. مگر ہمارے جو اسلاف ہیں, ہمارے جہاں سے ہم روشنی کشید کرتے ہیں, ان کا پیغام بالکل واضح ہے. بڑی عمدہ بات کی ڈاکٹر صاحب نے کہ اگر سگنل میں کوئی خرابی, آپ اگر سگنل توڑتے ہیں یا اس کو دیکھتے نہیں ہیں یا اس پر عمل نہیں کرتے ہیں, تو اس کا مطلب سگنل میں کوئی خرابی نہیں ہے. آپ کی انٹرپریٹیشن میں یا آپ کی نیت میں کوئی فطور ضرور ہو سکتا ہے, مگر سگنل بالکل ٹھیک طریقے سے پرفارم کر رہا ہے, سگنل کی رہنمائی جو ہے وہ بالکل ٹھیک طریقے سے ہے. تو میں اگین اس کے حوالوں میں جاؤں گا تو وقت بہت اس میں صرف ہو جائے گا, مگر چاہے جو آپ سے مختلف عقیدہ رکھتے ہیں ان کی مقدس ہستیاں ہیں, ان کے خدا ہیں, ان کی عبادت گاہیں ہیں, ان سب کے احترام کا ہمیں حکم دیا گیا ہے. بلکہ بالکل واضح ہے کہ جہاں اسلامی ریاست ہو, نہ صرف ان کے احترام کا حکم ہے بلکہ ان کی حفاظت کا ذمہ جو ہے وہ بھی اسلامی ریاست کے سر پر ہے. کوئی اس میں آپ پوری اسلامی تاریخ اٹھا کے دیکھ لیں, کوئی اس کے اندر دو رائے نہیں ہے. اور ایسی مثالیں ہیں خلفائے راشدین کی حیات مبارکہ سے, عقائد و جہاں سرکار دو عالم صلی اللہ علیہ وسلم کی حیات مبارکہ سے, جو فی زمانہ دنیا کو حیران کر دینے کے لیے کافی ہیں کہ کس قدر رواداری کا پیغام جو ہے عملی طور پر وہ ان ہستیوں نے دنیا کو دیا ہے. تو میں سمجھتا ہوں کہ آج کی جو تقریب ہے جو مناج نے برپا کی ہے, اور آپ یہ دیکھیے کہ کس قدر بڑا کام ہے. یہ حیران کر دینے والی بات ہے کہ آج 6ٹھی اس حوالے سے کانفرنس ہے, اور میں سمجھتا ہوں کہ ہمارے میڈیا کو، ذرائع ابلاغ کو ہمیں زیادہ سے زیادہ اس قسم کی کانفرنسز میں شرکت کرنی چاہیے، زیادہ سے زیادہ اس قسم کی کانفرنسز کی تشہیر کرنی چاہیے، تاکہ کو ایگزسٹنس جو ہے اس کو فروغ ملے اور ایک دوسرے کے ساتھ باہمی احترام کے ساتھ ہم جینا سیکھ سکیں. یہی ایک صورت ہے امن کی. میں سمجھتا ہوں کہ ڈاکٹر صاحب نے اور منہاج یونیورسٹی نے آج جو کام کیا ہے، بابا فرید کا ایک کال مجھے یاد آتا ہے. آپ نے فرمایا کہ مجھے کینچی مت دو، مجھے سوئی دو، کیونکہ کینچی جو ہے وہ کاٹتی ہے، لوگوں کو جدا کرتی ہے، سوئی جو ہے وہ جوڑتی ہے، آپس میں ملاتی ہے. آپ نے آج وہی کام کیا ہے. آپ نے آج لوگوں کو ملانے کا کام کیا ہے، ان کو جدا کرنے کا کام نہیں کیا ہے. اور میں اپنی ایک اس کا اظہار ضرور کروں گا. میں نے حفیظ بھائی سے کہا بھی تھا، مگر چونکہ یہ موضوع ایسا تھا کہ میری بھی شدید خواہش تھی کہ میں اس میں شرکت کر سکوں. میری خواہش یہ تھی، اور میں وعدہ کرتا ہوں انشاءاللہ العزیز، اول تو اللہ نے چاہا یہ الیکشن ہو جائیں گے تو میں جو بنیادی میرا کام ہے ایک شاعر کی حیثیت سے، ایک ادیب کی حیثیت سے، انشاءاللہ العزیز اگلے سال جب یہ کانفرنس ہوگی تو میں کوشش کروں گا کہ سب سے پہلے میں ہال میں داخل ہوں اور اس ہال سے اور اس کے جتنے سیشنز ہیں وہ اٹینڈ کر کے سب سے آخر میں جانے والا جو شخص ہے وہ میں ہوں. آج کے لیے آپ کو مجھے اس لیے معذرت کرنی پڑے گی، مجھے اجازت دینی پڑے گی. میں اپنے ڈسٹنگوشڈ گیسٹ جو پوری دنیا سے تشریف لائے ہیں ان سے بھی معذرت کروں گا، کیونکہ آج میری سکھر میں ایک کمٹمنٹ تھی، مجھے ابھی ٹریول کر کے وہاں پہنچنا ہے اور یہ بھی ممکن نہیں تھا کہ میں ان سے معذرت کر سکتا. اس کے باوجود بھی میری خواہش تھی، چونکہ ریلیجن جو ہے وہ میرا بھی میری رگو پے میں بستا ہے. آقائے دو جہاں سرکار دو عالم صلی اللہ علیہ وسلم کی جو محبت ہے، جو ان کے سیرت کا فروغ ہے، اور جس انٹرپریٹیشن کی، جس کونوٹیشن کی دین کے ڈاکٹر صاحب نے بات کی، ہم بھی اسی کے لیے تڑپتے ہیں کہ وہ جو پروگریسو ایک اپروچ ہے دین کی، وہ جو روشن خیالی کی اپروچ ہے، ہم اس کے اوپر کیوں بات نہیں کرتے؟ ہم اس کو کیوں نہیں پھیلاتے ہیں؟ ہم کیوں نہیں بتاتے ہیں کہ وضو کے لیے قطرہ پانی جو ہے وہ بھی ضائع کرنے سے منع کیا گیا ہے؟ ہم کیوں نہیں بتاتے ہیں کہ ایک درخت جو ہے اس کو بھی کاٹنے سے منع کیا گیا ہے؟ ہم کیوں نہیں لوگوں کو بتاتے ہیں کہ ایک چڑیا جب تڑپ رہی تھی اپنے بچوں کے لیے تو ہمارے آقا نے کیا حکم دیا تھا؟ ہم کیوں نہیں بتاتے ہیں دیگر جو اس حوالے سے جتنی بھی چیزیں ہیں؟ میں اگر بیان کرتا چلا جاؤں گا اگین تو اتنے سارے واقعات ہیں کہ جس پر یہ شام ہو جائے صرف انہی موضوعات کے اوپر جو ایکو سسٹم کے حوالے سے ڈاکٹر صاحب نے بات کی. پھر ریلیجن کے حوالے سے ہم نے بات کی کہ کس طریقے سے ریلیجن قریب لانے کی بات کرتا ہے. ایک اور مجھے بات یاد آئی. آپ دیکھیے کہ ہمارا یہ اس لیے بند کیا گیا تھا کہ گفتگو میں ختم کر دوں. میں جلدی ختم کرتا ہوں. میں دیکھیے اب آپ اصل میں موضوع ایسا ہے جو ہے میرا مرغوب، یہ مجھے شاعری سے بھی زیادہ عزیز ہے. یہ وہ موضوع ہے اور یہ اس سے مرغوب میرا موضوع ہے. تو تھوڑی سی مجھے آپ اجازت دے دیجیے. آپ دیکھیے کہ ہمارا یہ ماننا ہے، ہمارا یہ عقیدہ ہے کہ یہ جو کائنات ہے یہ ہمارے آقا آقائے دو جہاں سرکار دو عالم صلی اللہ علیہ وآلہ وسلم کے لیے تخلیق ہوئی ہے، جو وجہ جو باعث تخلیق کائنات ہے. کونوٹیشن کی بات ہے، انٹرپریٹیشن کی بات ہے. قرآن بار بار کہتا ہے اور تم غور کیوں نہیں کرتے، فکر کیوں نہیں کرتے؟ یہ بنائی ہوئی اس کائنات کے اوپر، ان زمینوں کے اندر، اس آسمانوں پہ، خلاؤں پہ، ستاروں پہ، چاند پہ، اوورال قرآن کا مفہوم یہ ہے. جگہ جگہ بار بار اس کا ارشاد ہوتا ہے. آپ دیکھیے ہم جب سیرت کے واقعات کو پڑھتے نہیں ہیں، پہلے پڑھنے کے بعد ہم اس پر غور نہیں کرتے ہیں. تو آج جس حوالے سے جو گفتگو ہو رہی ہے، میری بہنیں بھی یہاں تشریف فرما ہیں. آپ ذرا تصور کیجئے کہ جن ہستی کے لیے یہ کائنات تخلیق ہوئی، حاتم طائی. میں آپ چاہوں گا کہ آپ اس بات کا مجھے جواب دیجئے کہ حاتم طائی کی پوری انسانی تاریخ میں جب ہم بات کرتے ہیں ایک تاریخی حوالے سے تو ان کی پہچان کیا تھی؟ ان کی پہچان تھی سخاوت. ایک سخی کے طور پہ ان کی پہچان تھی. اور ان کا عقیدہ جو تھا وہ مختلف عقیدہ تھا. ٹھیک ہے، پہچان سخاوت، عقیدہ مختلف. آقائے دو جہاں سرکار دو عالم صلی اللہ علیہ وسلم نے، میرے آقا نے جب ان کی صاحبزادی آپ کے دربار میں تشریف لائی ہیں تو تاریخ اور سیرت یہ بتاتی ہے کہ میرے آقا نے، آپ کے آقا نے اپنی چادر مبارک ان کی صاحبزادی کے لیے بچھائی تھی. یہ تو واقعہ اول تو ہم بیان نہیں کرتے ہیں, ہم ڈسکس, بیان سے مراد ایسے نہیں کہ چھپاتے ہیں, اس پر ہم بات اس طریقے سے نہیں کرتے ہیں جس طرح دوسری چیزوں پر کرتے ہیں. وہ بھی یقیناً بے پناہ اہم ہیں, ریچولز بھی بہت اہم ہیں, چونکہ ریچولز بھی اسی جانب آپ کو لے کے آتے ہیں. فجر آپ کو یہ سکھاتی ہے کہ باری تعالیٰ میں یہ کمٹمنٹ کرتا ہوں کہ میں دیانتداری سے, ایمانداری سے جو کچھ قرآن و سنت میں ہے اس کے مطابق ظہر تک زندگی گزاروں گا. اور ظہر کے وقت آ کے میرے نزدیک تو ہم جا کے جو فجر سے ظہر تک جو کچھ ہم نے کیا ہوتا ہے ہم وہ بھی خدا کے حضور ہمیں پیش کرنا چاہیے. اور پھر ظہر سے عصر تک کی ہم ایک پرومس کر کے پھر نکلتے ہیں کہ باری تعالیٰ فجر سے ظہر تک جو میں نے کیا تھا وہ تیرے مطابق کرنے کی کوشش کی, وہ میں نے جو اپنا اعمال نامہ ہے وہ تیرے حضور پیش کر دیا, اب میں عصر تک کی پھر اجازت لے کے جا رہا ہوں, پھر میں ایسے ہی زندگی گزاروں گا. میرے نزدیک فجر سے عشاء تک کا معاملہ جو ہے وہ ایسے ہی معاملہ ہے, وہ صرف اور صرف سجدوں تک محدود نہیں ہوتا ہے, وہ اپنے خود احتسابی کا معاملہ ہے, تمام نوازوں کا معاملہ. تو تمام جو ریچولز ہیں وہ میرے نزدیک آپ کو اس جانب لے کے جاتی ہیں جس جانب ڈاکٹر صاحب نے اشارہ کیا, جو معاملات ہیں, جو زندگی کے معاملات ہیں, جو رشتہ انسان کا انسان کے ساتھ ہے, جو رشتہ انسان کا کائنات کے ساتھ ہے. تو آپ ذرا غور کیجئے, جو واضح آپ کے سامنے چیزیں آتی ہیں. جب آقائے دو جہاں سرکار دو عالم صلی اللہ علیہ وسلم نے حاتم طائی کی صاحبزادی کے لیے اپنی چادر مبارک بچھائی, تو ایک تو یہ کہ خاتون کا احترام, خاتون کا احترام, اگر وہ آپ سے مخالف عقیدہ بھی کوئی رکھتا ہے کوئی شخص, اس مخالف عقیدے کا احترام, اس کی صاحبزادی کا احترام, خاتون کا احترام. اور کوئی بھی شخص جو سخاوت کرتا ہے, یعنی کہ جو بنی نوع انسان کے لیے آسانی پیدا کرتا ہے, اس کا احترام, اس سخاوت کا احترام, اس سخی کے لیے احترام. تو یہی بنیادی طور پہ ریلیجن جو ہے وہ آپ کو سکھاتا ہے, آپ کو جوڑنا سکھاتا ہے. یہی خلفائے راشدین کی اگر آپ حیات مبارکہ آپ دیکھیں, آپ سیدنا ابوبکر صدیق رضی اللہ تعالیٰ عنہ کو دیکھیں, سیدنا عمر فاروق رضی اللہ تعالیٰ عنہ کو دیکھیں, سیدنا عثمان غنی رضی اللہ تعالیٰ عنہ کو دیکھیں, حضرت علی کرم اللہ وجہ کی آپ سیرت مبارکہ دیکھیں, بعد میں حسنین کریمین کو, دیگر جو بعد میں حضرت عمر بن عبدالعزیز کو آپ دیکھیے, جتنے بھی آپ ہستیاں اسلام میں آئی ہیں, جو بعد کی جو ہستیاں بھی ہیں, آپ ان کو دیکھیے تو یہی اسی فلسفے پر آپ کو عمل کرتی ہوئے نظر آتی ہیں. وقف کی جو بات کی, بڑا شاندار اور تاریخی واقعہ شیئر کیا ڈاکٹر صاحب نے, بہت کم سیدنا عمر فاروق رضی اللہ تعالیٰ عنہ کے حوالے سے یہ واقعہ کوٹ ہوتا ہے. عموماً سیدنا عثمان غنی رضی اللہ تعالیٰ عنہ کے حوالے سے واقعہ ضرور کوٹ ہوتا ہے کہ جس میں انہوں نے ایک کنواں لے کر اور پھر وہ وقف کر دیا تھا. اور آپ دیکھیے اس کی خوبصورتی کیا ہوتی ہے کہ کئی احباب نے ہمارے یہ بتایا, جس میں شامی صاحب بھی ہیں, دیگر احباب نے بھی, جنہوں نے اس معاملے کو قریب سے دیکھا کہ آج تک سیدنا عثمان غنی رضی اللہ تعالیٰ عنہ نے جو اکاؤنٹ اس وقت کھولا تھا, مسلمانوں کے لیے وقف کیا تھا, آج تک وہ اکاؤنٹ چل رہا ہے, آج تک اس اکاؤنٹ سے خیر جو ہے وہ مسلمانوں میں اور انسانوں میں تقسیم ہو رہی ہے. تو وہ تو ایسی ہستیاں تھیں جو جن کے بارے میں ہماری تو ہمیں تو 100 مرتبہ وضو کرنی چاہیے, پھر بات کرنی چاہیے. مگر میں یہ کہوں گا کہ ان کے بعد ہم اس سے سیکھ سکتے ہیں کہ ہم جو کچھ وقف کریں گے وہ ایک صدقہ جاریہ کے طور پر ہمارے مرنے کے ہزاروں سال بعد بھی وہ ہمارے اکاؤنٹ میں درج ہوتا رہے گا, دنیا بھی اس سے فیض پاتی رہے گی اور آخرت میں بھی ہمارے لیے اس سے وہ ہوتا رہے گا. یہاں میں ضرور ذکر کرنا چاہوں گا کہ کیوں ہم احترام کرتے ہیں. آج ہم گنگا رام کا احترام کرتے ہیں, آج ہم گلاب دیوی کا اس حوالے سے احترام کرتے ہیں کہ ان لوگوں نے خیر کا, انسان کا کام کیا. اور آپ دیکھیے کہ ان کے کام سے بلا تفریق رنگ و نسل وہ عقیدہ اور مسلک کے لوگ جو ہیں وہ فیض پا رہے ہیں. ابھی ہمارے جو محترم سکھ بھائی اور دوست ترنجیت سنگھ بٹالیا صاحب, آپ ان کا اسپیلنگ دیکھیں گے تو یہ BUTAILA ہے, یہ بٹالیا. تو میرا بھی خیال سی کہ بٹالیا انہوں نہ ہوئے گا. تو اس بیچ میں تھوڑی سی گفتگو ہوئی تو انہوں نے بتایا کہ یہ بٹالیا نہیں, یہ بطالیہ آئے گا, چونکہ جب ان کے بزرگ, ان کے پرکھے, ان کے اجداد یہاں سے ہجرت کر کے گئے تو سردار صاحب کے مطابق ان کی 42 جاگیریں تھیں یہاں, 42 جگیراں لائے نو کہندے سن انہوں نے. مگر جو خوبصورت بات انہوں نے بتائی وہ سننے سے لائق ہے. اگر وقت ہو تو میں چاہوں گا سردار صاحب بھی شیئر کریں. میں نے سردار صاحب کی اجازت سے آپ کے ساتھ یہ شیئر کر رہا ہوں. یہ وہ خوبصورتیاں ہیں, یہ وہ انسانیت کے میسیجز ہیں جو آج بھی لوگوں تک جانے چاہیے, دنیا تک جانے چاہیے. اور اس معاملے میں جو کچھ میں سمجھتا ہوں سردار صاحب نے بیان کیا, جو ہمارے ایک ورک بھائی نے کیا, وہ بنیادی طور پہ اسی فلسفے کی جو آقائے دو جہاں سرکار دو عالم صلی اللہ علیہ وسلم نے اور دین نے سکھایا ہے, اسی فلسفے کے عین مطابق تھا کہ جب معاملات خراب ہوئے تو سردار صاحب کے بقول ان کی فیملی کو، ان کے بزرگوں کو، ہمارے جو ایک ورک صاحب تھے انہوں نے 1 ہفتے تک پناہ دی، اور اس وقت پناہ دینے کا مطلب یہ تھا کہ اپنی جان پر کھیل کر لوگ اپنے لوگوں کو پناہ دے رہے تھے، ان لوگوں کو جن کا عقیدہ مختلف تھا. ورک صاحب مسلمان تھے، سردار صاحب جو تھے ان کا عقیدہ مختلف تھا. یہ اس وقت بھی پیغام تھا. اس وقت بھی جو لوگ دین کے اصل پیغام کو سمجھتے تھے ان کا رویہ یہی تھا. آج بھی جو دین کے پیغام کو سمجھے گا اس کا رویہ یہی ہوگا کہ وہ ہر مسلک والے کو، ہر عقیدے والے کو سینے سے لگائے گا، بھلے اس کا عقیدہ، اس کا مسلک مختلف ہی کیوں نہ ہو. اور اگر اس کی رائے اس مسلک کے حوالے سے، اس عقیدے سے حوالے سے مختلف ہوگی تو وہ گالی نہیں دے گا، وہ گولی نہیں چلائے گا، وہ دلیل سے اپنی بات اس کے سامنے رکھے گا. سو دلیل سے گفتگو ضرور ہونی چاہیے، اپنی اپنی بات ضرور رکھیں. بحث کا دروازہ، گفتگو کا دروازہ نہیں بند ہونا چاہیے، مگر بندوق کو رکھ کر گفتگو کے ساتھ، دلیل کے ساتھ، زبان کے ساتھ اپنی بات جو ہے اس کو بیان کرنا چاہیے. میں اگین منہاج یونیورسٹی کو جس قدر مبارکباد دینا چاہوں وہ کم ہے. ڈاکٹر صاحب کی گفتگو نے جتنا نہال کیا، یہ میں سمجھتا، اگین میں پھر کہوں گا کہ اس کا ایک کتابچہ جو ہے وہ بنا کر اور پوری دنیا میں اسے تقسیم کرنا چاہیے. خاص طور پہ ہمارے پاکستان میں وہ حلقے، وہ ایسا نہیں ہے کہ وہ کوئی مذہب بیزار حلقے ہیں، مگر جو ڈاکٹر صاحب نے انٹرپریٹیشن کی بات کی، کونوٹیشن کی بات کی، یہ بات ہر اس حلقے تک پہنچنی چاہیے جو یہ سمجھتا ہے کہ دین جو ہے وہ پروگریسو نہیں ہے، یا ریلیجن یا ریلیجس لوگ جو ہیں وہ آپ کو غاروں کے زمانے میں لے جانا چاہتے ہیں. دین ریلیونٹ ہے، دین جو ہے وہ عصر کے ساتھ. آقا کے دو جہاں سرکار دو عالم صلی اللہ علیہ وسلم کی ایک حدیث ہے کہ مومن وہ ہے جو اپنے عصر سے ہم آہنگ ہو، یعنی کہ مومن ہے ہی وہ کہ جو آپ کے عصری تقاضے ہیں، جو بھی آپ کی جدید عہد کے تقاضے ہیں، جدید ٹیکنالوجی کا استعمال ہے، اس سے ہم آہنگ ہو. البتہ اخلاقیات جو ہے وہ وہی ہے جو ہمیں دین نے سکھائی ہے، اس کو ہم فالو کریں گے. آخر میں آپ کی اجازت سے جو دونوں گفتگو جو ڈاکٹر صاحب نے کی اور جو بنیادی اس کانفرنس کا مقصد تھا، میں اگین چونکہ آپ سارے اسکالرز یہاں تشریف فرما ہیں، عموماً جب میں یہ نظم شیئر کرتا ہوں تو میں چونکہ یہ پوری کی پوری نظم جو ہے یہ اسلامک فلسفی کے اوپر بیس کرتی ہے اور سیرت کی اور قرآن کی جو ہدایات ہیں اس کے اوپر بیس کرتی ہے. مختصر نظم ہے، آخری 2.5-3 منٹ میں آپ سے لوں گا. تو میں یہ بتا بھی دیتا ہوں کہ کون سا مصرع جو ہے وہ اسلامی تاریخ کے کس واقعے سے آیا ہے، یا قرآن کی کس آیت سے کشید کیا گیا ہے، یا عقائد دو جہاں سرکار دو عالم صلی اللہ علیہ وسلم کی کس سیرت کے واقعے سے یہ مصرع جو ہے آیا ہے. آج مجھے اس کی ضرورت نہیں ہے، میں صرف نظم آپ کے ساتھ شیئر کروں گا، مگر جو ڈاکٹر صاحب کی اسپیچ تھی اور جو بنیادی کانفرنس کا مقصد ہے وہی اس نظم کا بھی موضوع ہے. میں شاعر ہوں تو اکثر لوگ مجھ سے پوچھتے ہیں ان حسین اسرار کے بارے، اسرار یعنی راز. میں شاعر ہوں تو اکثر لوگ مجھ سے پوچھتے ہیں ان حسین اسرار کے بارے، بتائیں تو بھلا کیا ہے، محبت آخرش ہے کیا، عبادت آخرش ہے کیا. میں شاعر ہوں تو اکثر لوگ مجھ سے پوچھتے ہیں ان حسین اسرار کے بارے، بتائیں تو بھلا کیا ہے، محبت آخرش ہے کیا، عبادت آخرش ہے کیا. وسیع میں سب سے کہتا ہوں، کسی پیاسے کو اپنے حصے کا پانی پلانا بھی محبت ہے، عبادت ہے. کسی پیاسے کو اپنے حصے کا پانی پلانا بھی محبت ہے، عبادت ہے. بھنور میں ڈوبتے کو ساحلوں تک لے کے جانا بھی محبت ہے، عبادت ہے. بھنور میں ڈوبتے کو ساحلوں تک لے کے جانا بھی محبت ہے، عبادت ہے. کسی کے واسطے ننھی سی قربانی محبت ہے. آپ رکتے ہیں، رستے سے پتھر ہٹا دیتے ہیں، یہ بھی صدقہ ہے، یہ بھی نیکی ہے. کسی کے واسطے ننھی سی قربانی محبت ہے. ہو دل میں درد ویرانی مگر پھر بھی، ہو دل میں درد ویرانی مگر پھر بھی، کسی کے واسطے جبرن ہی ہونٹوں پر ہنسی لانا، زبردستی ہی مسکانا محبت ہے، عبادت ہے. ہو دل میں درد ویرانی مگر پھر بھی، کسی کے واسطے جبرن ہی ہونٹوں پر ہنسی لانا، زبردستی ہی مسکانا محبت ہے، عبادت ہے. کہیں ہم راز سارے کھول سکتے ہوں مگر پھر بھی، کہیں ہم راز سارے کھول سکتے ہوں مگر پھر بھی، کسی کی بے بسی کو دیکھ کر خاموش رہ جانا محبت ہے، عبادت ہے. شکریہ. اور شاعر کے لیے تالیاں بجانا عبادت تو نہیں میں کہہ سکتا, البتہ محبت ضرور ہے.
A round of applause, sir.
شکریہ. کہیں ہم یہ میرے میڈیا والے دوست جو ہیں نا سب سے زیادہ یہ لطف لے رہے ہیں اس کا, کیونکہ ان کو پتہ ہے کہ 2 مہینے بعد انہیں پھر ساڑھنے لا جانا ہے, تو میں ابھی بھی آپ کے ساتھ ہی ہوں. کہیں ہم دعا کر رہا ہوں کہ فوراً آپ کے ساتھ آ جاؤں. کہیں ہم راز سارے کھول سکتے ہوں مگر پھر بھی کسی کی بے بسی کو دیکھ کر خاموش رہ جانا محبت ہے, عبادت ہے. کہیں بارش میں سہمے بھیگتے بلی کے بچے کو, کہیں بارش میں ڈاکٹر صاحب کہیں بارش میں سہمے بھیگتے بلی کے بچے کو, ذرا سی دیر کو گھر لے کے آنا بھی محبت ہے, عبادت ہے. اور شعر سنیے گا. شکریہ. میں آپ کے ساتھ شیئر کروں. اس شعر کے حوالے سے بعض اوقات جب باہر جاتے ہیں تو آپ جانتے ہیں پچھلے 2-4 سال پہلے بہت ہمارے ہاں انتہا پسندی کا اور دہشت گردی کے بڑے معاملات رہے. تو میں عموماً جو ہمارے مشاعرے ہیں ان میں بعض اوقات جو فورن جرنلسٹ ہیں وہ بھی آتے ہیں, تو میں ان کو ہمیشہ یہ بتاتا تھا کہ یہ ہے میرا معاشرہ, ایک ایسا معاشرہ جس کا یہ رویہ ہو, اس سے آپ یہ کیسے ایکسپیکٹ کر سکتے ہیں کہ وہ انسانوں کو مارے گا. بیشتر معاشرہ جو ہے کہیں بارش میں سہمے کیونکہ اس سے آپ کو اندازہ ہوگا کہ یہ آپ کا وجود ہے جو میں اس میں بیان کر رہا ہوں. یقیناً اس میں سیرت کی رہنمائی ضرور میرے ساتھ شامل ہے, مگر یہ میں نے عموماً جب میں لوگوں سے کہتا ہوں بعض اوقات چونکہ مشاعرہ نہیں ہے تو میں ان سے کہتا ہوں آپ ہاتھ کھڑا کریں اور جس کا یہ تجربہ نہ ہو وہ ہاتھ نیچے کر دے. تو جب میں مصرع پڑھتا ہوں ہال میں کوئی ایک شخص ایسا نہیں ہوتا جو ہاتھ نیچے کر دے, ہر شخص کا یہ تجربہ ہوتا ہے, جس سے ہمیں اندازہ ہوتا ہے کہ یہ خطہ جو ہے انسان تو انسان جانوروں سے بھی کتنی محبت کرنے والا ہے. اور ہمیں بنیادی طور پر یہ محبت کس نے سکھائی ہے؟ اگین ہمارے دین نے سکھائی ہے. کہیں بارش میں سہمے بھیگتے بلی کے بچے کو, ذرا سی دیر کو گھر لے کے آنا بھی محبت ہے, عبادت ہے. شعر سنیے گا. کوئی چڑیا جو کمرے میں بھٹکتی آن نکلی ہو, کوئی چڑیا جو کمرے میں بھٹکتی آن نکلی ہو, تو اس چڑیا کو پنکھے بند کر کے راستہ باہر کا دکھلانا محبت ہے, عبادت ہے. شکریہ. کوئی چڑیا جو کمرے میں بھٹکتی آن نکلی ہو, تو اس چڑیا کو پنکھے بند کر کے راستہ باہر کا دکھلانا محبت ہے, عبادت ہے. کسی کے درد سہلانا, کسی روتے ہوئے کے جی کو بہلانا محبت ہے. میری خواہش ہے کہ آخری مصرع آپ پڑھیے گا کہ میٹھا بول میٹھی بات میٹھے لفظ, کہ میٹھا بول میٹھی بات میٹھے لفظ سب کیا ہے, محبت ہے, عبادت ہے, محبت ہے, عبادت ہے. بہت بہت شکریہ.
Thank you, sir. I would like to request the Vice Chancellor, Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad, and the Deputy Chairman, Dr. Hussain Mayuddin Qadri, to kindly present a shield of gratitude and a souvenir from Minhaj University, Lahore, to Mr. Wasi Shah for his contribution to literature and also gracing us at this occasion. Thank you, sir, for being here. I would like to request all the quorum to please join them in giving the shield. A round of applause, please. A round of applause for our honorable guest. And we would now be moving towards our second keynote speech. I would request Dr. Tarunjeet Singh Batalis now, because I think, sir, I've just got the gist of the name. So I'm not going to call it Batalia, but Batalis. So he is the Associate Professor at the Ohio State University at Columbus in the United States. Sir, if you could kindly come and go and present your second keynote speech. Thank you, sir.
Assalamu alaikum ji. Thank you ji. Ji, pehle te I am very thankful to Dr. Hussain Qadri and the entire staff, students and faculty here at Minhaj University for their very kind hospitality and for arranging this conference. Next slide, please. Before I begin, I want to offer greetings from the many religious traditions who are present today. From the Christian faith, this is the day the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. From the Buddhist tradition, Tashi Dalek. From Hindu, Namaste, I salute the divinity in you. From the Islamic faith, Assalamu alaikum, may the peace and blessings of God be upon each of you. And from the Sikh faith, Vaheguru Ji ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji ki Fateh. Khalsa belongs to God, victory be to God. I have been thinking that should I speak in Urdu, should I speak in English or Punjabi? So I will speak in English, absolutely. And one thing I want to share with all of you, and there's a reason why I got the glass of water with me. Why is Lahore so important to me? Every time I come to Lahore, I cry. Why? This is the place where the 5th Sikh Guru was imprisoned at Lal Kui, and then he was thrown into the Ravi River by the Lahore fort. This is also the place where Maharaja Ranjit Singh Sher-e-Punjab held the Lahore Darbar. My own ancestors were generals in his army, so when I go into the Lahore fort, I come and see, and I can almost hear my ancestors walking there. But the feeling goes even deeper. This is the city in which, at Atchison College, my father studied, my grandfather studied, and my great-grandfather studied, 3 generations. Had in 1947 there not been a partition, you can guess where I would have studied. My grandfather attended Government College, Lahore. My grandmother attended Queen Mary College, Lahore. And as my brother who just spoke before me said, that my grandparents and 2 of my uncles were given refuge in Lahore by a Muslim family, Bashir Ahmed Virk and Amina Bibi, in Lahore for, he misspoke, as 1 week, it was 2 months. Amna Bibi, when she used to cook, there would be 2 different types of chickens that would be brought. One would be halal, the other would, my Dadaji would do jhatka, and she would make them in 2 separate dishes as a mark of respect. So we have to know what the religious other wants, and then we honor that. And then one day, somebody got wind that somebody is living at their house. And so one Friday, on Jummah Day, my Dadaji's friend, Bashir Ahmed Virk, went to the mosque. And after the Friday prayers, as he was coming out, the Imam Sahib said, I'd like to talk to you for a few minutes. And he said, yes, what can I help you with? He said, I hear that there is a family that is staying with you. He said, yes, that is my brother and his family who is staying with him. So the Imam tells him, please put your hand on the Quran and swear that this is your brother and his family. This was a time when we were very divided. And he took the oath. Who am I to say, after 75 years, that he took a false oath? Obviously, at the time of peril, he thought of my grandparents and my grandfather like his real brother, right? That is exactly the reason. That is the humanity. And we have examples like that that we live through. Next slide, please. I want to come back to the theme of our conversation. What is the role of faith and religion in a divided world? There are those of us who belong to one religious tradition, and we want to be understood, and we want to understand the other. So that's one category of people who can be religious. A second category is those who might follow more than one religious tradition. We have, and they also are religious. There's a third category that is called spiritual but not religious. These are individuals who have been so turned off from religion, okay, yet they find spirituality attractive. The reason is that spirituality and religion had always been together. over time, almost every major religious tradition has seen spirituality has kind of gotten away from religion, and only dogma of religion is left. It's a challenge that each religious tradition faces. And then there are those who have no religious or spiritual affiliation at all. So all these four categories of people are ones that we need to interact with. So the question is, how do we interact with each other? The first model is called the exclusive model, in which I believe that my faith and my interpretation of my faith is the only true way. So all of you here have to wear a turban, and the turban has to be red, and it has to be of this color. You can see, so Prakash, who's sitting here, his turban is round. He is not good enough in my world because he is not agreeing with my interpretation of my faith. This is about me and my superiority that I hold over others, including from my own religion. The second model is the inclusive faith, in which I say, oh, my religious values are so vast that what all of you believe here really comes under my religion. You see what I have done? I again said my religion is very nice, but I've said it very politely. It's not abrasive. The third one, at least in the West, in the US, where I have lived for almost 35 years, is the melting pot model. And this is getting close to lunchtime, so I can use a food example. Melting pot is like a curry. Okay, in a curry, whether you're vegetarian or non-veg, there's only one flavor, right? So that's one way. In a melting pot, we are focused on unity. What this means is religious differences in the melting pot model are not important. The one that is proposed more today is called the religious pluralism model, or what is called the tossed salad model, in which each of us retain our religious differences, but the focus in pluralism is to build relationships. It is not to agree. Unity is not the focus of religious pluralism, whereas building relationships with others is. Next slide. So now the question is, how can we honor the religious other? So, the first step is to tolerate somebody, right? But tolerate is a very low value. Tolerate doesn't mean I respect you. And after toleration comes respect, and after respect comes honoring. And within that, there is the golden rule, which says that don't do to others that you would want them to do to you. There is a good polished Catholic friend of mine who taught me there is a platinum rule, still higher than the golden rule, that says, do to others as they would want you to do to them. Okay? Do to others as they would want you to do to them. Now, how do I know how my brother Bholanath wants to be treated? Because I have to build a relationship with him. That is the only way that we can learn the platinum rule. The second is we listen more than we speak. We as human beings are programmed in a way that we listen to things for asking questions. We have to suspend that thought of asking questions, simply listen for the purpose of understanding what others are saying. The third one is very important. We should never compare the best in our own faith with the worst in another faith tradition. Every major religious tradition, including mine, at some point in history has had a bloody past. No religious tradition has been exempt from that. So there's a heavy burden on all of us as religious people. We don't do that. Number 4, when we dialogue with one another, I don't speak for my entire Sikh faith. I speak as a Sikh, but I speak for myself. And when you engage as a Muslim, you are not speaking on behalf of Islam. You are speaking as a Muslim, and we engage at the personal level. Number 5, if somebody asks me what is the Hindu or the Buddhist faith, I should let somebody from that religious tradition talk about their faith. And I know that Minhaj, I've seen that through example with Sohail Ahmed Virji, that this is how exactly you do. A person of that faith will speak for him. Number 6 is very important, and I think this has something that this institution has done quite well, is to engage with those in our religious traditions who are faith supremacists. I'm not calling them extremists, but those who think that our faith is supreme. There is nothing wrong in thinking, I think my Sikh faith is best for me. That is why I'm a Sikh. But the point at which I say that my religion is also the best for you is when I think I have crossed an ethical line and I'm not honoring your religiosity. And the question I would like to ask is, who does us include? I remember that during the bloody killings in 1947, we hear this language about, Muslims killing Sikhs and Sikhs killing Muslims. We never say Punjabis killed Punjabis and Punjabis killed Punjabis. So who is us? I remember going to Mughalpura railway station, and the first time I went there, I had a very negative feeling. So I asked my friend, I said, what happened here? He said, Mughalpura railway station is where trains of butchered Punjabis came from Amritsar, and that is the station at which the dead and the living were separated. Those who were living were sent over to Walton Road refugee camp, and those who died, still the corpses would continue on to Lahore, where they were taken mass burial. So this is a place. Now observe what I did. I did not say that a train of Muslims came. I said train of Punjabis came. So the question in the end becomes is, who's ours, who's theirs? Number 8 is we need to stand up for the religious other, as well as those who are weak and oppressed. And the last one is very specific to the United States, where I come from, including, I think, South Asia, particularly India, where there is a sense that for Christians in the US or for Hindus in India, the predominant faiths, to practice their faith, they have to impose the values of their religious tradition on religious minorities and those who might not have any religious tradition. That's unacceptable. Religious freedom for me does not mean that I can impose my religious values on others or those who have no religious tradition. We have absolutely no business doing that. Of course, we have to talk about religion and conflict. And here is a place where I want to share some words from my communist and Marxist friends. Let me say it clearly. Religion is not the cause of violence. Religious people who misuse religion are the cause of violence. Religion, very much like nationalism, can be used and misused. Nearly every country in the world uses nationalism to promote hate for whoever their perceived enemy is. I don't need to give you an example in South Asia. So why do you single out religion? My point is that religious people, especially when they work with politicians for political gains, is a challenge. Because we as religious people have been part of the problem, we also have to be a part of the solution. Today I published an editorial in Religious News Service in the US, which touches upon the 4th point, dehumanization. And that, what I mean is that when the Israelis have dehumanized the Palestinians, they are not human beings anymore. You can kill them. They are like animals now, right? And this editorial I wrote is titled, The Olympics of Suffering. And this is happening right now. My Jewish friends tell me that our pain is so much right now that we don't want you to even touch upon the pain of the Palestinians. Friends, are the Palestinians children of a lesser God? They are the children of the same God that we all are from. All human life is precious. And lastly on here, I want to touch about shared security. In the end, we are only as secure as those the least amongst us. And I will close my remarks with briefly saying a few words in Punjabi of an incident that happened. The village I'm from is Botala near Gujranwala. And so when I went there for the first time, ਜੀ ਉੱਥੇ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸਾਡੀ ਹਵੇਲੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਕੁੜੀਆਂ ਦਾ ਮਦਰਸਾ ਹੈ ਐਂਡ ਓਬਵੀਅਸਲੀ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਉੱਥੇ ਬੰਦਿਆਂ ਦਾ ਜਾਣਾ ਇਸ ਕਾਈਂਡ ਆਫ ਫਰਾਊਂਡ ਅਪਨ ਸੋ ਯੂ ਨੋ ਵੈਨ ਆਈ ਗੋਟ ਦੇਅਰ ਦ ਫਸਟ ਟਾਈਮ this is the house that my ancestors left in 1947 ਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਉੱਥੇ ਗਿਆ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪਿੰਡ ਦੇ ਮੁੱਲਾ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਸੀ ਅਨਪੜ੍ਹ ਆਦਮੀ ਹੈ ਓਕੇ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਕੁਰਾਨ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਹੈ ਜ਼ਬਾਨੀ ਲੇਕਿਨ ਉਹ ਪੜ੍ਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਸਕਦਾ ਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕਿਹਾ ਜੀ ਕਿ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਨਾ ਹਵੇਲੀ ਦਾ ਟੂਰ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਹੈ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਵੀਰ ਜੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਬੱਚੇ ਹੈ ਨਾ ਕੁੜੀਆਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਛੁੱਟੀ ਦੇ ਦਾਂਗੇ ਕਮਰੇ 'ਚ ਰੱਖ ਲਾਂਗੇ ਤੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆ ਜਾਓ ਸੋ ਸਾਰਾ ਹੀ ਟੁੱਕ ਮੀ ਥਰੂ ਆਲ ਦਾ ਹਵੇਲੀ ਸਾਰਾ ਕਰੀ ਵਾਪਸ ਆ ਗਏ ਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਇਮਾਮ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਮੁੱਲਾ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਨੂੰ ਪੁੱਛਿਆ ਮੈਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਜੀ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਇਸ ਗੱਲ ਦਾ ਕਿ ਕੁੜੀਆਂ ਦੇ ਸਕੂਲ ਵਿੱਚ ਬੰਦਿਆਂ ਦਾ ਜਾਣਾ ਮਨਾ ਹੈ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਕਿਉਂ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਗਏ ਇੱਕ ਪਿੰਡ ਦਾ ਅਨਪੜ੍ਹ ਮੁੱਲਾ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਵੀਰ ਜੀ ਇੱਕ ਹਮੇਸ਼ਾ ਯਾਦ ਰੱਖਣਾ ਗੱਲ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਸਾਨੀਅਤ ਹੈ ਨਾ ਉਹ ਮਜ਼ਹਬ ਤੋਂ ਉੱਪਰ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਸਾਨੀਅਤ ਹੈ ਨਾ ਉਹ ਮਜ਼ਹਬ ਤੋਂ ਉੱਪਰ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਆਈ ਸਮਹਾਉ ਥਾਟ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਇਰਰਿਲੀਜੀਅਸ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਪੁੱਛਿਆ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਕੀ ਮਤਲਬ ਹੈ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਵੀਰ ਜੀ ਮਜ਼ਹਬੀ ਹੋਣ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਇਨਸਾਨ ਬਣਨਾ ਪੈਂਦਾ ਹੈ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਮਤਲਬ ਹੈ ਇਫ ਯੂ ਕੈਨੋਟ ਲਵ ਹਿਊਮੈਨਿਟੀ you cannot be religious. And we as religious people have to claim our humanity back and work with each other across religious boundaries despite our differences and work to solve the problems of the world. Thank you. Allah Hafiz.
Thank you very much for your kindful words, sir. Now for the third keynote speech, I kindly request Dr. Bolanath Yogi, who is the founding principal of Hindu Vidyapith School in Dang from Nepal, to deliver his speech.
Namaskar. Yaschitta santatalaya salaya pradishto यस्तु प्रभंजन विधान रतो हठस यो मंत्र मूर्ति बसग सतु मंत्र योगो यश्चित्त वृत्ति रहित सहिराज योग गोरक्ष बालम गुरु शिष्य पालम शेषा हिमालम शशिखंड भालम कालस्य कालम जित जन्म जालम वंदे जटालम जगदब जनालम. नमस्ते टू एवरीवन. Namaste, namaste, namaste. First of all, I want to salute Pakistan. Is dharti ko salam. I feel very honored to come here. Very, very much. You can't believe that I'm always smiling. My cheeks are hurting now when I came to Pakistan. Muhammad Tahir Qadri ji, Dr. Qadri ji, Washi Shah, Minister ji has gone now. Professor Dr. Mohiuddin Qadri ji, Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Raja ji, Professor Dr. Harman ji, and Tarunjit Singh, Manik Ratna Sakhe ji, who's come from Nepal with me, and Sohail ji, I shouldn't forget your name, because if Sohail wasn't there, I shouldn't have come, because day before yesterday was nightmare for me. I lost my passport, I lost my ticket, and I missed the train also. It was in my mind, mere jehen mein sirf ye the, I need to reach to Pakistan anyway, I made it. At the same time, Khurram ji has helped me to come here. And Pandit Rakesh ji, I shouldn't forget your name. So all people in the Pakistan, in the program, I salute you. Thank you very much for inviting me. When I came to the Baga border, the gentleman said, if you haven't been to the Lahore, hang on, what he said, No, if ਤੁਸੀਂ ਲਾਹੌਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਵੇਖਿਆ تو نہیں جمیا. I forgot the name, like, you know, اگر آپ نے لاہور نہیں ویکھیا تو آپ نہیں جمیا. تو what I say, if you haven't been to this place, this complex, this campus, sorry, that you haven't been to the education. I felt like that. This is heaven. Since yesterday, I'm feeling the spirituality here, what we're looking for. The people think spirituality means someone is wearing the long gown or having big beard or the hair and cutting those things are spirituality. Spirituality means the smile in the faces and the innocent eyes. Welcoming people with spirituality. Om Dev Santi, Prithvi Santi, Apah Santi, Okhadhaya Santi, Vishwe Deva Santi, Santi Reva Santi, Sama Santi Redhi. In ancient time, in Vedic time, they say Dev Santi, peace should be in the sky or in space. Prithvi Santi, motherland, should be the peace. Banaspataya Santi is talking about the Banaspati, all the trees and all the darakh should be Santi, all the medicine Santi. Santi means water Santi. So they thought that time, all the religions are thinking the same thing because we all like the food, we all like to wear the clothes, all like to live in the home because these are our need. Of course, ہم لوگ گھر میں چپل کہاں رکھنا ہے, چھاتا کہاں رکھنا ہے, ایک ٹریڈیشن ہے ہمارے گھر کا. That is also religion because you have been taught, okay, put your umbrella there. مگر جب ہم سماج میں آتے ہیں تو ایک ہمارا مذہب ہے, ایک ہمارا سوسائٹی ہے, we need to care each other, تو ایک ریلیجن بن جاتا ہے. جب ہم دوسرے ریلیجن کے ساتھ میں رہتے ہیں تو ہمیں پھر اپنا وہ نظریہ پریورتن کرنا پڑتا ہے, چینج کرنا پڑتا ہے. We should not hurt other people's feeling. We should not hurt other people's beliefs. آخر ہم سب لوگ ہی ایک ہی فوک روڈ میں جا رہے ہیں. When you come to the one folk road, that folk road is spirituality. میں جب یہاں آ رہا تھا, خلیل جبران جی کا مجھے یاد آیا, یہاں کے صوفی سنتوں کا مجھے یاد آیا. کتنا اچھا ہے. ایکو ہم بہو شیاما, ویدانت کا پورن نالج ان کو. آپ یہ نہ سمجھے کہ یہ بیٹا آپ نے پیدا کیا, this بیٹا has been or بیٹی has been born through you. خلیل جی کہتے ہیں اس ایشور کا واسطہ ہر ایک بارے میں ہمیں دے رہا ہے, وہ ایشور ہمیں بتا رہا ہے. میں تھوڑا سا ایسے ہندو ریپریزنٹیو تھوڑا سا اس بارے میں بات کرنا چاہتا ہوں. سب سے پہلے آپ کو ایک بات سن کے حیرانی ہوگی, میں کہوں گا ہندو شبد بہت نیا ہے, ایون 300 سال بھی نہیں ہوئے ہوں گے. آپ لوگ ہندو ہندو کہتے ہیں, مگر کسی ہندو کو پوچھے گا ہندو شبد کا ادے کب ہوا تو 300 سال بھی نہیں ہے. میرے پاس ایک پستک ہے, ایک بک ہے, وہ کم سے 150 سال کا ہے. اس میں میں نے ہندو شبد پہلی بار لکھا دیکھا. اس سے پہلے میں نے ہندو شبد کہیں نہیں دیکھا کسی بھی بک میں, نہ پران میں, نہ وید میں, نہ رامائن میں, کہیں بھی. ایون تلسی کرت رامائن is written in 550 years ago. ماتر 550 سال پہلے لکھا ہوا تلسی کرت رامائن میں, تلسی کرت رامائن میں ہندو شبد کا ذکر نہیں ہے. یہ ہندو شبد آیا کیوں؟ کیونکہ یہ ہندو شبد کا پریچے کرایا گیا کہ سب کو سمیٹنے کے لیے. کیونکہ ہندو کے اندر میں بدھسٹ لوگ آ گئے تھے, جینی آ گئے تھے, میں ناتھ سمپردائے سے ناتھ آ گئے تھے, سکھ آ گئے تھے, تو کافی سارے 17,000 سیکٹ has been born in Hindu culture. اس کو میں سیرے سے جاؤں گا. آپ نے سنا ہوگا ایک شبد سناتن, دوسرا شبد آپ نے سنا ویدک, پڑھے لکھے لوگوں کو زیادہ معلوم ہے. तीसरा शब्द आपने सुना आर्य, चौथा शब्द आपने सुना हिंदू। हैं कौन ये? सबसे पहला वर्ड था सनातन। सनातन मीन्स एक स्टोन एज था। जो भी उन्होंने अपने जीवन में पाया, जो भी उन्होंने अपने जीवन में सीखा, उसको प्रिजर्व किया, अपने बच्चों के लिए, अपने पोतों के लिए उसने एक विचार दिया। बेसिकली सनातनी लोग प्रकृति के उपासक थे। तो सनातन शब्द जब मेच्योर होता गया, विचार मेच्योर हो गया, तो एक बुक बन गया जिसको हम कहते हैं वेदा। सो ज्ञान का एक भंडार बन गया। वो भी इतना ज्यादा बड़ा बन गया रखते रखते उसमें, इसीलिए उसको कहते हैं अपौरुषीय। कोई राइटर नहीं, किसी का नाम नहीं लिखा उसमें, बट हैज बीन सेड बाय सम पीपुल, सेंट ऋषया मंत्र दृष्टार, ऋषियों के साथ बारे ऋषियों ने लिखा है उसको वास्तव में, मगर किसी ने अपना नाम न लिखने को इसको नाम कह दिया अपौरुषीय। तो अपौरुषीय का हमने अर्थ लगा लिया कि भगवान ने लिखा है। ये ट्रेडिशन से, सनातन से आया हुआ वेद है। बाद में वो वेद बहुत बड़ा हो गया, सभी लोग नहीं पढ़ पाए, तो उसको क्लासिफाई किया जाए। वेद व्यास ने क्लासिफाई किया, तो कौन ब्राह्मण ग्रंथ है, कौन रिचुअल्स हैं, किसको हम शरीयत कहते हैं, कौन औसत विज्ञान है, कौन हमारी सामाजिक गतिविधियों संचालन में मिलिट्री फोर्स को संचालन करने वाला ज्ञान है, कौन संगीत का ज्ञान है, कौन बोटनी का ज्ञान है, उसको अलग अलग भागों में लिखा गया। उसके 4 डिवीजन हुए वेद के, ऋग्वेद, सामवेद, यजुर्वेद और अथर्ववेद। तो वैदिक काल कहला गया। मगर वेद में जितनी गवेषणा हुई, कई विमतियां आई। वेद वालों ने कह दिया कि अगर आप इसमें विमति रखते हैं तो आपको बाहर कर दिया जाएगा, आपको एथियस्ट कह दिया जाएगा। ठीक है, हम एथियस्ट होने को तैयार हैं। हम वेद को मानते हुए इसमें क्रिटिसाइज करना चाहते हैं। तो जिन्होंने वेद में भी अपना कुछ रखा, तो कई रिलीजन्स इसमें पैदा हो गए। उसी समय में कुछ लोगों ने, विशेषकर सिंधु घाटी के लोगों ने, जो पाकिस्तान में अभी सिंधु सभ्यता उसको कहते हैं, उन्होंने कहा कि वी आर द आर्य, हम लोग आर्य हैं। आर्य का मतलब क्या है? आर्य का मतलब है संस्कृत में सभ्य लोग। उन्होंने अपने आप को सभ्य लोग मान लिया, क्योंकि हम लोग अतिथि को नमस्कार करते हैं, अतिथि का स्वागत करते हैं, अपने माता पिता को देवता मानते हैं, अपने गुरु मुर्शिद को देवता मानने। अतिथि देवो भव, मातृदेवो भव, पितृदेवो भव, आचार्य देवो भव। 4 चीजें हम लोग मानते हैं, इसीलिए हम लोग सभ्य हैं। हम एवरी बीइंग को उसका संसार, उसका घर है मानते हैं। तो उन्होंने अपने आप को आर्य कह दिया। अब उसके बाद दूसरे लोग छूट गए, जो यहाँ नहीं थे, वह लोग छूट गए। वहां आर्य शब्द का मतलब था कि वही लोग जो वहां बैठते हैं। अब आर्य शब्द भी थोड़ा छोटा पड़ गया सबको समेटने में, तो एक नया शब्द की खोजी की गई, हिंदू शब्द का। अब हिंदू शब्द का बाद में अर्थ लगाया गया। टाइम हो गया, ओके। हिंदू शब्द का बाद में अर्थ लगाया गया, हिमालयात समारभ्य यावद हिंदू सरोवरम तम देव निर्मितम देशम हिंदुस्तान। हिमालय का ही और हिंदू सरोवर का नुदु मिला करके हिंदू बन गया। मैं हठयोग का विद्यार्थी हूं। हठयोग में हा मीन्स सूर्य, ठ मीन्स हिंदू चंद्रमा। हा सूर्य का हा और हिंदू को मिला के हिंदू बन गया। कई नाम इसमें जुड़ते गए, मगर हिंदू शब्द जो है वो एक प्रकार से पारिभाषिक शब्द है जो सब रिलीजन को जोड़ता है। मैं एकदम बिल्कुल लास्ट में आना चाहता हूं। सबसे कंफ्यूजन क्या है कि संसार में ए गॉड की बात हुई है, ए गॉड। अब हिंदू में तो कई गॉड हैं, तो कंफ्यूजन है लोगों को, क्योंकि हिंदू ही वो व्यक्ति हैं जिन्होंने अभी तक गॉड को तलाशा नहीं है। उन्होंने कहा कि धर्म नाम का एक शब्द है। धर्म का इंग्लिश में अगर आप व्याख्या करेंगे तो रिलीजन कहते हैं। धर्म का अर्थ होता है स्वभाव, वस्तु स्वभावो धर्म। दिस माइक हैज गॉट द सम नेचर बिकॉज ही डिलीवरेट्स माई स्पीच टू यू, ही रीच टू यू। अगर ये बंद हो जाए तो ये अपना धर्म लूज करेगा। प्रॉपर्टी, दूसरा स्वभाव की ट्रेडिशन जो चल रहा है, क्योंकि ट्रेडिशन से क्या फायदा होता है कि सबको आसानी होता है। अगर आपको लेफ्ट निकलना है तो लेफ्ट से सभी लोग जाएंगे, उधर से राइट से आएंगे तो होगा, नहीं तो एक्सीडेंट हो जाएगा। इसीलिए उस ट्रेडिशन को हम लोग उसको भी धर्म मान लिए। तीसरा वचन है आप्त वचन, वेदों की बाणियां हैं, कुरान की बाणियां हैं, गुरु ग्रंथ साहब की बाणियां हैं, उसको मानना, क्योंकि सारा संसार रिसर्च नहीं किया जा सकता है, बड़े लोगों का कथन मानना ही ट्रेडिशन को धर्म। तो धर्म 3 पैरों पे खड़ा है। एक स्वभाव, वस्तु स्वभाव वो धर्म, वस्तु का जो स्वभाव है वही धर्म है। दूसरा क्या है कि ट्रेडिशन को मानना है, शरीयत को मानना है, वो भी धर्म है। तीसरा स्वभाव क्या है कि अपने जो आपको फीलिंग है, आत्मनः प्रतिकूलानि परेशान न समाचरित, अपने को जो प्रतिकूल लगता हो दूसरे के लिए न करें, अपने को जो अच्छा नहीं लगता हो दूसरे को न करें, वो धर्म है। तो हमें जिस स्पिरिचुअलिटी की फीलिंग होनी चाहिए, हम लोग के, मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा डॉक्टर साहब ने कहा कि 85% लोग हैं हम लोग संसार में, मगर जो 15% लोग वेपन बना रहे हैं, न्यूक्लियर बना रहे हैं, क्योंकि हमने सारा उनको दे दिया है। अगर हम धार्मिक लोग कहने वाले, धार्मिक समाज इकट्ठे हो जाते तो हम वेपन से नहीं बनाते, न्यूक्लियर नहीं बनाते, हम लोगों को योगी बनाते, ध्यानी बनाते, ज्ञानी बनाते, एक दूसरे को मोहब्बत करना सिखाते, सभी रिलीजन का आदर करते। सब रिलीजन तो एक ही चट्टे बट्टे हैं, सॉरी, आई एम सॉरी। सो आफ्टर all the religion has got the same meaning, one meaning, love and peace. So if we are sharing love and peace only, of course we are, some are Muslims, some are Hindus, some are like the other religions, but our mission, our goal, our destination to know reality. In Vedanta there are 3 questions: why you on to eat, why you eat to live, why you live, then there is no answer. I'm living because to eat again, there's no answer. Then they say, why you live? To know self, to know yourself, to know the reality, God and health, to know God and health. Then I say the 4th question, that is, once you know yourself, then what to do? Serve for the society, serve for the universe, people, serve for the humanity. That's why you know the world, God. Okay, I'm born with the time. Thank you very much for inviting me. Thank you indeed. Inshallah.
Thank you very much. Now I would like to request our honorable panelists to come in front of the stage for the interfaith cake cutting ceremony. I would like to request our honorable panelists and auspicious guests to come in front of the stage for the cake cutting ceremony on interfaith, for interfaith harmony. I would like to invite only the international speakers and guests. Professor Dr. Shanti Kumar. Woman. Minhaj al-Quran International has marked, served and promoted interfaith harmony, peace and human rights for the last 25 years across the globe. And through this international conference on world religions, we are setting a new trend in the country. I would like to request also Barrister Amir Hassan Saab to please join the honorable guests for the cake cutting ceremony. I would like to have the opportunity to welcome our guests to this conference. The following guests are from China, Philippines, and some other countries. First of all, I would like to welcome Ms. Chen Neng from China, Mr. Yan Qian Liu from China, Mr. Tony from Philippines. Mr. Tony from Philippines, Mr. Zhu from China, Mr. Fahad Abbas.
We would also like to take this opportunity to thank Dr. Nazmuddin, who's here, all our international speakers, and we have a few other guests that we would like to thank. Dr. Hassan Idris, who's the Dean of Law of Department at the Roots Ivy International University. Kindly, all our guests and speakers, and kindly join us for the peace cake cutting ceremony. It is a tradition that we have started this year to commemorate all the religions and celebrate peace and harmony within and outside everywhere. A round of applause, everyone. A round of applause for all our guests and for all our international speakers who are here. We would also like to request our female guests who have joined us to kindly join us for the Miss Rahla Dr. Rahla Rahat, if you could join us. Thank you. We would now like to invite our panelists for the second panel of the day. We will take, yes. I would like to invite Dr. Yaqub Khan Bangash to kindly join us on stage. Dr. Yaqub Khan is the Associate Professor and the Dean of Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences at the University at ITU Lahore. I would also request Reverend Philip Duncan Peters, who's the lecturer at Edinburgh Theological Seminary from the UK, to kindly join us on stage. He will be the moderator of the session. I would invite Ms. Jennifer Jack Jeevan, who is the former Director of Christian Studies Center, Rawalpindi, to kindly join us on stage for the panel discussion. Professor Dr. Akhtar Hussain Sindhu, who is the Principal Islamia College Civil Lines Lahore, to kindly join us on stage. And Dr. Shanti Kumar Hatterichi to kindly please join us on stage. We will be having our first panel discussion of the inaugural session. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly take your seats. We would start the panel. Dr. Shanti Kumar Hatterichi, Professor Dr. Akhtar Hussain Sindhu, Dr. Yaqub Khan Bangash, Ms. Jennifer Jack Jeevan, to kindly join us on stage. Dr. Hamid, kindly join us on stage, please. The title of the panel discussion is The Role of Religion in Public Life. Our panel is complete. Well, it's written The Role of Religion in Public Life. Yeah. That's it. Over to Dr. Reverend Philip Duncan Peters to kindly moderate the session and start this panel discussion. Thank you. Audience, I would request everyone to kindly settle down. We are starting our first panel discussion of this session. We will just take another 2 minutes. I would request the hall management team to seat everyone. Yes, thank you.
Hello. Good afternoon. Assalamu alaikum. So we're gathered here for our first panel discussion, and the topic this afternoon is the role of religion in public life. And it gives me great pleasure to welcome our illustrious and expert panel, and we look forward to hearing what they have to say. So the question that we're looking at is what is, or what should be, the role of religion in public life? Or should religion and the state be kept separate? Is religion something just for the personal, private sphere of life? Now, each religion, I think, through its history, has displayed a variety of stances towards public life and the public forum. We can maybe consider it as a spectrum. At one end of the spectrum, there is religion in power, to the extent that it dictates public life and imposes its beliefs and practices on the population, suppressing what it considers to be heresy and deviation. And then at the opposite extreme is total withdrawal from public life, either through the choice of adherents of a religion or imposed from outside. So these are the extremes, but there are many points on the spectrum in between those extremes. And if we see them as extremes, what is the best place for a religion in its relationship to public life? What is the optimum position for the flourishing of a society and its people? Also, the question of the individual religious believer. What is their role? Can someone with a strong religious conviction serve and represent everyone in their society, regardless of their convictions and beliefs? Turning to our location here, we're in the Islamic Republic of Pakistan. What makes Pakistan Islamic? What does it mean to be an Islamic republic? Well, our esteemed panelists may answer some of these questions and may have other things to say. But I want to start with Professor Dr. Yaqub Khan Bangash, and to ask you, what does it mean to be an Islamic republic for Pakistan?
Thank you very much for this, and thank you to the organizers for inviting me here. Well, that's an interesting starting question. I would go back to kind of quoting the founder of the country, Quaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah. Everyone, of course, here speaks about his August 11th speech and everything, and everyone knows it. It's actually now pretty well advertised, so I don't need to go there. I would want to actually go back to decades earlier than 1947. I'd want to go to 1920. That is when Jinnah left the Congress Party. And he left the Congress Party because the Congress Party was about to help this Khilafat committee led by the Ali brothers to start a Khilafat movement so that the caliphate in Turkey is protected. And Jinnah had a really important point there, and he said that we should not mix religion and politics. That was his clearest statement, and he felt so strongly about it that he actually left the party he was a member of for a long time. And he said that it's because of Gandhi's insistence that we need to work on religious causes that he was leaving the political party. Now, with that, I think we also need to understand what Gandhi was actually saying. His ideology was that a good Muslim is a good Indian. And therefore, as a Hindu, he thought it was his responsibility to help Muslims become better Muslims, so that if something is important for them religiously and he helps them improve that religiously, only then can they be good citizens. So you had two different kind of models, and I really wanted to highlight that because if you say the Islamic Republic, what does it actually mean? And does it even mean anything? Over the last 75 years, it has meant so many things to so many people. Initially, the whole idea was Islamic only means a country having majority Muslims. After that, an interesting word, ideology, was given to it. But I think, again, linking it to the topic of the session today, we need to understand this in a way in which we can understand how religion and public life can intersect, because having a country's name is actually intersection with public life, right? And I've given you two models. One was of Jinnah and one was of Gandhi. One was very outward religious views, very outward religious participation, and the other was very much opposed to it. So what was Jinnah actually opposing? He was not opposing religion per se. Again, you know, in the August 11 speech, he says everyone personally can be religious, but it has nothing to do with the state. So what he's saying is, you can be religious, but you cannot have a public exhibit of it. That is what Gandhi was actually doing. And that was Gandhi's view, that you can have a public exhibit of it and it's completely fine. And Jinnah was saying, you don't need to have a public exhibit of it. Personally, you can be as religious as you want. And I think that is a very interesting way of looking at the topic today about religion and public life, that it is not about, in some countries, of course, it is about taking completely religion out of public life. But in a lot of countries, it is about the issue of an exhibition of religion and imposition of religion, and you know, the big difference between religion and religiosity. I think that's one of the key things. Two quick things I really do want to mention here is that, as a lot of theorists have spoken about, is that religion does have an important role in the public sphere, in the public square, and in public policy. The key there is that it has a moral and a social role in terms of giving ethical and moral guidance. But again, here the difference is moral guidance, but not moralist guidance. Not prescriptive, not something that you impose, but something that you engage with and actually help the society to understand. That's a very, very, very important belief. And I think one can take examples there. Look at Britain. Britain is officially an Anglican country, but no Muslim or no Hindu says that, you know, Anglicanism has been imposed on anyone. So you can have religion as a moral and a social force without it being moralist and imposing its view on it. Another thing which I just want to highlight again, which, you know, is in the idea of the Islamic Republic thing, is that religious freedom is key. Religious freedom, which is again very closely tied, which is not something that people in Pakistan speak about because it is not a guaranteed freedom here, even though we have signed the Universal Declaration of Human Rights where it is a freedom, is the freedom of conscience. And you cannot separate that out. And with that is the idea of reciprocity. I would want to mention here, you know, I'm sure a lot of you here know about the whole Jarawala incident where hundreds of houses were torched and churches and everything. And it was very interesting that the SSP there said, the first thing that he actually said is, imagine other religions doing that to Muslim mosques in the West. How would the Muslims react? And that's a very important thing. You can't have religious freedom where you are a minority and expect religious domination where you are a majority. So it has to be very clear that reciprocity is very, very important, and it needs to be built into the basic framework of it. So I would say, in answer to your question, that when you even say the Islamic Republic, we need to understand what the founder actually meant by creating a country of majority Muslims. Because again, Muslims of the subcontinent were escaping a feared Hindu domination. It would completely be illogical for Muslims to do the same domination to others. So Jinnah did not create a country to dominate others, or else there will be no point to create a separate country. So we need to understand his ideals, and we need to also understand how religion in a very modern, dynamic way can engage with the public sphere in the world.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yaqub. That's a very insightful, historical view of the Constitution here. Our time is limited, but so we'll move swiftly on to Ms. Jennifer Jagjivan. What specific values can your religious tradition contribute to public life?
Right, can you hear me? Yeah. I think before I just answer quickly, I just want to, just touch on the topic of the role of religion. We must see that today religion has to be treated in polarity. It's not just, a majority religion. So even the topic in itself is religions. And when we are talking about secularism, we have to also, and when we see it in the term of modern day times and postmodern, that is also diverse. Secularism in China might mean something else than in India, and then in France altogether something different. So there is always a plurality, and there is always a scope of how to connect with each other. Within the questions that you asked within our religious tradition, I think I'm going to follow what Habermas says about morality of religions. When we are talking it in terms of larger aspects, it is for the common good. But where he talks in terms of ethics, he talks in terms of, what is good for me or a particular community. But how these relate to our religious beliefs is something of drawing on the values of what humanity teaches us. And how they play and interplay. Within the given context of Pakistan, what Bangish was saying, for instance, remember the Islamic Republic of Pakistan is a progression. It was not Islamic first, it was added. So within the given traditions, religious traditions, we have to also see whether we are a minority or a majority. What was the foundation of Pakistan? It was meant for everyone to come together. How we related to our religious practices is a voice for everyone. A voice for everyone, a voice where there is justice for all. The element of loving our neighbor and also holding on to the aspects of justice, that has to come into play, because religion, although in a postmodern setup, we have to also see in our context, has Pakistan ever been modern or even postmodern? So that is a big question in itself when they term it in our framework. It might be modern in certain elite sections, it might be modern into certain accessibilities of technology, but on the whole, where are we? But how can we actually, from our debates, contribute to the larger global debate, and drawing from our principles of humanity, of love, of peace and justice?
Thank you very much, Jennifer. And Dr. Akhtar Hussain Sindhu, what would you understand to be the relationship, the role of religion in relation to public life?
Role of relationship?
The relationship of religion to public life.
Religion. Okay, so this is very evident example that any action, any sayings is considered in the perspective of ideological stance. So before religion, when we talk that this is good and this is bad, so we can conclude when religion was not there in subcontinent, so were there not values existing in the society? So definitely there was universal ethics were there, culture was there, so people were following the cultural heritage, the intellectuality given by the culture. And people were living their life, they were bifurcating good and bad in the perspective of religious, cultural philosophy. But when religion came, it did not deny the positive things of culture, because it was universal ethic. And still all the religions are following the positive aspect of cultural philosophy. So religion, that's why we say that no religion advocates negativity or killing, lies, rape, looting, plundering. No religion allows this. So the basic philosophy of good and bad, that came from the universal ethics, that is divine ethics, that is according to the nature of humanity, human beings. So I can quote here the example, if duck swims in the water, why not hen? Because the swimming is part of the nature created by God. So the human ethics or universal ethics are part of human nature. They like good and they hate bad. So when religion came, religion approves positivity in human societies and it denies the negative aspect of the society or negative values or vices and evils. But the problem came when religion was abused. So there was two forces. Culture was already the force, and then a ruling elite was the force. A ruling elite used religion in their favor. And we always claim or read that there was no religion of the ruling elite, only rule. And Napoleon Bonaparte used to say that when I'm in Egypt, I'm Muslim. And when I go back to France, so I'm staunch Catholic. So it means that ruling elite remained hurdle to utilize the true sense of religion. Then the self-interest, the individual interest, that this is very popular saying of some Irani alim, that we want to convert religion according to our own benefits and interest. We don't follow Islam or religion according to the spirit of the religion, but we want to interpret religion according to our own benefits. So this is again a problem with the applied form of religion. Religious heritage is pure, but when it is applied in the society, it creates problem by the people who don't use religion in a positive way, but who abuse religious tenets. So there were two factions. One is who to use religion, and the second one is that make abuse of religion. And that is then we can see there is extremism in circles. They are using the same, Taliban using is the same Quranic verses, and the countering forces are using the same verses. So this is a problem when the religion is abused. So definitely there would be a problem. So the solution to the problem, that interpretations made by the ulama created problem that was not according to the spirit of the religion, and it will be eliminated with the same faction of society, that they will have to compromise that all the verdicts based on violence or hatred should be eliminated from their verdicts, so that the society can live a peaceful life. So I think that the society still is victim of extremism, and only the religiosity or religious factions can solve this problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sahib. Moving to Dr. Muhammad Hamid. So what would you understand to be an unacceptable intrusion of religion into public life?
In public life, okay. With your permission, what I will talk about is my perspective of understanding religion, but as an archaeologist and as a student of ancient religions. If you allow me, I can talk in Urdu as well. सबसे पहले तो मैं ये बात करना चाहूँगा कि मेरा ताल्लुक़ चूँकि आर्कियोलॉजी से है, और मैं शायद कुछ चीज़ों के बियॉन्ड भी देखना पसंद करता हूँ। वो चीज़ें जो कि एक बने बनाए नैरेटिव के तौर पर हमारे ऊपर नहीं लाई गई, बल्कि हम अपनी आँख से देख सकते हैं। मिसाल के तौर पर मैं ये कहता हूँ कि ये जो हिंदू होने का, मुसलमान होने का, ईसाई होने का ये जो लेबल हमारे ऊपर लगा दिया गया, उसी सोसाइटी पे जो कि बहुत अच्छे तरीके से हम आहंगी से रह रही थी, ये कब बना? थोड़ा सा सोचिएगा कि ये किस दौर में हम पे लागू किया गया और उसके पीछे क्या वजूहात थी। मैं इसे ये कहता हूँ कि ये कुछ 100 साल पहले की ही बात है, जब एक ही मोहल्ले में सब लोग रह रहे थे। तरुणजीत साहब ने बहुत अच्छी बात की कि वो एक मदरसा देखने गए तो उन्होंने लड़कियों को उनके दाखिल होने दिया। मैं आपसे एक और बात करता हूँ कि मैं मुल्तान में जैनिज़्म एक रिलीजन है, उसके रेमिनेंट्स देखने गया। मैं जब एक मदरसे में गया जो कि कन्वर्ट हो चुका था, लेकिन बिल्डिंग जो थी वो जैन टेंपल की थी, तो जैन टेंपल के अंदर मूर्तियाँ बनी हुई थी تو ان مورتیوں کے آگے ایک بہت بڑی فلیکس جو تھی وہ لگائی گئی تھی ان کو چھپانے کے لیے. میں نے جب وہ قاری صاحب سے پوچھا کہ قاری صاحب جی آپ نے اس کے آگے کیوں لگائی ہوئی ہے, تو انہوں نے مجھے کہا کہ میرا خیال ہے کہ ہمیں ان کا احترام کرنا چاہیے. اگر یہ ہمارے خدا نہیں ہیں تو کسی کے تو خدا تھے نا, تو اگر ہمیں احترام کرنا ہے انسانیت کا, مذہب کا, وہ تو ہمارے مذہب نے ہی سکھایا ہے. تو یہ ایک اور ایگزامپل ہے اس کی ریلیجس ٹالرنس کی. اب ریلیجن جو ہے وہ ہمیں کہتا کیا ہے؟ ریلیجن ہمیں کہتا ہے کہ ہم اپنے بارے میں جانیں. ریلیجن ہمیں کہتا ہے کہ ہم اپنے پرائیڈ کے بارے میں جانیں. ریلیجن ہمیں کہتا ہے کہ اپنے خدا کے بارے میں جانیں. اور جب ہم خدا کی بات کرتے ہیں تو خدا ہم سے یہ کہتا ہے, میں اس کا خلاصہ بیان کرتا ہوں, میں بہت سارے مسلم اسکالرز بیٹھے ہوئے ہیں, اللہ تعالیٰ ہی یہ کہتا ہے کہ زمین میں چلو پھرو اور خوب سیاحت کرو, اور ان بستیوں کو دیکھو, ان لوگوں کو دیکھو جن کے اوپر میں نے اپنا کرم اور فضل کیا اور ان کو اپنی نعمتوں سے نوازا, اور پھر ان لوگوں کو بھی دیکھو جنہوں نے میری نعمتوں سے ان کی نافرمانی کی, تو ہم نے ان کی بستیاں جو تھیں وہ پلٹ دیں. اور اس میں اہل علم کے لیے نشانیاں ہیں. اب یہ جو چیز ہے یہ ہمیں بتا رہی ہے کہ ہم اپنے ارد گرد جب چیزوں کو دیکھتے ہیں جو کہ اسلام کی تعلیمات ہمیں ملی ہیں, وہ میں اسے کہتا ہوں وہ کلائمیکس ہے ان تمام ٹریڈیشنز کا جو کہ ہمارے اس خطے میں بسی ہیں. یہی وہ خطہ ہے جس نے تمام مذاہب کو پروان بھی چڑھایا اور ان کا گولڈن پیریڈ بھی دیکھا. یہی وہ خطہ ہے جہاں پر کہ بہت سارے اہل علم کی تلاش میں آتے رہے ہیں, اور یہی وہ خطہ ہے جہاں پر ویداز بھی بنی ہیں. ہمارے بالناتھ جی نے بتایا ہے کہ ویداز لکھی گئی ہیں. اب ویداز لکھی گئی ہیں تو وہ کس زبان میں لکھی گئی ہیں؟ وہ زبان ہے سنسکرت. وہ ہماری زبان تھی جس نے دنیا پہ یہ ثابت کیا کہ یہاں پر ہر علم آپ کو ملے گا. اگر آپ ٹیکسلا میں جائیں گے وہاں پر اینشینٹ یونیورسٹی ہے جہاں پر مور دین 21 ڈسپلنس پڑھائے جاتے تھے, اور اس میں جو زبان استعمال ہوتی تھی وہ سنسکرت زبان ہوتی تھی. ہمارے پاس اتنا اچھا ہیریٹیج ہے, اتنا پرائیڈ ہے, لیکن کسی خاص وجہ سے ہمیں ہماری ہسٹری سے ڈسکنیکٹ کر دیا گیا, ہماری زبان سے ڈسکنیکٹ کر دیا گیا. میرا خیال یہ ہے کہ اگر ہم نے ریلیجن کے ساتھ مل کے چلنا ہے, کنیکٹیوٹی کرنی ہے, ہمیں اس فلسفی کو سمجھنا پڑے گا. اور وہ فلسفی کیا ہے کہ وہ ہمارا اپنا پرائیڈ ہے جو کہ ہمارے اس خطے میں موجود تھا. ہمیں اس کی طرف سوچنا ہے, اس کی طرف آگے بڑھنا ہے, اور یہ دیکھنا ہے کہ ہم نے کہاں غلطی کی ہے. میرا خیال یہ ہے کہ ہمیں 1947 سے بھی پہلے سوچنا چاہیے, ہمیں مغلیہ دور سے پہلے بھی سوچنا چاہیے, ہمیں 712 سے بھی پہلے سوچنا چاہیے. کیونکہ میں جتنا اس تاریخ کو جان رہا ہوں, جتنا میں آگے پڑھ رہا ہوں, جتنا میں ایکسپلور کر رہا ہوں, جتنا میں ایویڈنس سے بات چیت کر کے چیزوں کو سمجھ رہا ہوں, اتنا ہی میں اپنے خدا کی خدائی کے قریب جا رہا ہوں. بینگ اے آرکیالوجسٹ یہ میرا بلیو ہوا ہے, میں نے یہ سیلف ایکسپیرینس بھی کیا ہے کہ جتنا میں خدا کی بنائی ہوئی خدائی کو جان رہا ہوں, اتنا ہی میرا ایمان بھی اس پہ پختہ ہو رہا ہے کہ یہ سب کچھ اللہ کی ذات ہی کر سکتی ہے. تو میرا یہ خیال ہے کہ ہمیں اگر یہ سمجھنا ہے کہ ہمارے اس خطے میں کیا پرائیڈ تھا, تو ہمیں اپنی ہسٹری سے جڑنا پڑے گا, ہمیں اپنا خود کا نیریٹو بنانا پڑے گا. ابھی سر نے بات کی, ڈاکٹر صاحب نے, کہ پانی کے بارے میں حضور پاک صلی اللہ علیہ وسلم نے فرمایا کہ پانی ضائع نہیں کرنا. اگر ہم 1400 سال پہلے کی بات کریں تو یہ ہے, لیکن اگر میں آپ کو 5000 سال پہلے کی بات کروں تو اس کا ایک اور پس منظر بھی ہے کہ یہی وہ پانی تھا جس نے زندگی دی, اور یہی وہ پانی تھا جس نے تباہی بھی دی. جتنی سویلائزیشنز بنی دنیا کے, وہ پانی کے کنارے پہ بنی. وہ پھر پانی جب ختم ہو گیا تو ان کا نام و نشان جو تھا وہ مٹ گیا. مثال لے لیں آپ وادی سندھ کی تہذیب کی, مثال لے لیں آپ مصر کی تہذیب کی, آج کل آپ کو وہاں پر صحرا ملتا ہے. یہ سارے کا سارا جو علم ہے یہ حضور پاک کے ان کے پاس تھا. ان کو اسی لیے انہوں نے سمبولکلی ہمیں کہا ہے, لیکن نشانیاں بھی دی ہیں کہ اگر آپ نے ایکسپلور کرنا ہے تو پھر جاؤ قرآن کو پڑھو اور جاؤ پھر ایکسپلور کرو. اگر انہوں نے کہا ہے کہ علم حاصل کرنا ہے تو چین جاؤ, اس کے پیچھے کیا وجہ ہے؟ یہ وہی حصہ ہے جس میں ہم رہ رہے ہیں. تو میرا خیال یہ ہے کہ ریلیجن کی کنیکٹیوٹی جو ہے वो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। और रिलीजन हमें हमारे प्राइड के साथ जोड़ता है, हमारे हेरिटेज के साथ जोड़ता है और हमें हमारे साथ जोड़ता है। मेरा ख्याल है कि रिलीजन बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है पब्लिक लाइफ में, अगर इसको सही तरीके से यूटिलाइज़ किया जाए। और रिलीजन के बारे में अगर जानना है तो फिर हमें स्क्रिप्चर के बारे में भी जानना पड़ेगा और हमारे पुराने लिटरेचर के बारे में भी जानना पड़ेगा। दैट्स हाउ हम उसी सोसाइटी को दोबारा रिवाइव कर सकते हैं जहाँ पर हिंदू भी अपना हिस्सा डाल रहे थे, जहाँ पर जैनी भी डाल रहे थे, जहाँ पर मुस्लिम भी डाल रहे थे, जहाँ पर सिख भी डाल रहे थे, जहाँ पर पारसी भी डाल रहे थे, जहाँ पर ज्यूज़ भी डाल रहे थे। ये सब वो लोग थे जो कि हमारे इस खित्ते में, लाहौर की ही मिसाल ले लें, ये सब लोग यहाँ पे रह रहे थे। लेकिन हम शायद सिर्फ उस हिस्ट्री को पढ़ते हैं जो कि 1947 के दौरान लिखी गई, उससे पहले हम सोचते नहीं हैं। मेरा ख्याल है कि एक डेलिब्रेट एफर्ट थी कि हमें उन पॉजिटिव चीज़ों से हमें खुद से ही दूर किया जाए जिनके बारे में पूरी दुनिया जानती थी हमारे बारे में और हड़प्पा तहजीब के बारे में जानती थी। तो भी एक आर्कियोलॉजिस्ट मैं कुछ ब्रैकेट से दूर सोचता हूँ और उससे मुझे अपने होने का और अपने प्राइड का एहसास मिलता है। सो आई थिंक अगर हमने इस तरफ बढ़ना है तो हमें अपने इस्लाफ को याद करना पड़ेगा जो हम भूल चुके हैं। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Well, shukriya, Dr. Saib. Next to Dr. Shanti Kumar, you're the one member of the panel who is from outside of Pakistan. So you have experience both of your own country, Sri Lanka, and of living here in Pakistan. What's your perspective on this question of the role of religion in public life?
The arguments are that religion, the two sides of the pendulum is that one is that it is a private matter. So you mind your own business. The state will say you mind your own business in the masjid, in the temple, in the gurdwara. Why you want to bring that thing into the public discussion, public discourse? The other side of the pendulum is that the religionists would say no. It's like the elephant in the room. We are here to stay. And they say, when I say we, the religionists would say, well, we have an opinion, a theological critique of your politics. Now that is actually of the heart of the matter. And postmodernity is not about being modern. It is a movement, a social theory, a critique that arose in the mid-50s and reached its peak in the 60s. And what we have right now, that no religion, no view, no perspective can escape that critical perspective that postmodern theories brought in. Basically, it negated, it destroyed, deconstructed the entire view, the world view of religiosity and religion. And the religionists have a fundamental duty to recover. That is the challenge. That is the challenge of this conference and also for Pakistan. The whole view of the Republic of Pakistan or the Democratic Republic of Sri Lanka. Somebody asked me, hugged me here when I came. They never fail to hug because that's your warmth. I said, Shanti Saab, we are brothers, Sri Lanka and Pakistan. I had a moment of reflection, joy and despair, both together. I said, yes, we are together with two C's, with cricket and corruption. Now, what does religion has to do with these two? Religion is cricket is also part of. It has become in these two countries, cricket is a religion in itself. Because you are drawn almost religiously to cricket. You go to, I went to Harappa, and Sahiwal is cricket and wheat. Because in the wheat field after they harvest, they play cricket in the harvested field. So you have a lot of religions in this country. Pick it up. Because postmodernity is assaulting. It has a direct assault on religion because the mega story, the mega narrative of the religion is displaced. If not, it will be displaced. So the concept, the creation story, or whatever other stories that you have, the mega story, the big story can be displaced. Therefore, it is utterly important that the religion is, that you come to the public domain, be involved in public domain, that it is not a private matter, even though all the prophets in history have been communicated privately. It is the case. The books are very clear that it was privately. Even in the case of Guru Nanak Ji here in Punjab. It was a very public Guru Nanak Ji's mission with a Muslim and a Hindu either side of him. Went about preaching. Extremely public. And his message was very clear. Neither Muslim nor a Hindu. And his message here in Punjab, in this, I would call the sacred island of Harappa Mohenjo-daro. So, it is private, religion is private, but it is also equally public. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Shanti Kumar. And to all the panelists, thank you for your great insights and expert comment. Our time is limited, but I want to give opportunity for just one or two questions from the floor. I'd ask that your question be brief. It's not, we don't want a statement, just a one sentence question for the panelists. And then if the panelists could answer that briefly, or you might have a question that's specific for one of the panelists. So are there any questions from the floor?
Any question from the male side or female side? Yes, over there. Please, mic over there. Here's a mic. Yes, please.
Hello. My question is from sir sitting on second. Yes. I really have forgotten your name.
Dr. Muhammad Hamid.
So, sir, my question is, you have mentioned we should go beyond 712 when Muhammad bin Qasim came in subcontinent. So, can you identify there was rule of Umayyads when Muhammad bin Qasim came in subcontinent. So can you explain overtly where should we go?
Yes, I can do it. I deliberately use this term that go beyond 712. Now you took the wrong direction to went to the Umayyads. What I was referring to my own land. For example, here we have a history of human existence about 2 million years ago. And we are the custodian of ancient civilizations. We have here the concept of meditation. We have a place here called Tilla Jogiyan in Jehlam, if someone heard about it. My research says me that the concept of meditation actually started from that place. That place is Tilla Jogiyan, the highest place in Salt Range area, where you can go and find, everybody went there. Even we talk about Sikhism, we talk about Buddhism, Jainism, even Muslim, and even Ranja. Maybe some of you might heard the story of Heer Ranja or watched the movie. And there was an incident that after some time, after some kind of disappointment, he went to Jogis for taking jokes. It's in Punjabi, it's written in Punjabi. I would say, Paiya Mundra te kanala cheer. Hireni Ranja Jogi ho gaya. So where he went for that joke. So I'm talking about the long history which we have. Our history doesn't start with 712 when Muhammad bin Qasim came. There is a 4,000 years beyond a civilized history. I'm talking about the ancient town planning which was introduced by us, by Indus Valley people. I'm talking about Mehergarh, a village in Balochistan, the first village, the first people who gave the concept to the whole world that how a village look like. The Harappan people said how a metropolitan city look alike. So I'm talking about Taxla, I'm talking about Harappa, I'm talking about Mohenjo-daro, I'm talking about Ganveriwala. I'm talking about all these things that if we want to build our own narrative based upon our own heritage, our own pride, then we must think Islamic thoughts are very good, and we take first lesson from the Islamic thought, from the Quran and from the Sunnah. And it tells us to think beyond that, what happened to other societies, how instead of being so civilized, they disappeared. What mistake did they do? There is a lesson for us to understand. And we can only understand the lesson if we know about those civilizations. And archaeologist has this art to talk to those stones, to talk to those bricks, to talk to those cities. They tell their stories that what mistakes we made due to which we were destroyed from the earth. And that's Quran exactly say us that if you want to know about Allah and what Allah did and what Allah bestowed to the nations, just go and find out. So we just need to think a bit beyond in order to have that concept of khudi which Iqbal gave to us. कि खुदी को कर पसंद बुलंद इतना कि हर तकदीर से पहले खुदा बंदे से खुद पूछे कि बता तेरी रज़ा क्या है. So we need to understand what Iqbal wrote it. So he was well aware of our history. So my meaning was to think and to study beyond history that was existing before 712.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now we'll have one question from the male side. Thank you. Yes, at the back, please. Mike at the back. Okay, just one question. Please be brief.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I am Dr. Kamrana, Dean Islamic Studies. Sir, I want to make a comment on this question which you have raised here.
Yeah, could we have a question, please? We don't really have time for comments, so if you've got a question.
Yeah, question is that I think what Islam says about whether it's a private matter or public matter, I think we are very much clear that it's a public affair, not a private matter. I want to comment for Shanti as well, please.
Who would like to comment?
I think you can take the way you want it, actually, because that's also freedom that religious founders themselves were free men and women. So therefore, there's critique within the religious traditions, because the religious traditions are so vast. and it provides the critique within. You can take it as much as you want to. You want to make it public, and which is messy. And you can mess around it, mess with it. So you go as far as you want, but you must be extremely cautious of what you do. And doing religion is not easy. Doing religion is not easy. You can go to history and bring everything in history, but to live that now, consciously, with these contextual situations here and now, it's a painful matter. Therefore, religion itself provides a critique. You go as far as you want to go, but face the consequences of both sides of the pendulum. You go to private, and you can actually die inside a cave with your own religious experience without sharing with the rest of the humanity. And you go to the public, and you create a theocracy. Like in some of the countries, I don't want to name them. You create a theocracy, and then you face the consequences. That is the private and the public that I meant. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for the question, and thank you, Dr. Shanti Kumar. I think our time is finished. Just to sum up, some things I take away from the discussion.
Dr. Herman has a question, or Dr. Syed? Yes. That will be the last question.
Gentlemen, in the realist world, where exclusivists are prevailing over inclusivist ideals, it's us versus them. The should be thing, do you think it really works here in this realism? If anybody can answer this. The should be thing, we said that this should happen, this should not happen. It doesn't work here. Any thoughts on this? Thank you.
Respond to that.
Well, one can just quickly respond to that. Even in terms of inclusive and exclusive, I think there are different models in which one can engage with. So again, if you respect and actually accept that there should be different religious traditions that can inform your society, you can be both inclusive and exclusive. I'll give you an example. Malaysia is a very interesting example. It's not really inclusive in the sense that Muslims and non-Muslims don't mix to that extent, but where on Muslims you have got Sharia and proper Islamic law in Malaysia, you can be a Chinese there and do whatever you want according to your beliefs. So if you go to Malaysia, for example, you can have in the same restaurant, you can have pork and you can have halal food. So that's a model in which you've developed a society where you've got the separation to a certain extent, but you've got respect towards the other, and you do not want to impinge on their rights. That's one model, which is kind of an exclusive one. In an inclusive one, you kind of create a common society based on the common common principles that actually Jennifer was actually talking about, that we take those principles and create a society on that basis. The question, of course, really is, do you want any model to work? Both models have elements in which it can actually work. It can be tailored according to the society you are in, but the aim has to be that you accept the right of others' existence, you accept that they need to be treated as much as you have a right to be treated fairly and with respect and have all the rights. I think as long as principles are followed, then
we can have different models, and in between also the binary of inclusive and exclusive.
Thank you very much. So our time is finished. I think it's been a very insightful discussion, and there's lots to chew over, lots to think about. I think we've seen that there are clear abuses, there can be clear abuses of religion in public life on its role, but also that religion has a role to contribute. The different religions have centuries of wisdom and also visions for the flourishing of society. So let's all work together for the good of our societies to seek their well-being and their flourishing. So it just remains to me to thank our panel. Thank you so much for your contributions to the discussion. And with that, I'll hand over back to the chair.
Thank you. Well, the panelists are here. You'll be meeting them later on during the sessions as well, so you can ask a lot of questions. You can have your direct discussions. Right now, we would like to call Dr. Hossain Mahiuddin Qadri, the Deputy Chairman, Minhaj University, Lahore, and the Vice Chancellor, Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad, for honoring us with their presence to give out the shields to all our esteemed panelists. So if you could all come, sir, if you could come on the stage, in front of the stage, okay. So I would like to ask ladies first, Ms. Jennifer Jack Jeevan, to kindly please go in front of the stage and receive her Shield of Appreciation from Minhaj University, Lahore, for attending and enlightening us with this very wholesome discussion. Dr. Yaqub Khan Bangish Saab, thank you for being here with your esteemed presence and the comments you made. Thank you. Kindly receive your shield. A round of applause for our esteemed panelists and our guests. I would request Professor Dr. Akhtar Hussain Sindhu Saab to kindly please receive your shield. A round of applause. I think the audience are still here. And Dr. Muhammad Hamid, I think you drew a very good relationship between our history and our, heritage between evolvement of religion. Thank you, sir. Please receive your shield. And thank you, Sir Reverend Duncan Peters, for your managing and moderating the session. Thank you, sir. Dear audience, now we're going to take a short break, and we're going to have our second panel discussion after a break of 30 minutes. These 30 minutes are for lunch and prayer. So I would request our hall management team to kindly take our guests, the female guests first, to the lunch marquees, and then the participants to kindly join us in the lunch marquees. They're in our sports arena.
This session and panel discussion will be moderated by Dr. Rahla Rahat, who is head of Institute of Social and Cultural Studies at the University of the Punjab. She's joined by the panelist, Ms. Noreen Akhtar, who is a representative of Catholic Bible Commission in Lahore. Dr. Raja Adnan Razzaq, who is associate professor at the School of History and Pakistan Studies at Minhaj University, Lahore, and Ms. Meshtil Gia, who is a lecturer at the School of Political Science at Minhaj University, Lahore. I would like to hand over the session to Dr. Rahla Rahat to handle the proceedings from here onwards.
Assalamu alaikum. Is it working? Fine. Good morning and welcome back. Hope you had a good lunch. The session. Welcome to the panel discussion on gender relation in the new environment of postmodernism. The participants of the panel have been introduced. In traditional societies, religion plays a significant role in shaping identities and worldviews. In today's globalized world, contemporary traditional societies face numerous challenges.
I would like to request the audience to take their
wait?
seats, please.
Okay, ji. So I've been told to wait for 2 minutes so the audience settles down. So I'm.
I would like to request the audience to take their seats, please. तमाम शुरका से ये गुजारिश है कि आप अपनी नशिस्तों पे तशरीफ़ फरमाएं ताकि हम अपनी दूसरी पैनल डिस्कशन का आगाज़ कर सकें. The panelists are very active and actually proactive, and they are waiting for your attention. Ms. Noreen Akhtar has joined us for the panel discussion. She's a representative of the Catholic Bible Commission and also a lecturer at the former Christian College University in Lahore. Welcome.
And
I kindly request our honorable participants to settle down so we may proceed with
One of our students is with you.
the panel discussion.
Petrus. What's her first name? She is in FC College in, I think, religious studies. Why is it moving? I feel as if it's the Ira. Sorry. Kar le? Okay, ji. So I get the go to start again. So in traditional societies, religion plays a significant role in shaping identities and worldviews. In today's globalized world, contemporary traditional societies face numerous challenges, particularly the rapid changes that have occurred and continue to occur in gender relations in both public and private sphere within families, educational institutions, workplace, and societies in general. The now mainstream ideas of gender and gender relations, such as empowerment, equality, are getting mainstreamed in societies both at micro and macro level. Although the nature, speed, and direction vary, and for example, they're now part of our curriculum, our public policies, and in the functioning of state institutions. The changes are not always organic, but are sometimes deliberate and exported, which can lead to a lack of local or institutional ownership from some segments of society. Postmodern notions of gender are posing a challenge to traditional values, beliefs, and religious ideologies. This challenge has given rise to contradictions, confusions, fears, polarization, and conflicts within individuals and in families, classroom, workplace, and in many other spaces. As a result, whether an individual is a student, teacher, parent, or policymaker is confronted with questions and seek answers on how to deal with these challenges. And this is one reason the whole idea of the conference is behind it. During the session, we hope to put two broad questions to our panelists, and then in future some sub-questions. To what extent has the postmodern awareness and practice of gender equality impacted countries like Pakistan at both micro and macro levels? Do world religions view these developments as challenges? And if so, how should they respond to these challenges? And then also looking at how this religious scholars within various religions looking and addressing these challenges. What strategies and forms of discourses do you believe are necessary to effectively address these challenges? How can these ideas be mainstreamed? So I will begin by requesting our first panelist, Dr. Raja Adnan Razak, to please share his ideas.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. Before I start, I've got a confession to make. This is not my beat. I'm no expert in gender, studies or gender relations. Why I said that? Because I spotted someone who's an expert in gender studies, so he must be grinding his axe now to, pitch me down. But I'll have my, humble submissions. I believe that, gender relations are territorial in nature. They vary from places to places. I mean, you can't compare gender relations, paradigms, someone coming from Islamabad Karachi, and then to the KPK. And since we are going to talk about, pre-modern and post-modern, so pre-modern era, as far as gender is concerned, was dominated by patriarchy, and where women had very limited role or rights. And then man of the house was in charge of everything. He was the one who was supposed to take care of the family. He was the one who was supposed to take care of the external matters, and the women were only there to take care of the domestic matters. But things have changed with this new cult of postmodernism. It has jolted many religious and social norms and beliefs. So the time is such that you have to revisit your gender sort of a doctrines. And as far as today's world is concerned, I would say it's very difficult to survive in today's world. Everything has been very expensive. Living is expensive. Education is very expensive. And even, if you die, that is going to be very expensive, I tell you that. And in this era, you need to come up with this idea that, both genders, male and female, are supposed to be equal in every sense of the word, equal. I mean, if they're going to take part in education, if they're going to take part in, businesses, our mother, Khatija, she was a, very renowned businesswoman, and that's why, it's, I would say it's allowed in Islam to work and to do anything. And postmodernism has come up with so many new ideas as far as gender is concerned. I was coming to this university, a couple of days back, and I saw a young student riding a bike. So that was a very pleasant surprise for me. If there are 10 more, they are going to be very confident on the road. So I would say that, gender relations, to talk about gender relations in Pakistan at times 10 years back was very difficult. It could have, people would have come up with some eyebrows, but now people are thinking they are of the opinion that this is the right thing to do, that they should be educated in this thing, that both genders have to come up equally, both genders have to play their part. Otherwise, it's going to be very difficult to survive in this postmodern world. So that's my simplest, humble submission as far as gender relation in postmodern is concerned.
Thank you so much. I would now request Ms. Noreen Akhtar to please share your thoughts.
Thank you, Dr. Rahla. First of all, I would like to say it's very good opportunity here that we are all gathered here to talk about gender, because somehow the society where we do live, this word is sometimes very complex and very confusing when it comes to our mind gender. So we have so many confusion and the question. So we will try through this panel and we will discuss like what is the relationship and how. Actually, the topic today is postmodernism, religion, and gender roles. Three of them intersect in a very complex way. I would definitely like to explore a little bit more through the Christian tradition experience. When we talk about religion, all religion, most of the religions, they are patriarchal in their nature. So their writings, their holy books are the key thing who interpret these definition of these roles. So if I talk about the Christian tradition as a Pakistani woman, so what the biblical understanding, so of course when the Bible was written, it was written in a culture, in a context where the writers influenced and their social roles, norms, culture, history, and everything become part of it. So now when we see through the religious texts, we are told like somehow these gender roles are not equal. In many mainstream religions, male have the priority, they have the supremacy, and they are given little bit higher level, and women are considered at the subordinate. So through their gender understanding, it was considered like this is something related to their nature. It is debatable. It's not related to their nature. It is something socially, culturally constructed. As Dr. Sab said, gender varies from one place to another. A person coming from Islamabad gender roles can be different, like maybe a male can cook. But when you go to a very remote area in the South Punjab or maybe interior Sindh, it would be a sin for a male to go and enter in the kitchen. So gender is all about the socially constructed role. But what happened? Throughout the history of the all divine books, we see these roles are considered. And I think the big contribution of this understanding of gender and gender role has been very oppressive to women throughout the history. If we see in the religion, like in Christianity, we see the leadership role in the Orthodox Church, in the Jewish tradition, in the Christian traditions, all clergy people are male. So somehow this is very much attached with the religious understanding, like the gender role. Male has the leadership skills, he has ability to think, so he can decide. So this becomes a norm of the society, and the common people, especially women, think like they are not able to do so. So this is how the gender roles are constructive. Even in the Pakistani society, we are all religious, we follow different religions, and we all always blame women like they are less intelligent because of their gender. They cannot go for higher studies. They cannot go even for certain subjects because of their mind, because their gender roles are very much like the domestic roles, very conventional role. Throughout the life, we teach in the name of the religion. Religion has been used as a weapon to oppress, to marginalize women. But somehow I feel when we have the idea of this post-modernity is the challenge to this whole understanding. Like we talk, God is the God of love, God is God of the justice, God is God of equality. This is definitely not God's will that women should remain at home and cook meal for men and they must go out and exercise their authority. No. When this understanding prevails in any religion, including Christianity, so what happened? Even in our household, the same understanding penetrate, and husband or the father becomes the head of the family. So now what the head does? Head simply exercises the authority, power, and position. So in that power, in that position, oppression, violation of the human right, violation of the human dignity, which is the very core value of each religion. If not each, definitely the Abrahamic religions, the Judaism, Islam, and the Christianity. The first basic value of all these religions is human dignity. So what these gender roles do, they simply deprive all the women all over the world, more or less, maybe in West little bit less, but in the Eastern culture, it is simply at the large scale has created oppression towards the women. And women are marginalized because in the name of the religions, they are not allowed to question the text. Now, what postmodernism invites us to do? Deconstruct the text. We are not going to reject the text. Deconstruct simply meaning to have the new interpretations, to see the interpretation, to understand text in the context. What is written? Why is it was written? What was the intention of the author? If we will go through all these texts and we will dig it more, and we will definitely find the truth. So what is the truth? All are equal. Men and women. So the meta-narrative, I will definitely talk in the Christian context, the meta-narrative is the creation story. Now what happens in the creation story? God made human being, but in the books, the language tells us God made man. So man is considered, it's a very neutral word that can be used when we see the history, but it is used for both human beings. So if you go to the Hebrew text, it clearly means human being. Men and women are made in the image of God. They were both blessed. They were both given the responsibility. And what was the responsibility? Go, nurture, and flourish. and rule the world. So both are the rulers. But what the interpretations, the traditional interpretations always teach us women to be subordinate, to be in the role of the services. So somehow the paradigm of that gender role in the religious understanding does not do the justice. So injustice then creates so many evil in the society, and then we cannot expect peace in this whole scenario. So what this postmodernism challenges us to challenge these texts, to go through these texts with the women perspective, with the feminist understanding, with the equal rights and the justice and the freedom that is definite. And this is what Jesus Christ actually did when he preached publicly. But what happened throughout the history after Jesus gone? The disciples, the rest of the social leaders, they again did the unjust with the women. And then throughout the history, now we see, if you go to England, you will find ordained women. If you go to other country, maybe some denomination do, some don't. But when you come to the culture like Pakistan, leadership role, especially participation of women in the religious affair, when it comes to the leadership role, definitely a big no. So why this unjust behavior in the name of the religion? So in my understanding, it's all about the culture constructions, how we actually want to see our women and how we want our men to be flourished. So this is just matter of the understanding, but the blessing of postmodernism is, well, we are not yet modern, so postmodernism will come later. But the thing is, we have to be little bit jadid, कुछ जिद्दत लानी पड़ेगी. Modernism meaning nyapan, a new way of looking at things. So we need to question sometime. But we are brought up in a culture where women are trained to be submissive, to be obedient, to be quiet. So the women who does talk, the women who question is not considered in their cultural role and in the position in the picture. So there is need as a community as men and women, we have to challenge these interpretations because these interpretations are done by men. These are translated by men. So the whole game is simply just keep one gender, that is women, to be at the lower level and the other at the upper level. So I think it's injustice. So postmodernism calls us to see and envision a just society where all are equal and where there are all human rights and above all human dignity is respected. Because when violence is done, there are so many forms of violence that is done every day. Even at the domestic level, in the public arena, in the offices. So we just keep quiet because it is the culture. So at the end of the day, we blame the women. So I think we need to be balanced somewhere when we talk about the gender role, and we always keep in mind this is not God's will at all. This is our human will, and gender roles can be reconstructed. They are constructed by the society, so we can reconstruct. So this is the time we are living in the 21st century. We are so much scientific now. We question, we analyze things. So this is the time that we need to understand, that we need to reconstruct so that we all live peacefully and along with the rest of the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Noreen. And I think you explained it beautifully and in very simple words, and I'm sure the students would be able to understand it really well as well. I move on to our third panelist, Dr. Gear. Would you please share your thoughts?
Yes, of course. Dear Dr. Rahla, distinguished guests, respected organizers, thank you for having me. It is a great honor to be invited to speak at this honorable event, especially as I'm very new to this university. It's actually my second week here. And currently, I feel very, very inspired and solidary with my fellow speaker, Miss Naureen, as interestingly, my remarks will lead to exact the same result as hers, but with a different approach. So that is why, first of all, I would like to make a small self-location, because I want you to know who speaks and from which perspective she's speaking. In the sequel, I would like to invite you on a critical journey of feminist, Marxist point of view today, to shed light on the question of gender relations. This can be disturbing, no doubt, but those who allow themselves to let them be disturbed by me can only win. So let's go on. I will briefly say something about myself. I grew up as a Christian in an arch-conservative region of southern Germany. And as you know it here, girls were marginalized there compared to boys. You know that, Miss Noreen pointed that already out. They were educated for marriage primarily rather than self-realization. And that's why I started engaging in women's organizations during my studies that try to bring women to the forefront, that try to engage them in education to make their wishes for their personal futures come true. Ever since, I had a Marxist feminist point of view, although I do not buy it all. I will now briefly introduce the feminist Marxist critique of the family with its traditional gender roles. According to Marxist feminists, the nuclear family with the classic breadwinner housewife model is central to the maintenance of the capitalist mode of production. For it is only if the housewives work at home, namely the rearing of new labor for the labor market, takes place unpaid, that capitalism can generate considerable profits for the owners. Thus, in order to justify this system, a sharp separation of one, the housewife labor, from the other, male wage labor, is necessary. So romantic love has been used throughout the history of capitalism as a tool to instrumentalize wage labor, to delineate it from other labor. Now please note, as this is very, very important, the capitalist mode of production is historically based on the distinction of male wage labor from all other labor, including what I call the love labor of the housewife and mother at home. I would leave it at that for now and hope that maybe some question will occur in the panel or in the audience.
But if I would like to ask you, how does this all relate to the current postmodern environment?
Thank you very much for that question. Yes, to understand how my remarks relate to our current postmodern environment, we need to make a big leap from the historical genesis of capitalism that I just have laid out to the present time of capitalism. One of the central characteristics of the postmodern era is the constant crisis of capitalism. And I argue that in striking at workers' rights to remain defensive, capitalism applies the very mechanisms that once made it dominant. You remember that I said, love labor does not have to be paid because it is done out of love. However, in the new postmodern system, this principle is adopted. And that brings us to point 3 of my speech. And now it's getting really, really interesting. Because this is where the world religions can make a significant contribution to protecting people. Our panel announcement says that women and men now have equal rights everywhere. I would doubt it, as my fellow speaker, Ms. Naurin, already pointed out. After closer examination, I have to contradict this statement. And I would say that equality is in place to still reproduce unchanged race and gender inequality. I'm convinced that women and men are only formally equal in our postmodern world. And following Marxist feminism, I distinguish social sectors such as nation, family, ethnicity, and culture, and also religion. But at the same time, please keep that in mind. I do not assume that religion is a separate, detached sector. No. Rather, I see religion in a dialectical exchange with all other sectors of our society. You remember what I said at the beginning. The traditional capitalist distinction of labor into male paid labor and female unpaid labor, reproductive labor, has been adopted in the postmodern era. As capitalism struggles to survive, it has discovered a new elixir of survival, which is love what you do. If you want to be successful at work, you have to love it. If you don't, no, you will fall behind. You will lack success. A famous prophet of this new paradigm, for example, is Steve Jobs, the former CEO of Apple. So how does this work now? Where are the women in this? And especially, where are the equal rights? In the postmodern era, equal rights mean that women are also allowed to pursue wage labor, which had previously been male connotated, provided that they manage to do the love labor at home on the side. And look at that. With women, love labor has entered the wage sector because no one is easier to exploit. No one is easier to subjugate than someone who loves his work or her work, who works with devotion. Oh, love what you do? It's the recipe to success, isn't it? Well, paradise on earth? I doubt it, and I think you do too. And I give you my letter and seal. No matter which representative of a world religion among our esteemed guests I would address, be it a representative of Buddhism, Islam, the Sikhs, or Christianity, each would strongly disagree with this paradigm. Let's leave it at that for now, I would say.
Okay.
Maybe we will open up the panel to the audience.
Thank you, Dr. Gear.
Now I would like to move to Dr. Razak. And you just talked about the diversity of ideas and practices of gender relation, of gender within societies. So what kind of challenges are you seeing emerging in society? And how do you think world religions and social sciences should be dealing with it?
When you talk about Muslim societies, and not long time ago, one of the premier sort of premier Muslim country, they were not allowed the women to drive or to travel on their own. And since this postmodernism has come up with this new definition for gender, I mean, they wouldn't go for just male or female. They would, ask you to believe and even advocate this LGBTQ. And then they are going to go for this, non-binary sort of a language that, it's not going to be he or she. They may choose to be them or, that sort of things. So it's going to be very challenging for society like us. I'm on for, all for it that, women should have education. They should have all the, chances that they can get. But, at the same time, we need to know that, who we are. And, wherever you go, whatever you do, end of the day, you are supposed to come back home. And Islam is our home. We are supposed to come back home. So you need to make sure that, once you decide to come back home, the door is not shut for you. So I think that's the main thing, we are supposed to get everything that the world has to offer. But at the same time, we need to know that, we do have our limitations, we do have our, boundaries. We're not supposed to cross the boundaries. The other side of the fence, I would say, may seem green, but I'll tell you one thing, it's not. So you need to, remain open for that door, that once you decide to come back home, but that's the only way out. That's my,
Thank you. Our session has been cut short because of the time limitations. So I will request all the panelists to just conclude their ideas, taking a minute or so, and then we move on to question and answer session.
I want to talk a lot about this. I love it. But the way, very short, very brief, postmodernism has, I think, really an eye-opener, and he has opened the eyes of many. It's all up to us whether we just want to remain asleep or we want to wake up. Since morning, we kept hearing about the religious freedom. So I think this is another good idea, especially in the context of the Pakistan, where different religions are living, and we talk about the religious freedom. But in all religions, in the Pakistani context as well, women within the religions want freedom, religious freedom. They do want to have their own human experience. Sometimes what happens, it's the agony when men in the religion boundaries, they just force women to follow their religious experience that is so-called the religion. So women want to be free, and they do want to have their own human experience with the divine who has created this. Secondly, relating to this, by doing so, what we can do, we need to listen to their experiences, and we need to give space to women within the religious understanding what actually they want to talk, and what type of the relation they want to build with the Creator. What this thing and the whole experience will bring, that will bring justice and equality. That will not only the male experience in the religion, but experience of male and female. The last thing, interfaith dialogue is a very effective and very impactful understanding of this postmodernity, which is going on in Pakistan in many shapes, at many places. But what is missing? This is all about, again, the men business. Interfaith engage always, most of the time, only men and the men clergy. So where are women on these tables? Women need to bring their experience on this table, and they do want to talk about the peace. If women can maintain, they can create, they can sustain peace at home, so why not at the interfaith table? Why women are missing in this culture? I know it will be very fruitful for this country, for this region, and for the benefit of the many. So it is again the requirement. We all the modern and the modern, with the modern thought people, we need to rethink, we need to engage women and make this society more healthy and more inclusive. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Razak. Any
Well, it's a
conclusion?
difficult thing to, put a full stop on such a sensitive
I know,
topic.
I know.
And as a father, I would say that, when I first saw my daughter, the first thing I said to my brother was, فَبِأَيِّ آلَاءِ رَبِّكُمَا تُكَذِّبَانِ. So I would, go to any length to get the best for her. See, but at the same time, I would be expecting that she should give me that peace of mind that I deserve. That's my final point.
Thank you. Dr. Gear, please.
Again, I need to comment on the remarks of my fellow speaker, Ms. Noreen. One famous feminist once said, if they don't give you a seat at the table, bring a folding
You
chair.
have to bring your own chair, but you have to speak up. Yes,
Exactly.
I agree.
So we both will definitely
And
be ready.
we are so thankful to Minhaj today. Like they have at least brought some women on the panels. So next time, maybe some speakers. Thank you.
Thank you for the chairs, yeah. But we will definitely as well be prepared to bring the folding chairs if necessary, I would say. I just would like to conclude my remarks very, very briefly. I criticize the capitalist mode of production in confirming and even increasing gender inequalities. So now, what can world religions do about it? I think personally a lot, because it is exactly what the message of the world religions is all about, ladies and gentlemen. And that brings me to my absolute final point. We as human beings, as a world community, we are so much more than our wage labor. And it is precisely that knowledge, as my fellow speakers pointed out, no matter which religious background you have, it is precisely that knowledge that makes us resilient to any form of exploitation. So what world religions can do in order to lead us out of our current humanity crisis is that they can remind us of our dignity. They can remind us that every one of us is equal, be it men or women, is equal before Allah, before God, call it what you will, in an inalienable dignity. Against this background, world religions are obliged to promote the real equality of all human beings and to break down the dichotomy of men and women, to break down the dogma that subjugates us all. Love what you do, I said, is a very, very criticizable statement. I would more say, rather follow religious belief, love your neighbor as yourself instead of a thing. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to all the panelists. Now we're open for questions. So if any one of you have any question, there's one person at the back, please.
Yes,
They can get the mic.
The mic over there, please, in the front.
I request to keep the questions short and all to the point and within the parameters of the discussions we have had today. And also, please let us know which panelist you're asking the question to.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for this wonderful talk. My name is Nadia Jaffrey and I'm representing Forces School and College System as Head of Academics and Trainings. The topic was gender relation in this new environment of postmodernism. And definitely postmodernism has a lot of questions to us. Currently, all the panelists have definitely talked about the capitalist society and the postmodernism with all the challenges to the women. My question is like women who are making differences, who are happy with the family, those who are leading with the career, the girls who are the princesses of their fathers and living in an Islamic country like Pakistan, who are making the names in the world and who are making the names with their families. I think these kind of examples I was just waiting for, whether they belong to any religion in Pakistan, but the way we are working, the way we are breaking the glass ceilings, I think this can be a wonderful platform, wonderful examples of such women who are mothers of the proud children and who are actually leading in the career. Even they are leading so ahead, they are leaving the men behind and they are taking the men with them. They have wonderful husbands and very cooperative one. So I think this kind of talk when we are working, it's just my humble desire, I must say.
Thank you so
not
much.
a suggestion.
Do you have a question or just?
I'm just
okay.
saying that
And-
this I
okay,
was
thank
waiting
you.
for, but I
Thank you.
could not listen.
There's a question
And,
at the back.
If there is, yes.
Please, can you take the mic there?
Thank you very much for your comment.
Any question from the male audience?
From the male audience, yes.
Okay, then there's one person here, please. And please keep the question short. Please, can you stand up so the mic person can see you? Where's the person with the mic? Ajit, please.
Well, gender is not feminism, and gender is not only the female's problem, it's men's problem as well, because we have to go back home in the evening.
True.
My question, my question to Dr. Maggie, am I right your name if I pronounce it right? And maybe Ms. Noreen, one of you, I think probably Dr. Maggie has pointed out about the creating the perspective. So we are here in the 5th generation warfare. My question is that narrative is the real force that can change the perspective. That's what is needed. But the problem is that the narrative controllers or handlers, top 6 mega giants, magnates on the media, they are owned by men. Generally, this machinery is owned by man. So who is going to fight for, create this necessary, needed narrative? Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you for this very, very important question. But I feel you immediately gave the answer by raising your question. As you said, capitalist mode of production, gender inequality, all these aspects of our postmodern era lives do not only affect women negatively. You said, we as men, and you spoke for your entire social gender, we as men are as well negatively affected. I believe you, and if that is true, then go out and change gender relations. If you sit in the media stations, then go there and talk about gender equality. Do it not only as like a thing to improve your image, but do it with real dedication and believe in what you are saying. And I feel that you do. And I know that men are definitely negatively affected by what is going on. And I think that what we need to achieve, and where world religions can help us as well, is we need to get allies, women and men need to get allies in fighting the current structure of suppression. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Can we have please 2 questions?
Okay, first that person in the back, please, she's been standing there from the beginning.
From the female
please
side,
go ahead.
yes. Please, no
The one in
comments,
white,
only a
please.
question.
Can you help her with her mic, please? It's not working. Is there a mic here? So while they're setting this up, we can.
Assalamu alaikum everyone. Actually, I have a question typically based on the topic religions in the post-modern world. Sir, especially I am going to ask this question from you. We are living in modern era. Every day, every minute, every seconds, we are encountered with new changes, revolutions, innovations. Sir, a person who is believing in the basics of Islam, he is tagged as fundamental Muslim. And a youngster, a person who is somehow giving a soft image of Islam, or you can say who is deviating from somehow from the foundations of Islam, and they openly say, we are not fundamentalists, we are liberal Muslims. Please kindly give a true version of Islam. What is a fundamentalist Islam and what is a liberal Islam, or many more versions are available.
Thank you so much. I think they got the question. Please, if you would respond.
Thank you very much.
So she's talking about the labels that we have put.
I don't think I'm qualified enough to answer that kind of a question. That to come up with a definition of a true Islam. I mean, Dr. Bangash would tell you that once they asked that what's the definition of Islam and a Muslim. So everybody came up with their own kind of a definition. So not two of them were on the similar page. As far as this thing is concerned, that if you are a moderate, I think if you are sitting in Minhaj University, that's the best example of a moderate Islamic institution. That's why I joined this university. And as far as fundamentalists are concerned, they are going to be phased out. I mean, they know that they do not have a chance in this postmodern era. So they're going to be phased out, or they're going to change themselves. That's the simple answer that I can come up with.
Thank you.
This is the last question. I think you can continue this conversation in the concurrent halls for the following sessions. Thank you so much, panel. We would like to invite our Honorable Chief Guest and Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad, and the Registrar, Dr. Khurram Shehzad, to kindly come in front of the stage. We would like to honor our panelists for the shields. I'm so sorry we had to sort of, discontinue the panel, but we have to get on with the two discussions upstairs. Yes. So, sir, first of all, our moderator, the wonderful moderator, Dr. Rahla Rahat, could you please come in front of the stage to receive your shield of appreciation? Thank you so much. A round of applause, please. The audience, kindly give a hearty applause. We have a female majority panel. Okay, and then I would ask Ms. Noreen Akhtar to kindly come in front of the stage to receive your shield of appreciation. A round of applause, please. And also Ms. Makhshail Gayer, please, could you also come in front of the stage to receive the shield? And thank you, sir, Dr. Raja Adnan Razak Sahab, for your very informative and very good way of, telling, okay, this is not something that I would like to comment on.
A round of applause for Dr. Adnan.
Yes, a round of applause, please. Now it's time for our sessions upstairs. The afternoon tea is also being served there. I would request the hall management to kindly escort the participants to the marquees upstairs for the following sessions. We have two sessions concurrently going on upstairs in the marquees on the 3rd floor. I would like to please ask the hall management teams to kindly start mobilizing the audience.
The tea will be served upstairs.
This session endorses not only the need for dialogue, but a collaboration to promote interfaith harmony and enhance our understanding of various religions. My name is Dr. Muhammad Faisal. I am an assistant professor at the School of Business and Management Sciences at Minhaj University, Lahore. I have the honor to be the session coordinator of this session. So now I would like to invite the panelists onto the stage. First of all, may I request the session moderator, Dr. Ali Raza, please come onto the stage. Please give him a warm welcome, Dr. Ali Raza. Dr. Ali Raza is working as an assistant professor at the School of Religion and Philosophy at Minhaj University, Lahore. Welcome, Dr. Raza, Ali Raza. Now, may I request our keynote speaker, Dr. Bolanath Yogi, to please come onto the stage and take your seat. Please give him a warm welcome. He has traveled from all the way to the Nepal. He is the founding principal of Hindu Vidyapith School, Dang, Nepal. Welcome to Lahore, Dr. Bolanath Yogi. Take your seat, thank you. Now, may I request the paper presenters to come onto the stage. Ms. Samia Shakil from Namal University, please come onto the stage. Please give the warm welcome to our panelist. Dr. Shakil Ahmed from University of Peshawar, sir, please come onto the stage and take your seat. May I request Ms. Amara Maksud Qadri from Minhaj University to please come onto the stage. May I request Dr. Riyaz Ahmed Saeed from Namal University, please come onto the stage. Dr. Riyaz Ahmed Saeed. Thank you, Dr. Riyaz Ahmed Saeed. Now to introduce the decorum of this session, there will be about 10 to 15 minutes for our keynote speaker, Dr. Bolanath Yogi, for his speech. And then we will turn over to the paper presenters. And we request you all to kindly be considerate of the time. So to begin the session formally, I would like to hand over the proceedings to the session moderator, Dr. Ali Raza Tahir. Over to you, sir.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Worthy Vice Chancellor Sahib, distinguished guests, and respected family members, dear students, thank you very much to be with us in this session. We as a human being, we are more than 8 billion people are living at this planet. And as a rational being, we all have inquisitive nature. Due to this inquisitive nature, we have different ideas, different philosophies, and different religions. This is a natural thing. So there are number of religions in this universe, and we can categorize all those religions in following categories. Number one, Abrahamic religions, Islam, Christianity, Judaism. Number two, Indic religions, Hinduism, Jainism, Buddhism, and Sikhism. And third category is of Chinese religion, Confucianism and Taoism or Taoism. And fourth category is the most ancient Persian religion, that is the Zoroastrianism. And then the category that is of indigenous religions, that is Maori religion of New Zealand, Aborigines of Australia, and Shintoism of Japan. So there are number of religions existing in this universe. So dear participants, dear audience, respected guests, we have two ways to understand the religions. Number one, by pointing out their differences. And second is by discovering and highlighting their commons. So if we study in depth the world religions, we find following common values: love, peace, harmony, patience, tolerance, non-violence, truthfulness, and faithfulness. And now we are living at the heap of nuclear weapons. Any single intentional or intentional mistake can turn into ashes this beautiful and colorful world and planet. So this is the only way for us, and due to this, to promote these values of love, peace, and harmony, this conference has been organized by Minhaj University, and this is the 6th conference of world religions. And now we are in the technical session, inter-religious dialogue and collaboration. And now it is our goodness, it is a pleasure for me that a renowned scholar, an eminent personality, distinguished guest, Dr. Bolanath is in our session, and he is going to deliver keynote speech. So I would request to our distinguished guest, please deliver your keynote speech. Please welcome your distinguished guest.
Om Sahana Bhavatu सहनौ भुनक्तु सह वीर्यं करवावहै तेजस्विनावधीतमस्तु मा विद्विषावहै. Chairperson, all the people sitting in the dais, and the whole audience, my brothers and sisters. It is great privilege for me especially to come to Pakistan and talk about the Neki or Puch, what I want to talk. I purposely said, recite the poem, which is mantra, let's be together, Sahana Bhavatu. Let's eat together, Sahano Bhunaktu. Let's have the energy together, Shahaviryam Karavavahi. The energy we are getting should be not to harm others, just to live ourselves. When you talk about religion, especially in Nepal, we Hindu people are a bit confused because we do not follow really the religions. If you say Hindu people, if you ask them what is the God is, they always confused. They do not say this is the God. They say neti, neti, neti. Neti means not that much, even more, not that much. So when you hands up, I don't know about the God, that is the God for them. Apa mite harimile, harimite sabajai, akath kahani prem ki koi nahi patiyaye. That Kabir says, when you apa mite, when you kill yourself, like your ghamanda, what you say, like you go, then only you will get the hari. When you finish the hari also, finish the God also, then only you will know the thing. There was a king called Janak. You have heard about the Sita and Ram story. Janak was the father of goddess Sita. His name was Janak because he is looking after all the children in his country. Saha pita pitarastasam kevalam janmahetava. He was the only the father. All the fathers in the country were, the children's father were they are the producer only. Because he looked after all the children. That's why his name was Janak. Janak means father. Janak called all the religious people, all the pandits and those religious people, and said, we've been spending lots of money on the religion, lots of money on the faith, lots of money we are spending for the discussion about that. Today I want to know what is God is. Otherwise you are not allowed to go out from my palace. You have got food, you can stay for a long time, but you need to find out God for me. There was one of the priests was there, he was stuck there for the long time. His son, he asked his mother, where is my father? He said, your father is putting tika and dressing himself like a sadhu or the Brahman. Now he is stuck because Janak has said, you need to find out God for me. He can't show the God. Only telling is not enough. So he went, the very little boy, 11 years old boy, he went to the Janak, darbar, palace, and said, oh Janak, he said, you, as a boy, he talks tata. Tata means a bacha. If you want to know what is reality, then come with me. Put one leg in the footrest of the horse, you know the? When you ride on the horse, there are two ways footrest. Put one leg on the footrest and jump to the other one. And during that time, I'll find out God for you. Just for the 1 second you will see the God. Janak said, how it can happen? These many big people, wise people, university leaders and gurus, mursid are here and they couldn't show me the God. But 11 years old boy, how he can show me the God? But he thought, no one said me to like a king, like in you. So he went back with him. They went to the jungle. And he said, okay, put one leg on the footrest. He put the one leg in the footrest and asked him to put another one. During when he was about to do that, he said, stop for a while. First you clean yourself. The knowledge I'm going to give you, whether you deserve to put in you or not. Then he said, okay. He thought, okay, forget yourself. Before I'm a king, I'm a wise person, or I'm a powerful, or I'm handsome, or something. Forget everything. You clean yourself first, then only you will get the God. When he started to jump, then when he give up himself, everything, then he realized that bliss, that pure love in him. Aishwaryam yedi bangchasi priyasake sakhuntalam sebbitam. There was one of the German poet was there. If you want to feel the world, then read Sakuntal. Like that he said, Moksho Bishaya Vairasyam Bandho Vaishayiko Rasa Etava Deva Vigyanam Etheshasi Tathakuru. Oh Janak, if you want to know the reality, you stuck with the so many greed. Adi, Tati, Kapataki, Taso, Disata nahi. Kabir says, मैं जानू हरि दूर है हरि है हृदय माही आड़ी टाटी कपट की तासों दीशत नाही. Because I have got big long hair, big long beard, I have read so many books. Books is more, computer is more intelligent than you. He has written so many books, he has got everything. If it's from that, if you could have got the knowledge, then the computer is more knowledgeable than you. So that's why Adi, Tati, Kapatiki. Kapat means that you feel that you know things. Then that's why you do not know. Then he says, Mukti michhasi chetata vishayan vishavatyaja. If you want to liberate yourself, then all the bishayas, all the greed, give up them. Live in the world with nothing. Nothing means you will have everything with you, but you are carrying, you are doing in the world as a representative only. This is not yours. So now in postmodern, problem is going to be, we had a big problem before that. When we are in Stone Age, when we were in Stone Age, people were killing each other. There were the Kabilas. That time religion came to put people together, make a harmony with them. But unfortunately, they forget that time, my Kabila needs to be together. Other Kabila also have got the same thing. When they started to shop each other, their girls, they're getting married to each other, then they became, the Kabilas became a little more and more bigger and bigger. So, once upon a time, religion has a very, very good role. Very important. Still, the religion's role is not finished. That role should be in that place only. But when we come in the forum with the Hindu, Muslim, everyone together, then that time we are only human. That time only human. So, just in the morning also I mentioned that Hindu people do not believe on religion because they never seen the God so far. They didn't say this is a God. For example, you've seen the Lord Shiva's photo, if you have seen or not. Lord Shiva photo, Hindu people worship Lord Shiva as a god. So they painted Lord Shiva as a sky color. Because I'm a yogi people, Nath yogi. I don't have the rings in my ear, but I will have maybe after 5 years when I retired. So we say sky must be the God is sky. Because there's nothing bigger than that. So God must be the sky. That's why we think sky should be the God. That's why we put the color in it. 5 minutes? Sorry. So, there are the other people who call Shakta. No. God should be the woman. We say goddess, Bhagavati. Women call Bhagavati. Bhagavan means Ishwar, and they call Bhagavati. No, other people say, no, God should be Vishnu, who is carrying. So, generator, operator and destroyer. G-O-D. That should be God. He is the generator, He is the operator, He is the destroyer. So that's why we say Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh. But everything is one person. Other thing is, the religion word also difficult for us. At the same time, Bhagavan, Ishwara Sabda also very difficult. God word also very difficult for us. Because we confuse. If we say to children, God means they don't believe which God is, what God is. So there are three stages of the God. One, if we say the Kainat, just Kainat in, I think in Urdu, like, water is God for us. Okay? And fire is God for us. Air is God for us. Sky is God for us. Agnir Devata, Bato Devata, Baruno Devata, Indro Devata, Basavo Devata, Rudro Devata. Even they say, all this atmosphere also has God. The pillars of the whole universe is God for them. But they say for that, Devata. In English, there is no Devata. That's why they say God. Other is incarnations. We say Bhagavan. Like Krishna is Bhagavan, Ram is Bhagavan, Buddha is Bhagavan, blah, blah, everyone is Bhagavan. Jesus is Bhagavan for them. Jesus Christ is Bhagavan. So Bhagavan is the incarnations. They came as a God form. Why we accept they also God? Because, like if you want to test the electricity, then you will have the plug in your room. It can give you light, and this can be take your life also, if you put the finger in the hole. So, the same God is the light in your room and light in the power station. So, the Ram has the same power what God has. That's why we accept Ram also God. That's it. Not deeply, he is the actually God. So, there are other things called Bhagavan is the incarnations. Devata is the Kainat, because we natural worship. And actual real God, which is the no name. Have you ever anyone seen the yogi? They come Alakh Niranjan. Alakh means Alaksha, which you can't describe. We do not have a name and any type of the position. That is the God. So these all three things called the God. That's why there are so many Hindu people, God and Goddess. That's why many people say, oh, Hindu people have many goddesses. The one Kainat, there is only one God. So one person, one thing, not person. He don't have face. He don't have eyes, something like that. So, this aspect as a Hindu people, you can learn about education. Learn about that, because there is only two things to learn in the world. Only God and health. Other things are just to eat, just to find out yourself. Other things are sort of like a jewelries, okay, necklaces for you. Only two things to learn, God and health. Now, from the Christianity, we can learn something. From Islam, we can learn something. For Judaism, we can learn something. So what? Your belief is your belief. Somehow, as a result, what you need to be a good human. Become a good human with the love, compassion, peace. We need prosperity also. Okay, we need prosperity also. We need, beautifulness also. We need, all things we need in the life. But everyone needs the same thing. Why we have got so many religions? Yes, my religion in my home. Every home has got one type of religion. I'm from North sector. I believe something else. But after all, I'm human. You also human. Everyone is human. So the postmodern society is taking us together. Now we need to go further step to be together. Okay? We need to very strong. Who is not national, he can't be the international. Who is not religious in him? People are changing the religion. That's very unfortunate. You become a pakka Muslim. You become a pakka Hindu. And you become pakka Christian. But at the same time, you become pakka human. Thank you very much. Thank you indeed.
Thank you very much, distinguished guest, Dr. Bholanath Yogi. Thank you very much for so much thought-provoking key speech. Now I would request to Dr. Shakil Ahmed from University of Peshawar for presenting their paper. Dr. Shakil Ahmed, please.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I'm already been told that because of the time limitation, so I will try my level best to finish my talk within the due time. The topic of my presentation is, can I operate like this? Interfaith collaboration, the case of PCWR, Pakistan Council of World Religion, in contextualizing postmodern reality in Pakistan. This is the topic, and this overall presentation, I will try my level best to present it in a very brief time. And the structure of my presentation is that I divided in three parts: the ontological position of this presentation, and the basic question is that, sorry that sorry for some technical. This is does interfaith collaboration really exist as a postmodern reality in Pakistan? In the second part, the methodological position of this research, what methodology was adopted for exploring this problem or this reality, and the epistemological position of this research, locating interfaith collaboration as a postmodernist reality in the existing body of knowledge, and the case of local interfaith organization as a promoter of postmodern attitude in Pakistan. Generally, in the morning, there was, a lot of discussion on the religion and then Pakistan, but generally, whenever there is a talk of religion and then Pakistan, so Pakistan is perceived as a very problematic country for religion. And that was the basic motive or the basic questions, that is it really Pakistan is not a favorable country for different religion. So that's why the research was formulated. Religion, I'm sorry, there's somebody else could support me. Sorry. Okay. Religion and faith-based organization are extremely important for interfaith harmony. With a sizable Muslim population, Pakistan is a multicultural, multi-ethnic, and multi-religious country. Numerous other religions are also existent, including Buddhism, Christianity, Hinduism, Sikhism. The non-Muslim Kalashi minority also reside in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa at Kalash Valley, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. From the modernist perspective, the religion affair in the country was static, in a sense that every religion was confined to its own sphere of influence, and dialogue as a process of understanding was outside of this question. In this study, we examine how postmodern perspective in taking shapes in Pakistan in the increasing role of those interfaith organizations which believe in the religio-cultural harmony and plurality. The Pakistan Council of World Religion Faith Friend is one of such platforms which encourage dialogue, tolerance, and global collaboration among different faith followers. For exploring this question, for this reality, we restrict this study to two basic questions. Are the world religion willing to accept the postmodern attitude of pluralism and freedom in Pakistan? What postmodern attitude the religion in Pakistan are willing to accept? For this purpose, we adopted a qualitative study. Generally in Pakistan, whenever there is a study on religion, so in most of the cases, archival research or archival methods are normally adopted. But for this research, we adopted social science method, qualitative method. And for that purpose, we conducted in-depth interview with an expert of who belongs to different faith. And 8 in-depth interviews were conducted with the different faith leaders. Now, what is basically the methodological, the epistemological position of this research? I would request Samia, who is basically the co-author of this paper, to move ahead with the epistemological position.
Thank you so much, Minhaj University, and thank you so much, Dr. Shakil. As he has already talked about the ontological position and what methodology was basically adopted for conducting this research. So based on the conceptual framework that we have developed on these different ideas regarding religion that were given by the postmodern thinkers like Lyotard and Richard Rorty and many other philosophers, so we developed a conceptual framework. And I would like to just talk about those important themes that we took out from that framework. So first theme, if we see, so that was basically about the peaceful coexistence among the people belonging to different religions residing in Pakistan. Another important theme was, egalitarianism. Then we searched for pluralistic views regarding religion and coexistence, and even communalism, which was mostly misunderstood by the participants who were taking part in the interviews. And so the data was not basically correctly gathered. Other than these themes, what we found out was that all of the peoples, the experts in their own religion, basically they highly believed in relativism, right? Then very important thing that we explored during our research was emphasis on the interfaith dialogue and interfaith plus intrafaith dialogue, right? And interfaith harmony and peaceful existence. Because all these religious experts were basically taken from this non-government organization, which is Pakistan Council of World Religions, Faith Friends. They call themselves faith friends and faith actors because they all in collaboration, they work together for the peaceful dialogue, and basically they promote coexistence and peace through different activities that they keep on conducting throughout the years. So all these people belonging to different faiths, Sikhism, Hinduism, Baha'i religion, plus Christians, both the sects, the Protestants and Catholics, and then within Muslims we had Shia participants as well as Sunni participants. So all of them during their interviews. So I would just like to be very brief. I would like to just talk about few important key points that we noticed. That first of all the religions, right? Islam and Christianity, Baha'i and Sikhs, they all regarded peaceful coexistence and egalitarianism. Important thing that we took out was that no one among these religions was in the favor of, extreme views, because all of them, they talked about their past, the time period from which we are all living together in one country. Though we got divided, but the practices that we had that were from the beginning, and we still want to continue with these. Then Islam has a peaceful coexistence. Then we got different instances. One was that even in the initial days of Islam, in Makkah Mukarramah, Muslims and non-Muslims lived together, right? In Medina, there were 3 categories of people. This is what I am actually reading the words of the respondent. Muslim, Arab tribes who were non-Muslims and Jews. So the Holy Prophet made pacts with them for peaceful coexistence. So this was a practical example of peaceful coexistence that basically it existed in the past, and we want to continue with the same things. Okay? So that was the response of the religious leader belonging to Islam. And Christianity, even they said that in Christian Europe, biasness towards other general and towards Muslim is regular theme in literature. Okay? The result of which comes out in the form of religious intolerance. But they said that these are not actually the true teachings of Christianity. Rather, Jesus Christ, right, he always preferred peaceful coexistence. He, through his teachings, he talks about tolerance, forgiveness, and forbearance. And these were the beliefs of both the sects belonging to Protestantism or Catholicism or the 7-day church practices. Then Kalasha. And it was one of the most interesting interview that we had basically conducted from the person belonging to Kalasha faith. And it is one of the oldest, living tribe, or you can say it is a clan that exists basically in one part of the upper Chitral. And they live in the lower Chitral, basically lower and upper areas they basically occupy in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa district. And what they said during their interviews were that basically they do not have any holy book like Islam or Christianity, but most of their religion is arbitrary in nature. But they hope that through their customs and through their practices, basically they want to tell the people about their religion and their religious beliefs. And one of the most important things that we got from their responses was that even in Kalasha religion, there is no restriction on religious conversion in Kalasha. When adults or their children, they reach to a specific age, so even they are allowed to convert from their Kalasha religion to any other religion that they find suitable for them. So that was a completely new finding that we actually got through this study. Then even Baha'i faith, right? Baha'i faith basically, which traces its origin to Hazrat Baha'u'llah, right? That's the name of their religious leader. And they, the people belonging to that faith, they belong that whatsoever believes in him will be blessed, right? With and like Baha'u'llah, who is their religious leader, they believe that basically he never preached about non-tolerance towards or extremist views regarding any other religion. Okay? And even they emphasize a lot on the education. And they have even categories among them that they divide their, community in different groups. And basically they start this practice from their home, then within their families, communities, and then they enlarge and extend it to other practices. So these are, the dialogues, the religious harmony, interfaith dialogue, and even about the extremism. People belonging to different faiths, they believe that there is, it's always a political agenda behind these extremist acts. None of the member of any of the religions that we targeted, none of them was in the favor of extremism or killing or murder in the name of, their religion. Even towards the end, if we just say, basically our study was based on this non-government organization. So what results we basically came to an end that people who were the part of this organization, they all belong to different faiths, but they all worked collaboratively together, and that was, an example of their belief system. Another important thing was that the problem that was raised by majority of the people, that these inter-collaborative activities should not be project-oriented. Rather, these should be process-oriented. And only like the urban areas citizens should not be taught and should not be made aware about these problems. Rather, these initiatives on these efforts should be taken to rural areas as well. So these were the outcomes and these were the findings, and thank you very much to you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shakil Sahib and Ms. Sadia Samia. So now I request to Ms. Ammara Maqsood Qadri from Minhaj University to present her presentation.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum everyone. The topic of my today's presentation is non-Muslims protection in Dr. Tahirul Qadri's fatwa on terrorism and suicide bombings. Coming to the introduction of the topic, Islam is a global and universal religion. It favors the protection of all the communities and civilization. Dr. Tahirul Qadri's fatwa on terrorism and suicide bombings serves as an example of how Islamic principles and modern demands interact. This current research study sets out on a discursive journey highlighting non-Muslims' protection in the light of fatwa. The fatwa on terrorism and suicide bombing is a proof that Islam can unite people, promote peace, and help to overcome the problems of contemporary age. The objective of this research include to explore the micro and macro level linguistic strategies employed by Dr. Tahirul Qadri for non-Muslims protection within the context of today's interconnected global world. And the second objective is to analyze the discursive strategies used by Dr. Tahirul Qadri for reinforcement of global ideology in his fatwa on terrorism and suicide bombing. This study is significant, and it has a significant role because of countering religious terrorism and extremism and promoting global tolerance. It can be about religion's role in our interconnected society, and it can encourage efforts to promote peace, harmony in the global level. The study addresses the following research questions. As far as the research gap is concerned, there is a noticeable gap because previous studies lack in-depth linguistic analysis of the fatwa. Dr. Tahirul Qadri's fatwa on terrorism and suicide bombing was published in 2010. It condemns terrorism and upheld the rights of non-Muslims. The significant studies related to the analysis of religious discourse regarding fatwa have been added to the literature review. As far as research methodology is concerned, it is based on the qualitative method, and the theoretical framework that has been added to this research work is that of Van Dijk's theoretical framework of discourse analysis. It presents analysis on two levels, the micro level and the macro level. As far as the macro level is concerned, it shows the embedded ideologies and power relations, and micro level analysis covers linguistic choices and discursive strategies, and obviously the source of the data is the text itself, the fatwa on terrorism and suicide bombing, and via Minhajul Quran International publication. The micro-level analysis is based on the discursive strategies. One of the strategies used by Dr. Tahirul Qadri is representation of social actors. The best thing about the fatwa is the positive use of language. Dr. Qadri gives a positive picture of both. He doesn't portray a non-Muslim on negative, portray a negative picture of a non-Muslim and a positive picture of a Muslim. Rather, he keeps them on the equal levels. He is on the view that the Muslims as social actors have to act as guardians of the non-Muslims. The responsibility lies on the Muslims. Again and again, the word "you" has been used in the fatwa, and "you" has been used for the Muslims. That enhances their role of responsibility, that they have to take care of the non-Muslims. Basically, we can see that on the other hand, the portrayal of the non-Muslims is here in the book as that they are individuals who deserve equal treatment. Then another strategy which is used by Dr. Tahirul Qadri in his book Fatwa on Terrorism and Suicide Bombing is authority. And the language used in fatwa establishes authority because there are different quotes from different imams and companions. For example, Hazrat Abu Bakr Raziyallahu Ta'ala Anhu reported that Holy Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam says, God will make paradise forbidden for the Muslim who unjustly kills a non-Muslim. Then Dr. Tahirul Qadri quoted another hadith which is narrated by Abu Dawud. The use of linguistic markers in fatwa on terrorism and suicide bombing implies a discursive strategies of direct command. The phrases like forbidden to kill, plunder his wealth, and malign his order, do not act treacherously, do not kill children and priests, imply direct commands. And these are not only suggestions but also obligations. The use of adverbial phrases like strictly forbidden and completely forbidden imply the seriousness of the message. Then we have evidentiality, that is another strategy used by Dr. Qadri in his fatwa on terrorism and suicide bombing. He implies direct citation from Holy Quran and Hadith. For example, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, وَلَا تَأْكُلُوا أَمْوَالَكُمْ بَيْنَكُمْ بِالْبَاطِلِ وَتُدْلُوا بِهَا إِلَى الْحُكَامِ لِتَأْكُلُوا فَرِيقًا مِّنْ أَمْوَالِ النَّاسِ بِالْإِثْمِ وَأَنْتُمْ تَعْلَمُونَ. Then there are macro-level analysis. The fatwa on terrorism and suicide bombing implies a variety of persuasive techniques. It uses comparisons to highlight the need of protecting the rights of non-Muslims. It uses emotional appeals and the references from Islamic teachings to enhance the message, importance of the message. Basically, the purpose is to foster support for the argument against killing non-Muslims. Now coming to the conclusion, the fatwa's strong rejection of violence against non-Muslims highlights how Islamic leaders can play their positive role, like Dr. Qadri, for eradicating extremism, and this research underscores the role of religious discourse in shaping society and promotes understanding for a more harmonious global community. At the end, I'll also recommend all the research scholars present here to please go through this book, because there are several research areas that can be further explored. Thank you.
Allama Muhammad Iqbal wrote his masterpiece under the title, The Reconstruction of Religious Thought in Islam. In this book, he said, thank you. He said that religion is like the root of a tree, and philosophy is like the stem of a tree, and other branches of knowledge are like the offshoots of a tree, and ethics and morality is the fruit of a tree. Then he said that there is no difference between religion, philosophy, and science, revelation, reason, and sense perception. He said in the first lecture, religion is not a departmental affair. It is neither mere thought, nor mere feeling, and nor mere action. It is an expression of the whole personality. So Dr. Tahirul Qadri, by this fatwa, this is a great service of the humankind, not only the Muslim community, he served the whole humankind. Thank you very much for this mind-blowing presentation. Now I would like to request Dr. Riaz Ahmed from Normal University, Islamabad, to present his article. Thank you very much.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullah. This is Dr. Riaz Ahmed Saeed. As you read my topic, Challenges and Opportunities for Religious Freedom in Postmodern Era. वक्त कम है, मैं पढ़ने की बजाय दो चार बातें आपसे करना चाहूँगा ताकि बात मैं कन्वे कर सकूँ। सबसे बुनियादी बात रिलीजियस फ्रीडम में जो मैंने पाकिस्तान में जिसको मैं देख रहा हूँ, बेसिकली हमारी जो आइडेंटिटी शेपिंग है ये मुख्तलिफ फैक्टर्स हैं पाकिस्तान बनने से पहले, फ्रीडम मूवमेंट से लेके और लेजिस्लेशन को शामिल करके अब तक। इसमें कलेक्टिव मतलब आप कह लें कि एफर्ट्स भी हैं, इंडिविजुअल भी हैं, लेकिन ये हमारी जो आइडेंटिटी शेप हुई है ये एक्चुअली रिफ्लेक्ट करती है। उसमें एक बुनियादी बात कि वी आर मुस्लिम, ये एक मेजॉरिटी कंट्री है, एक इस्लामिक स्टेट है, और हम दीगर कम्युनिटीज़ को शायद इफ़ आई एम नॉट रॉन्ग कि हम उन्हें शायद अहलो ज़िम्मा की तरह ट्रीट करते हैं। ये मेरी वो परसेप्शन है या मेरी वो रिसर्च है जो मैंने सिर्फ़ किताबों से नहीं ली है, बल्कि मैंने इससे मुख्तलिफ़ कम्युनिटीज़ से मिला हूँ, जिसमें यूनिवर्सिटीज़ हैं, जिसमें कॉलेजेस हैं, प्रोफेसर्स हैं, इवन अहले मदारिस हैं। कोई मुझसे अलग मिलेगा तो मैं उससे बात भी कर सकता हूँ। जबकि ऐसा नहीं है। अहल ज़िम्मा इस वक्त वो इस लिहाज से नहीं, ये टर्म उस वक्त बहुत बेहतरीन थी, हमें हदीस में ये टर्म मिलती है, फ़िक्र में मिलती है कि एक पूरा सिस्टम था, निज़ाम था कि जो लोग अदर्स हैं हम उनको अपनी रियासत में, स्टेट में कैसे अकामोडेट कर सकते हैं। लेकिन अब जबकि दुनिया नेशन स्टेट की तरफ चली है, पाकिस्तान के कुछ इम्तियाज़ात ज़रूर हैं कि इट्स अ इस्लामिक स्टेट, लेकिन दुनिया जब नेशन स्टेट की तरफ गई है और इस वक्त हम बहुत सारी इंटरनेशनल लेजिस्लेटिव बॉडीज़ का हिस्सा हैं, यूएनओ का हिस्सा हैं, हमने अपनी लेजिस्लेशन की है और उसमें भी अहल ज़िम्मा का जिक्र नहीं है। मैं यहाँ एक बात किया करता हूँ अक्सर कि अगर ऐसी बात है फॉर एग्ज़ाम्पल जो ये कहता है कि वो अहल ज़िम्मा है, तो क्या इवन के जो हमारी करारदाद मकासद है वो भी इस पर उसने ऐसी कोई बात नहीं की। माइनॉरिटीज़ के, अदर्स के हुकूक़ की बात की गई है, उनको प्रोटेक्ट किया जाएगा, उनकी प्रोटेक्शन की बात की गई है, लेकिन हमें वहाँ पर ऐसी बात नहीं मिलती। मैं इसको अगर थोड़ा और फर्दर इस पर बात करूँ, सॉरी, उलमा के 22 निकात बड़े इंपॉर्टेंट है। ये बेसिकली एक डॉक्यूमेंट है जो मुस्लिम स्कॉलर्स ने, उलमा ने इसको तैयार किया कि हमारी जो लेजिस्लेशन ऐसी होनी चाहिए। मुझे उसमें भी ये बात नहीं मिली। इसका मतलब है कि ये एक बुनियादी इशू है जिस वक्त पाकिस्तान में अंडरस्टैंडिंग के लिए आ रहा है, एक बात। सेकंड थिंग, मेरी आइडेंटिटी है। मेरी आइडेंटिटी से मुराद हर बंदा अपनी शनाख्त, आइडेंटिटी और उसकी बात करता है। मतलब आई एम मुस्लिम, मैं इसको बयान करने में, इसको लोगों को बताने में एक खुशी महसूस करता हूँ। तो ये मुझे इस बात का भी एहसास होना चाहिए, इफ़ देयर इज़ एनी हिंदू, इफ़ देयर इज़ एनी क्रिश्चियन, इफ़ देयर इज़ एनी सिख, अगर वो अपनी आइडेंटिटी बयान करे तो मुझे अनकंफर्टेबल नहीं होना चाहिए। मुझसे मुराद कि हम जब एक इंक्लूसिव सोसाइटी की बात करते हैं, हम जब ये बात करते हैं कि ये एक डाइवर्स सोसाइटी है, मैं इस बात को बिल्कुल इग्नोर नहीं कर रहा कि इट्स अ मेजॉरिटी मुस्लिम सोसाइटी, 96% वी आर मुस्लिम, और इसमें से 4% या इवन मोर देन 4% दे आर अदर्स, लेकिन बहरहाल वो इसका हिस्सा हैं। उनको कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन प्रोटेक्ट करता है, उनको इंटरनेशनल लेजिस्लेशन प्रोटेक्ट करती है। बल्कि मैं इस बात को बताना चाहूँगा यहाँ तक कि हमारा इस्लाम सबसे ज़्यादा प्रोटेक्ट करता है। मैं आखिरी बात की तरफ जाऊँगा कि हम इसको हल कैसे कर सकते हैं। बहुत सारी ऐसी और बातें हो सकती हैं, मैंने जस्ट 1-2 पॉइंट्स दिए हैं। पेपर जब पब्लिश होगा तो यू कैन रीड, यू कैन स्टडी। मैं ये समझता हूँ सबसे पहला बुनियादी मसला हमारी मेंटेलिटी का मसला है, एटीट्यूड का मसला है। इट्स इशू ऑफ अ बिहेवियर कि मैं ख़ुद तो इस बात को पसंद करता हूँ कि अपनी ईद मनाऊँ, अपने आप को मुस्लिम प्रेजेंट करूँ, अपने आप को मैं वो सारे राइट्स लेना चाहता हूँ, तो दूसरों को भी देने। इसलिए कि हमारे नबी सल्लम का ये फरमान मुबारक जो पहले पढ़ा गया कि उसमें थोड़ा सा मैं एक और रवायत में आता है कि जिसने किसी नॉन मुस्लिम पर जुल्म किया, उसको कत्ल किया, उसका माल छीना, उसको डिसरिस्पेक्ट दी, उसको किसी तरह से यानी हम जिससे परसिक्यूट किया, तो क़यामत वाले दिन मैं उसके ख़िलाफ़ वकील बन के आऊँगा। सेकंड थिंग जो मैं बयान करना चाहूँगा, मेरे ख़्याल में ये इशू शायद किसी हद तक हमारी एजुकेशन में है, हमारे करिकुलम में है। जब हम डाइवर्स या इंक्लूसिव सोसाइटी की बात करते हैं तो ज़रूरी है कि हम उन बुनियादी बातों को जो एथिक्स से मुताल्लिक हैं, जो रिलीजन से मुताल्लिक हैं, वो हम अपने बच्चों को पढ़ाएं, उनकी तरबियत करें, उन्हें सिखाएं कि हम किस तरह से नए दौर में रह सकते हैं। और थर्ड थिंग जिसको मैं कहना चाहूँगा कि शायद अहले इल्म को, स्पेशली वो लोग जो जिनकी एक से है, जो लोग अपना एक हल्का और सल्कर रखते हैं, जो हमारे मुख्तलिफ मकातब फ़िक्र को, मदारस को लीड करते हैं, वो ख़ुद तो ये बात कहते हैं। मैं जिससे मिला हूँ मैं उनके नाम ले सकता हूँ, बड़े बड़े स्कॉलर्स अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह, और ये बड़ी खुशाइंद बात है, वो ख़ुद ये बात कहते हैं कि वो इक्वल सिटीज़न्स हैं, उनको राइट्स मिलने चाहिए। लेकिन आए रोज़ अगर कोई वाक़या होता है तो इसका मतलब है कि हम इन मालूमात को जस्ट मीडिया पर तो कर रहे हैं, इन मालूमात को अपर लेवल पर तो बयान कर रहे हैं, लेकिन अपनी जो मेरा हल्का है, जो सर्कल है, जो मेरा मुरीद है, जो मेरा फॉलोवर है, मैं उसको डिसिमिनेट नहीं कर रहा, उसको नहीं बता रहा। हम ये करेंगे, इसका सबसे बड़ा फ़ायदा क्या होगा? पीसफुल कोएग्जिस्टेंस होगी, अमन आएगा तो मईशत, मुआशरत, समाज सब कुछ ठीक होगा। ये मेरी तरफ से था। जज़ाकल्लाह खैर। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you very much, Dr. Saab, for so much brilliant ideas and thoughts on this topic. Dear audience, now we have 2 lectures which are recorded in recorded form, and the first presenter is Thi Nid You from Vietnam Buddhist University of Ho Chi main city. So I request to the management, to organizers to display this lecture.
In my presentation, the first one is introduction, the second is narration, methodology, the third, Buddhism's in the Buddha's age and modern period. Number 4, the 8 Garudamas and the Kuni Sangha. Number 5, discussion and conclusion. Now we are going into the first part. As you know, gender equality is debated by many scholars that has never pulled out for centuries, especially the development in science and technology in modern society. Gender equality is extremely concerning, which affects by many classes in society, including Buddhism. Buddhism is not like other religions. More than 26th century ago, Siddhartha Gautama became an enlightened person under the Bodhi tree. He brought a new light of truth to mankind, which is the truth of liberation. And with the appearance of the Buddha along with his wonderful teaching, he got his sentient obstacles of the present life, and he did not discriminate between caste, gender, social status, and age. He spread his love to bring peace in people's mind and make people live happily in the present. Amongst other teaching or amongst a group of Buddha approve the women honors is that the 8 Garudamas, and the 8 Garudamas is one of the pressing debated issue when it comes to change.
Due to some faults in recording, we are going to close this presentation, and we are playing another presentation which is of Dr. Colin Joyce from the University of Melbourne, Australia, and we will upload this presentation on our portal. You may listen and observe this also. So thank you very much, and you may play this.
Hello everyone, my name's Colin Joyce. I'm a fellow at the Contemplative Studies Centre at the University of Melbourne. I'd just like to thank you for your invitation and look forward to presenting with you today. And I hope that you enjoy the topic. I'd just like to thank all the hosts for being so kind and patient with me. So my topic today is, how can we talk about religious experience today? So some background which I think will help to illustrate why I'm qualified to talk about this. I've been practicing and studying meditation in different traditions, religious and non-religious, in Australia and overseas for over 20 years. I've also taught philosophy of religion and spirituality for over a decade at the University of Divinity in Melbourne. At the Contemplative Studies Centre for the last 3.5 years, I've been working with psychologists and health scientists who are among leading scholars of contemplative research in the world. And we've been developing and researching the effectiveness of contemplative practices on different populations. And some of the research we've been doing has been in religious traditions and some non-religious traditions. So it's been quite broad in scope. And so this has given me, I have a general familiarity with contemplative research going back about 8 years, where I've published on Christian contemplative practices and also the impact of decolonial and First Nations perspectives on contemplative practices. So what I'm really presenting today is an overview or a reflection of where I think the field is at now. And I'm doing so mostly from my lens as a Christian theologian and philosopher, where I'm reflecting on my on the impact of contemplative research has on how I think the Christian contemplative traditions, how they work and what I think they have to contribute to the field. So really what I'm doing is looking at my religious training, my theological formation, and how that formation is impacted by contemplative research, contemporary contemplative research. So although this is not entirely based around postmodernism as such, really it's to some extent the impact of science on religion. But there's a very important element here that that comes with these conversations around the impact or the relationship between traditional religious perspectives and scientific ones, that also feeds into some of the postmodern concerns. And so I'm sure you'll have a lot to talk about. My key question really is that even with the advances in religion and sciences in the 20th and 21st centuries, why is it difficult for Western contemplative research into contemplative practices and experiences? Why do contemporary researchers struggle to explain religious experiences and struggle to explain religious practices? My answer is really can be summed up in saying, well, religious experiences are really too complex to be studied in using the contemporary the frameworks that are mostly present in contemporary approaches. So often, in order to get a clear answer about something, you might say, well, what are the impacts of religion on a community, or what are the impacts of religion on psychology or belief systems or mental health, or what do Christians believe, or what do they practice? So all of these questions might lead you to be into different domains, some within the sciences and some within the humanities, or some more often within an interdisciplinary approach. So this siloing, in fact, where the answer to what is religious experience requires moving between different disciplines and approaches, means that it's very hard to get a single picture of a picture from a single discipline that will explain religious belief. However, what I would claim is that many Western research into religion has struggled to conceptualize or theorize the nature of this complexity in itself. And so religious contemplative practices, for instance, and experiences emerge from an ecology of factors. So it's the interaction between community, lifestyle and practice, rituals and practices, liturgical practices, beliefs, scriptures, and the contemplative practices themselves that generate the religious experience. And in fact, it is the ecology of elements that is the thing that needs to be explained. And I think that Western science has struggled with this because religion is a complex ecology. So for today, I won't get through all of this. I'll keep it brief and clear. But I'll just go through, in order to answer or discuss the question of the ecology of religious practices, I'll talk a little bit about the impact of 20th and 21st century challenges to religious practice in the West. I'll then discuss or define what contemplative research is. This is mostly coming out of the dialogue between Buddhist practices and traditions with clinical psychology occurring in the UK and the USA in the 1970s and on. I'll ask the question why Christian researchers in particular have not deeply engaged with the resurgence with contemplative research, and I think there are some interesting reasons why. I'll discuss a case study in why Christians have always had an ambiguous relationship to non-Christian approaches to religious experience, and I'll examine this by talking about how some early Christian contemplatives read ancient psychologies. For the conclusion, I'll circle back around and just again make this argument for ecology. Religious contemplative practices and experiences emerge from an ecology of factors all working together. And this is one of the reasons why it's very hard to pin it down. But I won't discuss this in the paper today, but I use examples from an early Christian practitioner called Maximus the Confessor to point out how the community, say, these different factors impact each other. And that is not just a general claim, but for Maximus, there are very specific things that the community contributes to that affect the introspection, the activity of introspection of the contemplative. Right? So what this is saying is that that within cognitive factors, the cognitive or psychological factors of contemplative practice are also deeply affected by an ecology of elements. The community impacts the psychology. The lifestyle impacts the psychology. Rituals, beliefs, etc., all have some impact. And Maximus, in this case, does talk a little bit about what those specific impacts are. So this is just a story. In general, well, why does any form of research, really, we could talk about the contemplative experience of God, for instance. And well, why is it that when a researcher, when a person is looking at a landscape and trying to understand it or trying to describe it or experience it, why is it that we don't get everything? And here's just an illustration of what that might be. Of course, here is a person painting. They haven't captured everything about the landscape, but they have caught something. But of course, there's things within the landscape that the painter can simply not get. But we can clearly see that the work of art that he is making there is directly coming from the landscape in which he is living, which he is experiencing. And so no doubt there is something being communicated. It's just not complete. And in a sense, this is a similar thing that we're dealing with within any research into contemplative religious experience, is that we're not going to capture all of it, but we will capture something. So and this is again illustrated by how religion, as you see here, frames a whole range of different experiences, some communal, some individual, some occurring only within the mind, some occurring within the frameworks of buildings and architecture. That religion embraces all of these things. And to some extent, in order to explain aspects of religious practice, you need to be able to see how these different elements impact the thing that you're trying to understand. Again, this is just to repeat the point. So, look, animals are part of an ecology. But if you were trying to say that the ecology is solely dependent upon the animals, you would not make a very good explanation. The same thing with saying an ecology depends on soil. Yes, it does. It depends on plant growth. Yes.
Ji, thank you very much. Now we are going towards the question-answer session. One question would be from the male side and one from the female side. So please, if you have any question, so please. Mike. Doctor, some our guests have booked their seats to go to Islamabad. They have booked their seats to go to Islamabad, or they are on stage.
My question is with Ma'am Amara Qadri. How do you relate this terrorism fatwa in the context of Palestine issue? How the Palestinian Muslims should conduct themselves against Israelis?
I think this is totally a political question. I am a representative of an educational institute. So, but I can say that each religion demonstrates or talks about peace. There is no religion that we can say that's teaching is about terrorism or extremism. So I think and especially if you talk about the Muslim leaders or whatever the question is, so I think they should better answer. I can just only say that the message of every religion is peace. And basically, the book, which is the primary text which I have been used in this analysis. So this is regarding Islamic teaching, that what Islam says about non-Muslims, that we are the custodian of even the minorities, the rights of the minorities. So we should look after the rights of minorities here in Pakistan. And specifically, as you know, that this book is written at that after that suicide bombings issues and the whatever the Taliban had done at that time. So it's better if you talk about the relevant question. Thank you so much.
And also the real story, real picture is different, what has been revealed on the media. So they are only going to defend themselves. So this is a real situation. So the other question from...
Assalamu alaikum. First of all, I would like to say that every presentation was wonderful. It was full of innovative thoughts. But I have a specific question from Dr. Riaz, who was saying that in Pakistan, certainly he felt that there are certain challenges to the minorities in their identities in Pakistan. So I would like to ask you, sir, what is the basis of your assumption that any kind of minorities feel any kind of challenge in Pakistan while disclosing or sharing their identities? While we have studied that Samuel P. Huntington back in early 1990s says that the future fault lines of in his Clash of Civilization would be cultural. And you know that the cultural is totally based on, we can say heavily based on the identity. So it is the construct that has been transmitted from the West. What was the basis of your hypothesis that in Pakistan the people feel, the minorities feel challenges in their identities?
डॉक्टर साहब थैंक यू सो मच, आपने बड़ा अच्छा मुझे अंदाज़ा था सवाल आएगा. मैं जस्ट एक बात कर लेता हूँ जिससे समझने में बहुत आसानी रहेगी. आई एम ए मुस्लिम, माय नेम इज़ मोहम्मद अब्दुल्ला. मेरा नाम, मैं मुसलमान हूँ, मेरा मोहम्मद अब्दुल्ला नाम है. मैं जब किसी ऑफिस में किसी जगह जाता हूँ, जहाँ भी जाता हूँ, मेरे लिए हर्डल नहीं आती. मैं प्रैक्टिकल एग्जांपल के साथ बयान, अगरचे बीइंग अ थर्ड वर्ल्ड कंट्री मसाइल ऐसे हैं जो मेजॉरिटी को भी हैं. मैं ये नहीं, मैं इसको कोई एग्जेजरेट नहीं कर रहा. ऐसे मसाइल हैं कि जिसमें, लेकिन इसके बावजूद मेरे लिए रास्ता बन जाता है तालीम का, सेहत का, अपने काम करवाने का, बिजली का मीटर लगवाने का और सो ऑन, बेशुमार चीज़ें हैं. लेकिन अगर मेरी जॉब का भी, लेकिन अगर मेरा नाम कुछ और है, कोई भी मतलब कह लेते, मेरा नाम फॉर एग्जांपल जो हमारे दीगर कम्युनिटीज़ के लोग हैं वो अगर जाते हैं तो उसके नाम को देख के मसाइल पैदा हो जाते हैं. क्या ये नहीं है, क्या मेरी परसेप्शन नहीं, ये मेरा फैक्ट है, मैं बात कर रहा हूँ. और ये वो लोग हैं. अच्छा, इसका नतीजा ये है कि ऐसा क्यों है कि जब एक मोहम्मद अब्दुल्ला बयान कर रहा है तो दूसरा अनकम्फर्टेबल फील नहीं कर रहा, लेकिन उसका नाम मसीह है या काशी राम है या एनी एल्स है, तो दूसरा बंदा कंफर्टेबल फील नहीं कर रहा और उसके साथ डिस्क्रिमिनेट कर रहा है, इवन कि उसके कई नाम रख दिए. तो ये वो बात है जो हमारे बेसिकली इसका ताल्लुक मजहबी तालीमात से नहीं है. अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह हमारी इस्लामी तालीमात हमें कहती है किसी अरबी को अजमी पर, गोरे को काले पर कोई फौकियत नहीं है. कुरान मजीद ये फरमाता युहन्नास इन्ना खलकनाकुम ज़कर व उनसा, अल्लाह ने मर्द और औरत से पैदा किया है. ये बेसिकली सोशल फिनोमेना है कि हमने बच्चों को, अपनी आबादी को, अपने लोगों को उनको बताएं, एजुकेट करें कि नहीं, दूसरे की इज्जत करना, रिस्पेक्ट करना, वो किसी मज़हब से भी है, ये ज़रूरी बात है.
थैंक यू डॉक्टर साहब. थैंक यू सर. प्लीज़.
It's me again. My question request is addressed at two individuals, Dr. Bholanath and to Ma'am Saida, I believe.
Samia.
Samia. First, since please help me understand the evolution of the religions, like Hinduism being the oldest one, and is the most, I would say, polytheism based, so many gods, because humans' understanding in the earlier stages was not that clear, clean. So any manifestation of the God was God for them, isn't it? Now, as we evolved, and through Abrahamic religions, when come down to Islam, then it's the monotheism. However, simultaneously we see polytheism existed in the form that there are angels who, and manifestation of gods in the form of various things that assist. The same kind of a philosophy which was explained in Buddhism and in Hinduism, isn't it, sir? So is that, the evolution of the religion become more clearer? But if you could address that, and if simultaneously I can address my question to Dr. Samia. Being a practitioner of security and political related issues, as a mediator, I have never seen the bad guys being part of any interfaith dialogues. The example of Taliban is very clear. For 30 years, they are very clear on that, and their issues on women, women's education, how they want to rule it, it's very clear. There is no change. They are doing their political business, but their stance is very clear. It means that bad guys are never part of the interfaith dialogue. So if you want to play around with the agreeables, don't look for a solution. Please help me understand. Thank you.
So please. So please.
ठीक है, धन्यवाद. अब ये है कि छोटी मुंह बड़ी बात हो जाएगी, क्योंकि हिंदू रिलीजन ही नहीं है बेचारा. सभी रिलीजन हो गए, नाम लिखना पड़ा तो कुछ तो लिखना ही पड़ा. हमारे यहाँ ऐसी कम्युनिटी भी है जिनका नाम नहीं होता है. बड़ा लड़का का नाम बड़ा रख दिया, छोटे का छोटा नाम रख दिया, बस. हिंदू क्या है कि एक विचारधारा है. जैसे एग्जाम्पल के रूप में मैं एक थोड़ा सा आपको बताना चाहूँगा. जैसे मैंने ये पहन रखा है, हिंदू के अंदर में कई रिलीजन हैं. हिंदू स्वयं रिलीजन नहीं है. 17,000 religion has been practiced into the Hindu. That's why they put the bracket name Hindu. क्योंकि आप पूछेंगे, मुझे पूछेंगे आप कौन है, मैं नाथ हूँ. मेरा फिलोसफी बिल्कुल अलग है, बिल्कुल अलग है. जैसे फॉर इंस्टेंट there are 6 theist philosophy and 6 atheist philosophy in Hindu culture. जो 6 थियस्ट फिलोसफी जिनको कहते हैं, उनमें से 2 फिलोसफी गॉड का नाम भी नहीं लेते हैं बेचारे. एक बार गॉड का नाम नहीं लिया. एक ने तो सिर्फ उसके क्या कहते हैं आपके कण के बारे में लिखा. कण क्या है, वो खाते भी कण थे और लिखा भी कण के बारे में. उनका नाम ही कणाद है. उन्होंने कभी गॉड का जिक्र नहीं किया, मगर उसको हम थियस्ट फिलोसफी कहते हैं. 6 में से 2. एक है लॉज फिलोसफी. अगर वहाँ धुआं है तो आग जरूर होगा, फिनिश. गॉड की बात नहीं करेंगे, वो फिलोसफी भी मान्यता है. तो कई प्रकार की फिलोसफी. मैंने एक माला पहने, मैंने जेंटलमैन को बता रहा था, आपको दिखाता हूँ. ये प्रैक्टिकली है. जैसे आपने एयर को देखा नहीं, पानी को देखा. व्हाट इज डिफरेंट बिटवीन दैम? Air also you can go through, water also you can go through. Water also do not have color, air also do not have color. Air is also forceful, water is also forceful. Then why you can't see the air, but you can see the water? In the bottle, the water is there, but you can see there is water, but you can't see the air. क्या है माजरा? तो नाथ फिलोसफी, एज ए मैं नाथ हूँ, नाथ योगी हूँ, तो नाथ फिलोसफी ये लोग ये पहनते, मेरा गॉड इतना ही है, मेरा गॉड जो है यही है. मैं इसको एक्सप्लेन करता हूँ, आपको थोड़ा अंदाज़ा लग जाएगा क्या हिंदू लोग हैं. ये हम लोग इसको बनाते हैं स्काई, बिकॉज इससे आवाज़ ध्वनि निकलती है, क्योंकि स्काई ही ध्वनि कारक है. शब्द गुणकम आकाशम. हमारे डिक्शनरी में क्या कहा कि आकाश ही शब्द का भंडार है. बिकॉज ऑफ द sky we can our word can travel to you. If there wasn't sky, then हमारा शब्द आप पास नहीं पहुँचते. तो ध्वनि उत्पादन करके ध्वनि की पूजा करते हैं. ब्राह्मण लोग अग्नि को देवता मानते हैं, मगर नाथ योगी लोग ध्वनि को देवता मानते हैं. ध्वनि which has been heard, this is ध्वनि पैदा हुई, इसको कहते हैं आहत ध्वनि. Without hurting something, without talking something, like there are 31 elements are there, instruments are there to make a voice. Without any voice, if you can hear the voice, that is God voice. We say anahada nada. So Darvesh, that's why he works for that. So ये sky है और ये है air. Sky you can hear only, but air you can touch also. You can hear and touch. And ये है fire. Fire you can, आप fire को 3 प्रकार से जान सकते हैं. Fire you can hear, बुलबुल आग. Fire you can touch, and fire you can see. Then the 4th comes water. Water, you can recognize water by the 4 things. Water, you can hear. When is below the water, you can see the आवाज़ सुन सकते हैं. और water को आप touch कर सकते हैं. Water को आप देख सकते हैं. And water को आप रात को सोए के समय पिएंगे तो ये water है क्या पता लग सकता है. 4 elements हैं इसमें. ये 5वां है मदर अर्थ, हैज़ गॉट द होल इन इट, शी. तो ये 5वां जो है ये अर्थ है. सो अर्थ को यू कैन हियर, अर्थ यू कैन हियर साउंड, अर्थ यू कैन टच, अर्थ यू कैन सी बिकॉज, एंड अर्थ यू कैन टेस्ट ऑल्सो फूड एंड यू कैन टेल दिस इज दाल, दिस इज भात, राइस, एंड अर्थ यू कैन स्मेल. सो 5 elements. So, for example, you put the plant and put water in there. Then one plant goes, what it carries? It brings air in it. It brings fire in it. It brings a sky around it and inside around it. So, एक plant सभी चीज को साथ में carry करता है. So that what is that glowing power? Assembling power. So assembly you see. हिंदुओं में गणेश बनाया है. गणेश के अच्छा तो कोई बड़ा सा हीरो बनाते, इमरान खान जैसे क्रिकेट प्लेयर बनाते. क्यों बेचारे गणेश की इतना बड़ा पेट और उसका नाक इतना बड़ा क्यों बना दिया? क्योंकि वो दे वांटेड टू टेल पीपल दिस होल वर्ल्ड हैज बीन असेंबल्ड. सो अगर आपको स्काई, एयर, फायर, वाटर एंड अर्थ को असेंबल करेंगे, दिस ये डोरी जो है अंदर के जो धागा है इसको असेंबल करता है, तब प्लांट निकलता है. तो ये जो सिस्टम, हम इसी को गॉड मानते हैं. तो ये जो ऑटोमेटिक ग्लोइंग पावर इन द अर्थ, दैट इज द साइंस. एक्चुअली द साइंस वेदस्य नित्यत्वात् ईश्वरस्य सर्वगत्वात् ईश्वरः गतकल्पीयम वेदम स्मृत्वा उपदिश्यति. द वेद क्या कहता है? वेद मीन्स ज्ञान. वेद हिंदुओं का नहीं है. लोगों ने कंफ्यूज हो गया. हिंदू और तो मैंने कहा सुबह कि अभी 300 साल भी नहीं हुए. एक सरदार जी कह रहे थे कि वो 500 साल हो गया. 500 ही सही, कोई बात नहीं, उसमें क्या लड़ाई है. वेद मतलब ज्ञान क्या है? नित्य है. व्हेन एवरीथिंग विल फिनिश वेयर इट गोस. तो वो कहते हैं कि सारा शक्ति जो है ज्ञान में सीमित हो जाता है. ज्ञान बहुत छोटा से चिप्स है, फिर वही ज्ञान वर्ल्ड को प्रोड्यूस करता है. अभी क्या है कि मॉडर्न युग में आपके जेब के अंदर में फ़ोन है, उसमें सारा ज्ञान पड़ा हुआ है. जीपीएस उसी में है. ये जीपीएस इट हैज़ बिन क्रिएटेड बाय द मॉडर्न साइंस? नो, मॉडर्न साइंस वालों ने रिसर्च किया, सर्च नहीं किया. सर्च, कोई वस्तु आपका खोलते हैं तो आप सर्च करें, माई की हैज़ बिन स्टोलन और मिसप्लेस समवेयर, यू सर्च. चाबी को आप ढूंढते हैं बिकॉज देयर इज अ थिंग टू सर्च. बट knowledge not search, always research, because search has already done when is this world has been created. तो वही वेद, वही ज्ञान ही फिर अपने आप को प्रोड्यूस करता है, ऐसा बिलीव मानते. ऐसे कई सारे बिलीव्स हैं टुगेदर. जैसे मेरा बिलीव मानना जरूरी नहीं है, इससे अच्छा भी दूसरा कोई तरीका हो सकता है ना. तो अब जैसे कि हिंदू में क्या है कि वेद के 3 भाग लगाए गए, 3 जगह. एक को क्या कहा उन्होंने? कर्म. दूसरे को कहा ज्ञान. तीसरे को कहा उपासना. हो सकता है उसी का हिसाब से हकीकत, तरीकत और शरीयत कह सकते हैं. मुझे ज़्यादातर मालूम नहीं, मेरे बारे में मुझे सिर्फ मालूम है. तो कर्म मतलब है कर्म कांड. ब्राह्मण लोग कहेंगे यज्ञ करेंगे, हवन करेंगे, हवन करेंगे, सुना भी होगा, है ना. मरने के बाद में क्या करना, वो क्या है कि शरीयत जैसा है, वो क्या रूल्स रेगुलेशंस है. कई लोग नहीं मानते, जैसे मैं उसको ज़्यादा मानने वाला नहीं, विरोध भी नहीं करता हूँ. मेरा अपना ढंग का सोच है, अपना परसेप्शन है. मगर जो दूसरा है जिसको हम तरीकत कहें या फिर वो क्या उपासना पद्धति, मैं योगी हूँ तो मेरी उपासना पद्धति योग के माध्यम से द्वारा होगा. किसी की उपासना पद्धति डांस करने से होगा, किसी की उपासना पद्धति रिसाइटिंग करने से होगा. अपने अपने पद्धति हैं. मैं तो कहा बिना योग के तुम कुछ भी नहीं हो, क्योंकि मेरा विषय वही है. जैसे एक इंग्लिश पढ़ाने वाला टीचर बच्चों को कहेगा भाई इंग्लिश नहीं जानते हो तो कहीं भी नहीं जा सकते हो. अब तो पाकिस्तान में भी इंग्लिश हो गया. मैंने सोचा लोग हिंदी बोलते हैं, सभी लोग इंग्लिश बोलते हैं. अब बताओ पाकिस्तान में रहने भी इंग्लिश चाहिए? नहीं चाहिए तो, है ना. तो अगर मैथमेटिक्स का टीचर जाएगा तो क्या विदाउट मैथमेटिक्स कोई सब्जी वाला भी तुम्हें ठग लेगा? तो अपना विषय रखने के लिए लोग उसको क्या करते हैं कि यही विषय ही सबसे मजबूत महत्वपूर्ण है. तो मैं क्या कहूँगा, मेरा विषय योग विषय ही सबसे महत्वपूर्ण है. इफ यू डू नॉट नो द योगा यू डू नॉट नो एनीथिंग इन द वर्ल्ड. विदाउट योगा यू कांट गो टू द ज्ञान. देन थर्ड पोजीशन है ज्ञान का हकीकत. हकीकत कुछ भी नहीं है. जानेंगे नहीं जानेंगे वर्ल्ड ऐसे ही चला जाएगा, है ना. बाजार से गुजरे हैं, खरीदार नहीं. हकीकत को, ईश्वर को आपने जान भी लिया तो क्या करेंगे? ईश्वर आप बिठाएंगे नहीं क्योंकि आपको तंबाकू खाना है. ईश्वर आपको बिठाएंगे नहीं, घर में बीवी से झगड़ा करना है. ईश्वर आएगा बैठेगा, आप बैठाएंगे कभी? भाई आप होटल ढूंढ देते भाई साहब आप चले जाइए ईश्वर जी, आप बैठाएंगे नहीं. ईश्वर को ढूंढने में लगे हुए हैं. कहाँ है ईश्वर? ईश्वर तो ईश्वरः सर्वभूतानां हृदय से जुन तिष्ठति भ्रामयन सर्वभूतानि यंत्रारूढ़ानि माया. तो ईश्वर तो सब जगह फैला हुआ, हर जर्रे में. वो एक क्या राबिया कहते हैं एवरी ड्रॉप इज द ओशन. ये वो यही की है मेरे ख्याल से, या फिर अफगानिस्तान की है मेरे ख्याल से. राबिया जामिया, दो बहनें थी. Yeah, so she said every drop is the ocean. लगे ब्रह्मवाद का इससे ज्यादा बड़ा एग्जाम्पल हो ही नहीं सकता है. यत पिंडे तद ब्रह्मांडे. एज ए नाथ विषय कहने का तरीका फर्क है. तो ये तो कहा कि कई रिलीजनों का एक भंडार है. दूसरी बात क्या कि एक मुस्लिम जाकर के हिंदुओं को गाली देगा तुम्हारे गॉड ठीक नहीं, वो ये गणेश का इतना बड़ा पेट है, वो उसके क्या चूहे में बैठ के जाता है. और एक शिव है वो नंगा धंगा रहते हैं, कपड़े भी अच्छी तरह पहन नहीं सकते. एक विष्णु है बहुत सजे धजे रहते हैं. तो कोई मुस्लिम जाके गाली देगा और या फिर क्रिश्चियन जाके गाली देगा तो लोग गुस्सा होंगे. मगर हिंदू आप जितनी गालियाँ दे रहे हो वो कुछ नहीं, मतलब नहीं. वहाँ कुछ फ्री है. आप मैं तुम्हें नहीं मानता, लॉर्ड शिव को झगड़ा करने नहीं आते हो. मैं शिव जी को नहीं मानता, कहते शी इज गॉड द वुमन, मतलब गॉड शुड बी द वुमन. सो तो ये तो क्या है कि डिस्कशन है. जितना डिस्कशन करेंगे उतना आपको उस बारे में पता लगेगा. एक इसमें जो प्रकृति को मानते हैं, जो एक वो क्या कहते हैं चारवाक नाम के एक फिलोसोफर थे. चारवाक मतलब वो क्या कहते हैं यावत जीवे सुखम जीवेत ऋणम कृत्वा घृतम पीवेत. जब तक जियो सुख पर पूर्वक जियो, ऋण ला के घी पियो, अच्छे कपड़े पहनो, अच्छे उसमें बैठो, आनंद मौज मस्ती में रहो, पुनर्जन्म में कुछ भी नहीं है. वो चारवाक ने कहा उसकी वजह से तो हमने इतना ईश्वर ढूंढ डाला, अभी तो काफ़ी दूर तक पहुंच गए. हमसे ज़्यादा हमारा वो कंप्यूटर पहुंच गया है. मगर क्या कि हमारी फीलिंग पहुंचनी चाहिए, उसके लिए हम अभ्यास करते हैं. अब ये सभी लोग रिलीजन कहते हैं, हम लोग भी रिलीजन कहते हैं. हमारे इतने सारे गॉड ने, हम तो देखा ही नहीं अभी एक भी गॉड को. हमने क्या सामने देखा वोटर, हमें चाहिए तो पानी को ही देवता मान लिया हमने. इस तरह से है. धन्यवाद. सॉरी.
जी, thank you very much. Now we are waiting for a question from female side.
Sir, I have to answer his question. Sir, I have to answer his question. The second question. जी सर, आपने जो, मैं बहुत ब्रीफली आपको बात करूँगी कि आपने कहा कि जो ऑलरेडी एग्रीएबल हैं उनको इंटरफेथ डायलॉग का हिस्सा बनाना. जी, तो सर ये नहीं, ऐसा नहीं है कि आपने एग्जांपल दी तालिबान की. सो सर देयर इज़ ऑलवेज अ डिफरेंस बिटवीन गुड एंड बैड. और ये जो आप एग्जांपल्स दे रहे हैं सर, ये तो वो केसेस हैं जो कि फोर्स अप्लाई करके, और जबर और फोर्स तो किसी भी रिलीजन का हिस्सा नहीं है। तो ये तो वो लोग हैं जो कि, जहाँ तक डॉक्टर रियाज ने बात की कि हमें वी नीड टू चेंज आवर माइंड सेट। अब बीइंग अ स्टूडेंट ऑफ लिटरेचर आई डू नॉट बिलीव इन डिफाइनिंग थिंग्स, मतलब हम पीस को डिफाइन नहीं कर सकते। पीस अगर हम डिफाइन करेंगे सो विल कन्फाइन इट, बट दिस इज समथिंग दैट एब्स्ट्रैक्ट। आपके लिए पीस कुछ और है, मेरे लिए कुछ और है। दूसरी बात ये कि सर आई बिलीव कि जहाँ पे हमारी इंटेलेक्ट फेल हो जाती है ना, वेयर देयर वी स्टार्ट मेकिंग यूज़ ऑफ आवर मोटर एबिलिटीज़, हम मसल्स का इस्तेमाल करते हैं। ये वो ग्रुप्स हैं जो अपने मसल्स के थ्रू जो हैं वो लोगों को जो हैं वो अपने ख्यालात या अपने तर्ज ज़िंदगी की तरफ रुजू करते हैं। सर आप कभी किसी स्पॉइलर को डायलॉग का हिस्सा बना के यू कैन नेवर एक्चुअली फाइंड द सोल्यूशन। आप जो हैं वो उन, और ये जो सर जो सेगमेंट्स हैं हमारी सोसाइटी की, ये वो आम लोग हैं। और सर मैंने अपनी, अगर आप जो मेरा रिसर्च से आप रिलेटेड जो मैं आपको बताऊंगी ना, जो मेरी फाइंडिंग्स हैं, कि ये वो लोग हैं जो कि प्रोजेक्ट ओरिएंटेड पे नहीं बल्कि प्रोसेस, जब हम प्रोसेस की बात करते हैं ना, सो इट स्टार्ट्स बेसिकली फ्रॉम आवर होम, देन टू आवर स्कूल्स, देन टू आवर कम्युनिटी। तो अगर हम अपने बचपन से ही बच्चों के दिलों में और जहनों में ये बात इनकलकेट करना स्टार्ट करेंगे, देन इट विल गेन। और ये जो आप एग्जांपल्स दे रहे हैं सर, ये तो पर्टिकुलर ग्रुप्स हैं जिनकी ना हम उनकी तो अपनी एक एजेंडा है, पॉलिटिकल भी है, और डिफरेंट लेवल्स पे वो काम करते हैं। तो सर जो रिसर्च में मेरा कहने का मकसद ये है कि हम जिन बेसिक वैल्यूज़ को, जो पोस्ट मॉडर्निस्ट रियलिटीज़ हैं, उनको हम कैसे देखते हैं डिफरेंट फेथ्स में, और उनमें सर इस किस्म के ग्रुप्स का कोई हिस्सा नहीं आता। बेसिकली दे आर नॉट द पीपल हु आर वर्किंग ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ देयर माइंड्स, एंड दे आर नॉट द ones who are capable of indulging in dialogues. Thank you.
Thank you very much,
I
Madam
want to
Samia.
add,
So
because
now I request to session coordinator, please come and for further proceed.
Sorry sir, just a minute, क्योंकि उन्होंने जो क्वेश्चन किया वो उनका एक क्वेश्चन था, just I want to answer. He asked that why don't we add such people, such bad people like Taliban, the part of our discussion. Basically sir, अभी जो क्वेश्चन पूछ रहे थे, हम ऐसे लोगों को हिस्सा बेशक नहीं बना सकते अपनी डिस्कशन का, because they have their brain is washed now. We can change them. वो rigid हो चुके हैं। लेकिन जो हमारी ये स्पेशली जैसे आज हमारी कॉन्फ्रेंस का भी यही मकसद है, द यंग ब्रेन्स, बेसिकली वी वांट टू चेंज देम। अगर हम उनको एजुकेट कर देंगे कि बेसिकली हमारी इस्लामिक टीचिंग्स का या हर रिलीजन की टीचिंग का बेसिक पर्पस क्या है और वो पीस है, तो ये बच्चे जो हमारा फ्यूचर हैं, ये उनसे ब्रेन वॉश नहीं होंगे। सो दिस विल बी आवर सक्सेस।
Thank you very much, Ms. Amara Qadri. And thank you very much, Dr. Ali Raza Tahir, for moderating the session, and to all the speakers for sharing their insights. Now may I invite Dr. Kashif Durrani and Dr. Ali Raza Tahir to please come in front of the stage and present souvenirs to our presenters. And including our worthy Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad, please come in front of the stage and present the souvenir to our presenters. Firstly, may I invite Dr. Shakil Ahmed to please come in front of the stage. Ms. Amara Qadri, next please. For our international speaker, Dr. Bolanath Yogi, we will keep your shield and certificate with us, and we will present your certificate at the end of the conference in the main marquee hall. Now may I request the worthy VC Vice Chancellor to present a souvenir to the session moderator, Dr. Ali Raza Tahir. Please give a warm welcome to Dr. Ali Raza Tahir. To our international delegate, Dr. Bolanath Yogi, we will keep your certificate and shield with us, and we will present at the end of the conference in the main marquee hall in the grand ceremony. Thank you for your patience. With that, I would like to thank you, the Vice Chancellor, Professor Sajid Mahmood Shehzad, to please be seated. Thank you very much, sir. With this, मुझे छोड़ दे.
Our session coordinator for today was Dr. Faisal. I kindly request our worthy Vice Chancellor to distribute the certificate of appreciation and a shield to Dr. Faisal. Please a big round of applause. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot for joining us today. Please be, inshallah, we'll have tomorrow 2 parallel concurrent sessions in the morning at sharp 9:30. And there will be very interesting